Chapter 1. A Scandal in Bohemia. Sherlock Holmes often talked about one woman. He always called her the woman. He never felt love for her, but she was very important to him. Holmes was a man who thought very clearly. He did not like feelings, because feelings could make his thinking less clear. But this one woman, Irene Adler, was special. I had not seen Holmes much lately. I got married, and we spent less time together. I was happy at home. Holmes stayed in our rooms in Baker Street. He liked to study crime. He was very good at finding clues and solving mysteries that the police could not solve. Sometimes I heard about his work, like a case in Odessa or a mission in Holland. One night, on March 20th, 1888, I was walking through Baker Street. I was going home after seeing a patient. I saw Holmes's door. I always remembered that door. I wanted to see him. His rooms were bright. I saw his tall shape in the window. He was walking fast, thinking. I knew he was working on a new problem. I rang the bell, and they let me in. Holmes was happy to see me. He did not say much, but he smiled. He showed me to a chair and gave me a cigar. He looked at me. "You look good, Watson," he said. "You have gained some weight." 7 pounds, I said. "Yes, maybe a little more," he said. "You are working again. You did not tell me." "How do you know?" I asked. "I see it. I can tell," he said. "How do I know you were wet recently and that your maid is not careful?" "Holmes, this is too much," I said. "It is true I walked in the country on Thursday, and I got very wet. But I changed my clothes, and Mary Jane is not good. My wife will let her go. But I don't know how you know these things." He laughed. "It is easy," he said. "Your left shoe has 6 small cuts. Someone used a knife to clean mud from it. So, you were outside in bad weather, and your maid is not careful with your shoes. Also, you smell like medicine, you have a mark on your finger, and you have something in your hat. This tells me you are a doctor again." I laughed. It seemed so simple when he explained it. "When you tell me, it seems so easy," I said. "But I cannot do it myself. My eyes are as good as yours." "Yes," he said, and lit a cigarette. "You see, but you do not observe. It is different. For example, you have seen the steps to this room many times." "Many times." "How many?" "Hundreds." "So, how many steps are there?" "How many? I don't know." "Exactly. You have not observed. You have only seen. I know there are 17 steps. I have seen and observed. You like these small problems, so look at this." He gave me a pink paper. "It came in the mail. Read it." The note had no date, name, or address. It says, "A gentleman will come tonight at 7:45, I read. "He wants to talk to you about a very important matter. You helped a royal family in Europe, so we know we can trust you. We have heard good things about you. Be in your room at that time. Do not worry if he wears a mask." "This is a mystery," I said. "What does it mean?" "I don't have enough facts yet," Holmes said. "It is wrong to guess before you have facts. But what do you think about the note itself?" I looked at the paper. "The man who wrote this is rich," I said. "This paper is expensive and strong." "Strong, yes," Holmes said. "It is not English paper. Hold it to the light." I did, and I saw letters, a big E and a small G, a P and a big G and a small T. "What do you think it means?" Holmes asked. "The maker's name or his sign?" I asked. "No. GT is for Gesellschaft, which means company in German. P is for Papier. Now, egg. Let's look in my book." He took a big book from his shelf. Eglonitz, here it is, Egria. It is in a German country, in Bohemia. It has paper mills. Ha ha. What do you think? His eyes shone. He blew out smoke from his cigarette. "The paper was made in Bohemia," I said. "Yes. And the man who wrote the note is German. Look at the sentence. This account of you we have from all quarters received." A German would write like that. So, we need to find out what this German wants. He uses Bohemian paper and wears a mask. Here he comes. We heard horse steps and a bell. Holmes whistled. 2 horses, he said. He looked out the window. A nice carriage and 2 beautiful horses. Expensive. There is money in this case, Watson. I should go, Holmes. No, doctor. Stay here. I need you. This will be interesting. But your client, never mind him. I may need your help, and he may too. Here he comes. Sit down, doctor, and listen. A heavy step came up the stairs. It stopped at the door. Then a loud knock. Come in, Holmes said. A very tall man came in. He was at least 6 feet, 6 inches tall and very strong. His clothes were very rich, almost too rich for England. He had fur on his coat and a blue cloak with red silk inside. It had a jewel at the neck. His boots went up to his legs and had brown fur. He looked very rich and powerful. He held a hat. He had a black mask over his eyes and nose. His hand was still on it. His mouth and chin looked strong. You got my note? He asked. His voice was deep and had a German accent. I said I would come. He looked at us both. Please sit, Holmes said. This is my friend, Dr. Watson. He helps me sometimes. Who are you? You can call me Count von Kram, a nobleman from Bohemia. I think your friend is a good man, and I can trust him with something very important. If not, I would like to speak to you alone. I stood up to leave, but Holmes held my arm and made me sit down. Both or none, he said. You can say anything in front of him that you would say to me. The Count moved his shoulders. Then I must start, he said. You both must keep this a secret for 2 years. After that, it will not matter. But now it is very important. It could change European history. I promise, Holmes said. And I said. Please excuse this mask, our visitor said. The important person who sent me wants my identity to be a secret. And I must tell you, my name is not really Count von Kram. I knew that, Holmes said. This is very serious, the man said. We must be careful. It could become a huge scandal and hurt a royal family in Europe. The problem is with the great house of Ormstein, the kings of Bohemia. I knew that too, Holmes said, closing his eyes in his chair. Our visitor looked surprised. He thought Holmes was very smart and active, but Holmes looked relaxed. Holmes slowly opened his eyes and looked at the big man. If your Majesty would tell me your problem, he said, I can help you better. The man stood up quickly and walked around the room. He was very upset. Then he pulled off his mask and threw it on the floor. You are right, he cried. I am the king. Why should I hide it? Indeed, Holmes said. I knew you were Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Kassel-Felstein, and King of Bohemia, before you spoke. But you must understand, our visitor said, sitting down again and touching his forehead. I do not usually do these things myself, but this problem is so sensitive that I could not ask someone else without giving them too much power. I came from Prague without telling anyone, to ask for your help. Then please tell me, Holmes said, closing his eyes again. The facts are simple. 5 years ago in Warsaw, I met Irene Adler. You know her name, I think. Please look her up, Doctor, Holmes said without opening his eyes. Holmes had a system for keeping notes about people and things. He could find information on almost any subject quickly. I found her name between a priest and a naval officer. Let me see, Holmes said. Born in New Jersey in 1858. Singer, La Scala. Prima donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw. Yes. Retired from opera. Living in London. Yes. Your Majesty, you became involved with her. You wrote her some letters. Now you want them back. Exactly. But how? Were you secretly married? No. No legal papers? No. Then I don't understand, Your Majesty. If she shows the letters to harm you, how can she prove they are real? The handwriting. No. Forgery. My special paper. Stolen. My own seal. Copied. My photograph. Bought. We were both in the photograph. Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty made a mistake. I was crazy. You put yourself in a bad situation. I was only a prince then. I was young. I am only 30 now. It must be taken back. We tried and failed. Your Majesty must pay. You must buy it. She will not sell. Then steal it. We tried 5 times. Burglars went into her house twice. We took her bags when she traveled once. We stopped her on the street twice. No results. No sign of it? None at all. Holmes laughed. This is a fun problem, he said. But very serious for me, the king said. Yes, it is. What does she plan to do with the photograph? To ruin me. How? I am going to get married. I heard that. To Clotilde Lothman von Saxe-Meiningen, the King of Scandinavia's daughter. Her family is very strict. She is very delicate. If she doubts me, the marriage will end. And Irene Adler? She threatens to send them the photograph. And she will do it. I know she will. You don't know her, but she is very strong. She is beautiful, but she has a very strong mind. She will do anything to stop me from marrying another woman. Are you sure she has not sent it yet? I am sure. Why? Because she said she would send it on the day the marriage is announced. That is next Monday. Oh, we have 3 days, Holmes said with a yawn. That is good. I have other things to do now. Your Majesty, will you stay in London? Yes, I will be at the Langham Hotel. My name is Count von Kram. Then I will send you a message about our progress. Please do. I will be worried. And money? You can have whatever you need. Really? I would give a part of my kingdom for that photograph. For now? The king took a heavy leather bag from under his coat and put it on the table. 300 pounds in gold and 700 in paper money, he said. Holmes wrote a receipt and gave it to him. And the lady's address? He asked. Bryony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood. Holmes wrote it down. One more question, he said. Was the photograph a small one? It was. Then good night, Your Majesty. I hope to have good news for you soon. And good night, Watson, he added as the carriage left. If you can come tomorrow afternoon at 3, I want to talk about this with you. I went to Baker Street at 3 o'clock, but Holmes was not there. His landlady said he left at 8 in the morning. I sat by the fire to wait for him. I was very interested in the case. It was not like his other cases, but the case was important because of the person involved. I liked to watch Holmes work. He was very good at solving problems. He always found answers. I never thought he would fail. It was almost 4 when the door opened. A man walked in. He looked drunk. His clothes were messy. He had sideburns and a red face. I knew Holmes used disguises, so I looked closely. I saw it was Holmes. He nodded and went into the bedroom. In 5 minutes he came out. He wore a nice tweed suit. He looked normal again. He put his hands in his pockets. He put his legs out to the fire. Then he laughed a lot. Oh, it's so funny, he said. He laughed until he could not move. What is it? I asked. It's too funny. You will never guess what I did this morning. I don't know. Did you watch Miss Irene Adler? Yes, but something strange happened. I left home after 8. I dressed as a groom who had no job. Horsemen help each other. If you are one of them, you learn everything. I found Bryony Lodge. It is a small house with a garden. It has 2 floors. The door has a strong lock. On the right, there is a large room. It has long windows that go almost to the floor. The window locks are easy to open. There was nothing special at the back of the house, but you could reach the passage window from the coach house roof. I walked around the house. I looked at everything, but I did not find anything else interesting. Then I walked down the street. There was a mews near the garden wall. I helped the men there with their horses. They gave me money and beer. They also gave me tobacco. And they told me everything about Miss Adler. They also told me about other people. I did not care about those people, but I had to listen to their stories. What about Irene Adler? I asked. Oh, she is wonderful. All the men there like her. She is the prettiest woman. Everyone at the Serpentine Mews says so. She lives quietly. She sings at concerts. She drives out at 5 every day. She comes back at 7 for dinner. She usually stays home, unless she sings. She has only one male visitor. He visits her a lot. He is dark and handsome. He visits at least once a day, sometimes twice. He is Mr. Godfrey Norton, a lawyer. Cab drivers know a lot. They have driven him home many times, so they know all about him. After I listened, I walked near Bryony Lodge again. I thought about my plan. This Godfrey Norton was important. He was a lawyer. This worried me. What was their relationship? Why did he visit her often? Was she his client, his friend, or his lover? If she was his client, she might have given him the photo. If she was his lover, it was not likely. My next step depended on this. Should I keep working at Bryony Lodge, or should I go to his office? It was a hard choice. It made my work bigger. I hope I am not boring you with these details, but you need to know them to understand the situation. I am listening closely, I said. I was still thinking when a taxi came to Bryony Lodge. A man got out. He was handsome, dark, with a mustache. It was the man I heard about. He was in a hurry. He told the driver to wait. He walked past the maid who opened the door. He looked like he lived there. He was inside for about 30 minutes. I saw him through the sitting room windows. He walked around and talked loudly. He moved his arms a lot. I could not see her. Soon, he came out. He looked even more worried. He took a gold watch from his pocket. He looked at it. "Drive very fast," he shouted. "First to Gross and Hankey's on Regent Street, then to St. Monica's Church on Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes. They left. I thought about following them. Then a small carriage came down the lane. The driver's coat was half unbuttoned. His tie was under his ear. His harness was messy. Before it stopped, she ran out of the house and got in. I only saw her for a moment. But she was a beautiful woman. A man would die for her face. "St. Monica's Church, John," she cried. "And half a sovereign if you get there in 20 minutes. This was too good to miss, Watson. I thought about running. Or maybe I could hide behind her carriage. Then a taxi came. The driver looked at my messy clothes twice, but I got in before he could say no. "St. Monica's Church," I said, "and half a sovereign if you get there in 20 minutes. It was 25 minutes to 12. I knew what was happening. My driver drove fast. I don't think I ever drove faster. But the others were there first. Their taxi and carriage were at the church door when I arrived. Their horses were breathing hard. I paid the driver. I hurried into the church. Only the 2 people I followed and a priest were there. The priest seemed to be talking to them. They all stood near the altar. I walked quietly along the side aisle. I looked like someone just visiting. Suddenly, they all turned to me. Godfrey Norton ran to me. "Thank God," he cried. "You will do. Come, come." "What's happening?" I asked. "Come, man, come. Only 3 minutes, or it won't be legal." They pulled me to the altar. Before I knew it, I was saying words. Someone whispered them in my ear. I promised things I did not know. I helped Irene Adler, who was not married, marry Godfrey Norton, who was not married. It happened very fast. The man thanked me. The lady thanked me. The priest smiled at me. It was the strangest thing that ever happened to me. Thinking about it made me laugh just now. It seems their marriage license was not quite right. The priest would not marry them without a witness. My coming saved the groom. He did not have to find a best man in the street. The bride gave me a sovereign. I will wear it on my watch chain. It will remind me of that day. This is very unexpected, I said. What happened next? Well, my plans changed. It looked like they might leave quickly, so I needed to act fast. But at the church door, they separated. He went back to his office. She went to her house. I will drive in the park at 5 as usual, she said when she left him. I heard nothing else. They went in different ways. I went to make my own plans. What are your plans? Some cold beef and a glass of beer, he said. He rang the bell. I was too busy to eat. I will be even busier tonight. By the way, doctor, I need your help. I will be happy to help. Do you mind breaking the law? Not at all. Do you mind being arrested? Not for a good reason. Oh, the reason is excellent. Then I am with you. I knew I could trust you. But what do you want me to do? When Mrs. Turner brings the food, I will tell you. Now, he said. He started to eat the simple food the landlady brought. I must talk while I eat. I don't have much time. It is almost 5. In 2 hours, we must be there. Miss Irene, or rather Madame, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Bryony Lodge to meet her. And then? Leave that to me. I have planned everything. There is only one thing I must tell you. Do not get in the way, no matter what happens. Do you understand? I should do nothing? Do absolutely nothing. There will be some small trouble. Do not join it. I will get into the house. 4 or 5 minutes later, the sitting room window will open. You must stand near that open window. Yes. You must watch me. You will see me. Yes. And when I raise my hand, like this, you will throw what I give you into the room. At the same time, you will shout, "Fire!" Do you understand me? Completely. It is not dangerous, he said. He took a long, cigar-shaped object from his pocket. It is a smoke rocket that plumbers use. It lights itself. That is all you need to do. When you shout, "Fire!" many people will also shout. Then you can walk to the end of the street. I will meet you in 10 minutes. Is that clear? I should do nothing else. I should go near the window. I should watch you. When you signal, I should throw this in. Then I should shout, "Fire!" and I should wait for you at the corner. Exactly. Then you can trust me completely. That is good. I think it is almost time for me to get ready for my new role. He went into his bedroom. In a few minutes, he came back. He looked like a kind, simple priest. He had a big black hat. His trousers were baggy. He had a white tie. He smiled kindly. He looked curious. Only Mr. John Hare could have looked so much like him. Holmes did not just change his clothes. His face, his actions, his whole self changed with each role. The theater lost a great actor, and science lost a clever thinker when he became a detective. We left Baker Street at 6:15. It was 10 minutes to 7 when we got to Serpentine Avenue. It was getting dark. The lamps were just being lit. We walked in front of Bryony Lodge. We waited for the person who lived there. The house looked like Holmes described it. But the area was not as quiet as I thought. For a small street in a quiet place, it was very busy. There were some poorly dressed men smoking and laughing. There was a man sharpening scissors. 2 soldiers were talking to a nurse. Several well-dressed young men walked around with cigars. "You see," Holmes said as we walked back and forth, "this marriage makes things simpler. The photograph is now dangerous for both sides. She will not want Mr. Godfrey Norton to see it, just as our client does not want his princess to see it. Now, where do we find the photograph?" "Where indeed?" "She is not likely to carry it with her. It is a large photo, too big to hide easily in a woman's dress. She knows the king might try to stop her and search her. He has tried twice already, so she does not carry it." "Where then? Her banker or her lawyer?" "Those are 2 places. But I think it's neither. Women like to keep secrets themselves. Why would she give it to someone else? She can trust herself, but she cannot know what might happen if a businessman had it. Also, she plans to use it soon. It must be where she can get it easily. It must be in her own house. But her house has been broken into twice. Bah! They did not know how to look. But how will you look? I will not look. What then? I will make her show me. But she will say no. She will not be able to. But I hear wheels. It is her carriage. Now, do exactly as I say. As he spoke, the lights of a carriage came around the street corner. It was a nice, small carriage. It stopped at the door of Bryony Lodge. As it stopped, one of the men standing around ran to open the door. He wanted to earn some money, but another man pushed him away. That man also wanted to open the door. A big fight started. The two soldiers joined in. They took sides with one of the men. The scissors grinder also joined the other side. Someone hit someone else. In a moment, the lady got out of her carriage. She was in the middle of a group of red-faced men fighting. They hit each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes ran into the crowd to help the lady. But just as he reached her, he cried out. He fell to the ground. Blood ran down his face. When he fell, the soldiers ran away in one direction. The other men ran the other way. Some well-dressed people watched the fight. They did not join. Now they came to help the lady and the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, went up the steps. But she stood at the top. Her figure was clear against the lights from the house. She looked back at the street. "Is the poor gentleman badly hurt?" she asked. "He is dead," several people cried. "No, no, he is alive," shouted another. "But he will die before you get him to a hospital." "He is brave," a woman said. They would have taken the lady's purse and watch if not for him. They were a bad group. "Oh, he is breathing now." "He cannot lie in the street. May we bring him inside, madam?" "Yes, of course. Bring him into the sitting room. There is a comfortable sofa. This way, please." Slowly, they carried him into Bryony Lodge. They laid him in the main room. I still watched from my place by the window. The lamps were on, but the blinds were not closed, so I could see Holmes on the sofa. I do not know if he felt bad about what he was doing, but I felt very ashamed. I saw the beautiful woman. I was helping to trick her. She was so kind to the injured man. But I had to help Holmes. It would be wrong to stop now. He trusted me. I made myself strong. I took the smoke rocket from my coat. I thought, we are not hurting her. We are only stopping her from hurting someone else. Holmes sat up on the sofa. I saw him move like he needed air. A maid ran and opened the window. At the same moment, I saw him raise his hand. That was the signal. I threw my rocket into the room. I shouted, "Fire!" As soon as I said the word, everyone outside screamed, "Fire!" Rich people, poor people, grooms, maids, everyone. Thick smoke filled the room. It went out the open window. I saw people running. A moment later, Holmes's voice came from inside. He said it was a false alarm. I walked through the noisy crowd. I went to the corner of the street. In 10 minutes, Holmes met me. He put his arm in mine. We left the noisy place. He walked fast and quietly for a few minutes. We turned down a quiet street. It led to Edgware Road. "You did very well, doctor," he said. "It was perfect. Everything is fine. Do you have the photograph?" "I know where it is." "How did you find out?" "She showed me, just as I said she would." "I don't understand." "I don't want to make it a mystery," he said, laughing. "It was very simple. You saw that everyone in the street was helping us. They were all hired for the evening." "I thought so." Then, when the fight started, I had some wet red paint in my hand. I ran forward. I fell down. I put my hand to my face. I looked very sad. It is an old trick. I guessed that too. Then they carried me in. She had to take me in. What else could she do? And into her sitting room. That was the room I thought it would be. It was either that room or her bedroom. I wanted to know which. They put me on a sofa. I asked for air. They had to open the window, and you had your chance. How did that help you? It was very important. When a woman thinks her house is on fire, she runs to the thing she cares about most. It is a very strong feeling. I have used this trick many times. It helped me with the Darlington substitution scandal, and also with the Arnsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs her baby. An unmarried woman grabs her jewelry box. Now, I knew Our Lady today had nothing more important than what we wanted. She would run to get it. The fire alarm worked very well. The smoke and shouting would scare anyone. She reacted perfectly. The photograph is in a hidden spot. It is behind a sliding panel above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant. I saw it when she pulled it out a little. When I said it was a false alarm, she put it back. She looked at the rocket. She ran from the room. I have not seen her since. I got up. I made my excuses. I left the house. I thought about taking the photograph right away. But the coachman came in. He was watching me closely, so it seemed safer to wait. Being too fast can ruin everything. And now? I asked. Our work is almost done. I will go with the king tomorrow. You can come too if you want. We will wait for the lady in the sitting room. But she probably will not be there, and neither will the photograph. It might make the king happy to get it himself. When will you go? At 8 in the morning. She will not be awake, so we will have no problems. Also, we must be fast. This marriage might change her life. I must send a message to the king right away. We reached Baker Street. We stopped at the door. He was looking for his key. Someone walking by said, "Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." There were several people on the street, but the voice came from a thin young man in a coat. He walked by quickly. "I have heard that voice before," Holmes said. He looked down the dark street. "I wonder who that was." I stayed at Baker Street that night. In the morning, we were eating when the King of Bohemia came quickly into the room. "You have it," he said, holding Sherlock Holmes's shoulders and looking at his face. "Not yet." "But you think you will get it?" "I think so." "Then let's go. I want to leave now." "We need a taxi." "No, my car is waiting." "Good, that makes it easier." We went down and drove again to Bryony Lodge. "Irene Adler is married," Holmes said. "Married? When?" "Yesterday." "To whom?" "To an English lawyer named Norton." "But she cannot love him." "I hope she does." "Why do you hope that?" "Because then your Majesty will not worry in the future. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your Majesty. If she does not love your Majesty, she will not stop your Majesty's plan." "That is true. But I wish she was from my country. She would have been a great queen." He became quiet and thoughtful. He did not speak until we arrived at Serpentine Avenue. The door of Bryony Lodge was open. An old woman stood on the steps. She watched us strangely as we got out of the car. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I think?" she asked. "I am Mr. Holmes," my friend answered, looking at her with a surprised question. "Yes, my mistress told me you might come. She left this morning with her husband on the 5:15 train from Charing Cross for Europe." "What?" Sherlock Holmes stepped back, surprised and upset. "Do you mean she left England?" "She will never return." "And the papers?" the king asked in a rough voice. "All is lost." "We will see." Holmes pushed past the woman and ran into the living room. The king and I followed him. The furniture was all around the room. Shelves were empty and drawers were open. It looked like the lady had searched them quickly before she left. Holmes went to the bell pull. He pulled back a small cover and put his hand in. He pulled out a photo and a letter. The photo was of Irene Adler in an evening dress. The letter was for Sherlock Holmes, Esq, to be left till called for. My friend opened it, and we all read it. It was dated midnight the night before and said, "My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you did very well. You completely tricked me. I did not suspect anything until after the fire alarm. But then, when I saw how I had shown myself, I started to think. I was warned about you months ago. I was told that if the king used someone, it would be you, and your address was given to me. Still, you made me show what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, it was hard to think badly of such a kind old churchman. But I was an actress. Men's clothes are not new to me. I often use the freedom they give. I sent John, the driver, to watch you. I ran upstairs, put on my walking clothes, and came down just as you left. I followed you to your door. I made sure I was important to the famous Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then, without thinking, I wished you good night and went to the temple to see my husband. We both thought it was best to run away when a strong enemy chased us. So you will find the house empty when you come tomorrow. About the photo, your client can relax. I love and am loved by a better man than he. The king can do what he wants. I will not stop him. He hurt me badly. I keep the photo only to protect myself and to have something to stop him from doing anything in the future. I leave a photo that he might want. And I am, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, yours truly, Irene Norton, formerly Adler. What a woman! Oh, what a woman! The King of Bohemia cried when we had all read the letter. Did I not tell you how quick and strong she was? Would she not have been a wonderful queen? Is it not sad that she was not at my level? From what I have seen of the lady, she seems to be on a very different level to your Majesty, Holmes said coldly. I am sorry that I could not finish your Majesty's business more successfully. No, my dear sir, the king cried. Nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is true. The photo is now as safe as if it were in a fire. I am happy to hear your Majesty say so. I owe you very much. Please tell me how I can thank you. This ring. He took an emerald snake ring from his finger and held it out. Your Majesty has something I would like even more, Holmes said. Just say what it is. This photo. The king looked at him with surprise. Irene's photo, he cried. Of course, if you want it. Thank you, your Majesty. Then there is nothing more to do. I wish you a very good morning. He bowed. He did not see the king's hand that was held out to him. He left with me for his rooms. And that is how a big problem almost hurt the country of Bohemia. And that is how Sherlock Holmes's best plans were beaten by a woman's smartness. He used to laugh about how clever women were, but I have not heard him do it lately. And when he talks about Irene Adler or her photo, he always calls her the woman with respect. Put on your hat and come with me. We will go through the city first. We can eat lunch on the way. The music today is German, which I like more than Italian or French music. I want to think deeply. Let's go. We went by the underground train to Aldersgate. After a short walk, we came to Saxe-Coburg Square. This is where the strange story we heard this morning happened. It was a small, poor-looking place. There were 4 lines of old, 2-story brick houses. They faced a small fenced area. In the area, there was some grass with weeds and a few old, dry laurel bushes. They tried hard to grow in the dirty, bad air. On a corner house, there were 3 gold balls and a brown sign. It said, Jabez Wilson, in white letters. This was where our client with red hair had his shop. Sherlock Holmes stopped in front of it. He tilted his head and looked at everything. His eyes were bright, and his eyelids were a little closed. Then he walked slowly up the street and then back down to the corner. He was still looking closely at the houses. Finally, he went back to the pawnbroker's shop. He hit the ground with his stick 2 or 3 times. Then he went to the door and knocked. A young man opened it right away. He looked bright and had no beard. He asked Holmes to come in. Thank you, Holmes said. I only wanted to ask you how to get from here to the Strand. 3rd right, 4th left, the helper answered quickly. He closed the door. That's a smart man, Holmes said as we walked away. I think he is the 4th smartest man in London. And for being brave, I think he might even be the 3rd. I knew something about him before. Clearly, I said, Mr. Wilson's helper is important to this red-headed league mystery. I am sure you only asked for directions to see him. Not him. What then? The knees of his pants. And what did you see? What I expected to see. Why did you hit the ground? My dear doctor, this is a time to watch, not to talk. We are like spies in an enemy's land. We know something about Saxe-Coburg Square. Now let us look at the areas behind it. We turned the corner from Saxe-Coburg Square. The road we found ourselves on was very different. It was like the front of a picture is different from the back. This road was one of the main roads that carried traffic from the city to the north and west. The road was full of many cars and wagons going in and out. The paths for walking were black with many people walking fast. It was hard to believe that the nice shops and big business buildings we saw were right next to the old, quiet square we had just left. Let me see, Holmes said. He stood at the corner and looked at the line of buildings. I want to remember the order of the houses here. I like to know London very well. There is Mortimer's, the tobacco shop, the small newspaper shop, the Coburg part of the city and suburban bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarland's carriage-making place. That takes us to the next block. And now, Doctor, we have finished our work. So it is time for some fun. A sandwich and a cup of coffee, and then we will go to Violin Land. There, everything is sweet and delicate and in harmony. There are no red-headed clients to bother us with their hard questions. My friend was a very good musician. He could play well and write music that was very good. All afternoon, he sat in his seat and was very happy. He gently moved his long, thin fingers to the music. His gently smiling face and tired, dreaming eyes were very different from Holmes the detective. Holmes the strong, smart, ready criminal catcher. In his unique character, his two sides showed alternately. His great exactness and smartness were, I often thought, a change from his poetic and thoughtful mood that sometimes took over. His nature changed from being very slow to having great energy. And, as I knew well, he was never more dangerous than when he had been sitting in his chair for days, playing music and reading old books. Then, he would suddenly want to chase a mystery. His great thinking power would become like a strong feeling. People who did not know how he worked would look at him strangely, as if his knowledge was not like other people's. When I saw him that afternoon, so lost in the music at St. James's Hall, I felt that a bad time might be coming for those he wanted to catch. "You want to go home, I am sure, Doctor," he said as we walked out. "Yes, that would be good. And I have some work to do that will take a few hours. This business at Coburg Square is serious." "Why serious?" "A big crime is planned. I believe we will be able to stop it in time. But today is Saturday, which makes things a little harder. I will need your help tonight." "At what time?" 10 o'clock will be early enough. I will be at Baker Street at 10. "Very good. And, I say, Doctor, there might be some danger. So please put your army gun in your pocket." He waved his hand, turned, and disappeared quickly into the crowd. I hope I am not more stupid than other people, but I always felt foolish when I was with Sherlock Holmes. I had heard what he heard. I had seen what he saw. But from his words, it was clear that he understood not only what had happened, but also what was going to happen. For me, the whole thing was still confusing and strange. As I drove home to my house in Kensington, I thought about everything. From the amazing story of the red-headed man copying the book to the visit to Saxe-Coburg Square and the scary words he said when he left me. What was this trip at night? Why should I take my gun? Where were we going? What were we going to do? Holmes hinted that this smooth-faced pawnbroker's helper was a dangerous man, a man who might be playing a clever game. I tried to figure it out, but I gave up and decided to wait until night for an explanation. It was 9:15 when I left home. I walked across the park and through Oxford Street to Baker Street. 2 horse-drawn cabs were waiting at the door. As I went inside, I heard voices from upstairs. When I went into his room, I saw Holmes talking loudly with 2 men. I knew one of them as Peter Jones, the police officer. The other man was tall, thin, and had a sad face. He had a very shiny hat and a very proper long coat. "Ha, our group is complete," Holmes said. He buttoned his short coat and took his heavy whip from the hook. "Watson, I think you know Mr. Jones from Scotland Yard. Let me introduce you to Mr. Merriweather. He will be with us on our adventure tonight." "We are hunting together again, Doctor, you see," Jones said in his important way. "Our friend here is wonderful at starting a chase. All he needs is an old dog to help him catch the criminal." "I hope we are not chasing nothing," Mr. Merriweather said sadly. "You can trust Mr. Holmes very much, sir," the police officer said proudly. "He has his own small ways. They are, if he does not mind me saying, a little too much about ideas and not real. But he has what it takes to be a detective. It is true to say that once or twice, like with the Sholto murder and the Agra treasure, he was more right than the official police." "Oh, if you say so, Mr. Jones, that is fine," the stranger said politely. "Still, I must say I miss my card game. This is the first Saturday night in 27 years that I have not played cards." "I think you will find," Sherlock Holmes said, "that you will play for more tonight than you ever have before, and the game will be more exciting. For you, Mr. Merriweather, the money will be about $30,000, and for you, Jones, it will be the man you want to catch. John Clay, the killer, thief, destroyer, and faker. He is a young man, Mr. Merriweather. But he is the best at what he does. I would rather catch him than any other criminal in London. He is a special man, young John Clay. His grandfather was a royal duke. He himself went to Eton and Oxford. His mind is as clever as his hands. And even though we see signs of him everywhere, we never know where to find him. He will break into a house in Scotland one week, and then raise money to build a place for children without parents in Cornwall the next. I have been looking for him for years, and have never seen him yet. I hope I can introduce you tonight. I have had 1 or 2 small problems with Mr. John Clay also. I agree with you that he is the best at what he does. It is past 10, though, and quite time that we started. If you 2 will take the first cab, Watson and I will follow in the second." Sherlock Holmes did not talk much during the long ride. He leaned back in the cab and hummed the songs he had heard in the afternoon. We drove through many streets with gaslights until we came to Farrington Street. "We are close now," my friend said. "This man Merriweather is a bank director. He is personally interested in this matter. I thought it was good to have Jones with us too. He is not a bad person, though he is very foolish in his job. He has one good quality. He is as brave as a strong dog and as strong as a crab if he catches someone. Here we are, and they are waiting for us." We had reached the same busy street where we had been in the morning. Our cabs left. Following Mr. Merriweather, we went down a narrow path and through a side door. He opened it for us. Inside, there was a small hallway. It ended at a very big iron gate. This also opened. It led down some winding stone steps. These steps ended at another strong gate. Mr. Merriweather stopped to light a lamp. Then he led us down a dark passage that smelled of earth. After opening a third door, we entered a huge vault or basement. It was filled all around with boxes and very large crates. "You are not easy to attack from above," Holmes said. He held up the lamp and looked around. "Nor from below," Mr. Merriweather said. He hit his stick on the stone floor. "Oh dear, it sounds quite empty," he said, looking up in surprise. "I must ask you to be a little more quiet," Holmes said strongly. "You have already put the success of our plan in danger. May I ask you to please sit down on one of those boxes and not to cause problems?" The serious Mr. Merriweather sat on a crate. He had a very hurt look on his face. Holmes knelt on the floor. With the lamp and a magnifying glass, he began to look very closely at the cracks between the stones. A few seconds were enough for him. He stood up again and put his glass in his pocket. "We have at least an hour before us," he said. "They can hardly do anything until the good pawnbroker is safely in bed. Then they will not waste a minute. The sooner they do their work, the more time they will have to escape. We are now, Doctor, as you have probably guessed, in the basement of the city branch of one of the main London banks. Mr. Merriweather is the head of the directors. He will explain to you that there are reasons why the most daring criminals of London should be very interested in this basement right now." "It is our French gold," the director whispered. "We have had several warnings that someone might try to steal it." "Your French gold?" "Yes. A few months ago, we needed more money. So we borrowed 30,000 Napoleons from the Bank of France for that reason. It has become known that we have never opened the money boxes, and that it is still in our basement. The box I am sitting on has 2,000 Napoleons packed between layers of lead foil. Our amount of gold is much larger now than is usually kept in one branch office, and the directors have worried about it." "Which was very reasonable," Holmes said. "And now it is time that we made our small plans. I expect that in an hour things will become urgent. In the meantime, Mr. Merriweather, we must put the cover over that dark lamp." "And sit in the dark?" "I am afraid so. I had brought a pack of cards in my pocket. I thought that, as there were 4 of us, you might play cards after all. But I see that the enemy's preparations have gone so far that we cannot risk having a light. And first of all, we must choose our places. These are daring men, and even though we will catch them by surprise, they might hurt us if we are not careful. I will stand behind this crate, and you hide yourselves behind those. Then, when I shine a light on them, move in quickly. If they shoot, Watson, do not hesitate to shoot them down." I put my gun, ready to fire, on top of the wooden box behind which I hid. Holmes slid the cover across the front of his lamp. This left us in complete darkness, a darkness I have never felt before. The smell of hot metal stayed. It told us that the light was still there, ready to shine out at any moment. For me, with my nerves very excited, there was something sad and heavy in the sudden darkness and in the cold, wet air of the vault. "They have only one way out," Holmes whispered. "That is back through the house into Saxe-Coburg Square. I hope you have done what I asked you, Jones? I have a police inspector and 2 officers waiting at the front door. Then we have closed all the ways out, and now we must be quiet and wait." How long it seemed. From comparing notes later, it was only an hour and 15 minutes, but it felt to me like the night must have almost ended, and the sun was about to rise above us. My legs were tired and stiff because I was afraid to move. Yet my nerves were very tense. My hearing was so good that I could not only hear my friends breathing softly, but I could tell the deeper, heavier breath of the big Jones from the thin, sighing sound of the bank director. From where I was, I could look over the box towards the floor. Suddenly, my eyes caught the shine of a light. At first, it was only a bright spark on the stone floor. Then it got longer until it became a yellow line. And then, without any warning or sound, a cut seemed to open. A hand appeared. It was a white, almost womanly hand. It moved around in the center of the small area of light. For a minute or more, the hand, with its moving fingers, stuck out of the floor. Then it was pulled back as quickly as it appeared, and all was dark again, except for the single bright spark that marked a small opening between the stones. Its disappearance, however, was only for a moment. With a tearing sound, one of the wide white stones turned over on its side. It left a square, open hole. Through this hole, the light of a lamp shone. Over the edge, a clean-cut young face appeared. It looked keenly around. Then, with a hand on each side of the opening, it pulled itself up to its shoulders and then to its waist. One knee then rested on the edge. In another moment, he stood at the side of the hole. He was pulling a friend after him. The friend was thin and small like him. He had a pale face and a lot of very red hair. "It's all clear," he whispered. "Do you have the tool and the bags? Goodness! Jump, Archie, jump, and I'll take the blame." Sherlock Holmes jumped out and grabbed the person who came in by the collar. The other man went down the hole. I heard the sound of tearing cloth as Jones grabbed his coat. The light shone on the end of a gun, but Holmes's whip hit the man's wrist, and the gun made a clinking sound on the stone floor. "It's no use, John Clay," Holmes said calmly. "You have no chance at all." "So I see," the other man answered very calmly. "I think my friend is okay, though I see you have his coattails." "There are 3 men waiting for him at the door," Holmes said. "Oh, really? You seem to have done things very completely. I must tell you that you did well." "And I you," Holmes answered. "Your red-headed idea was very new and good." "You'll see your friend again soon," Jones said. "He's quicker at climbing down holes than I am. Just wait while I put on the handcuffs." "Please do not touch me with your dirty hands," our prisoner said, as the handcuffs made a noise on his wrists. "You may not know that I have royal blood. Also, when you speak to me, please always say, 'Sir,' and 'please.'" "All right," Jones said with a stare and a quiet laugh. "Well, would you please, sir, march upstairs, where we can get a cab to take your highness to the police station?" "That is better," John Clay said calmly. He bowed to the 3 of us and walked quietly away with the detective. "Really, Mr. Holmes," Mr. Merriweather said as we followed them from the basement, "I do not know how the bank can thank you or pay you back. There is no doubt that you have found and stopped very completely one of the most serious attempts at bank robbery I have ever known." "I had 1 or 2 small things to deal with, Mr. John Clay," Holmes said. "I spent some money on this matter, which I will expect the bank to pay back. But other than that, I am fully paid back by having an experience that is unique in many ways, and by hearing the very remarkable story of the Red-Headed League. You see, Watson," he explained in the early morning hours as we sat with a glass of whiskey and soda in Baker Street, "it was very clear from the beginning that the only possible reason for this rather strange business of the League's advertisement and copying the book must be to get this not-so-smart pawnbroker out of the way for several hours every day. It was a strange way to do it, but truly, it would be hard to suggest a better way. The method was probably thought of by Clay's clever mind because of his helper's hair color. The 4 a week was something to make him want to do it. And what was that money to them, who were trying to get thousands? They put in the advertisement, "One bad man has the temporary office. The other bad man tells the first man to apply for it, and together they make sure he is gone every morning of the week. From the time I heard that the helper came for half wages, it was clear to me that he had a strong reason for getting the job." "But how could you guess what the reason was?" "If there had been women in the house, I would have thought it was a simple bad plan. But that was not possible. The man's business was small, and there was nothing in his house that could explain such big plans and such a large cost as they had. So it must be something outside the house. What could it be? I thought of the helper's love for taking pictures and his habit of going into the basement. The basement. That was the end of this confusing clue. Then I asked about this mysterious helper and found that I was dealing with one of the calmest and bravest criminals in London. He was doing something in the basement, something that took many hours a day for months. What could it be again? I could only think that he was digging a tunnel to another building. I had figured this out when we went to see the place where it happened. I surprised you by hitting the ground with my stick. I was checking if the basement went out in front or behind. It was not in front. Then I rang the bell, and, as I hoped, the helper answered it. We have had some small fights before, but we had never seen each other. I hardly looked at his face. His knees were what I wanted to see. You must have seen how worn, wrinkled, and dirty they were. They showed those hours of digging. The only thing left was what they were digging for. I walked around the corner. I saw that the City and Suburban Bank was next to our friend's building, and I felt that I had solved my problem. When you drove home after the concert, I called Scotland Yard and the head of the bank directors, and you have seen the result. And how could you tell that they would try it tonight? I asked. Well, when they closed their league offices, that was a sign that they no longer cared about Mr. Jabez Wilson being there. In other words, they had finished their tunnel. But it was important that they use it soon. Someone might find it, or the gold might be moved. Saturday would be better for them than any other day. It would give them 2 days to escape. For all these reasons, I expected them to come tonight. You figured it out beautifully, I said with true admiration. It is such a long plan, and every part is correct. It saved me from being bored, he answered, yawning. Oh no, I already feel boredom coming over me. My life is spent in one long effort to escape from the usual things in life. These small problems help me to do that. And you help all people, I said. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, perhaps after all, it is a little useful, he said. Man is nothing, the work is everything, as Gustave Flaubert wrote to George Sand. Chapter 2. The Red-Headed League. One day last autumn, I went to see my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He was talking to a fat, red-faced old man with bright red hair. I was going to leave, but Holmes pulled me into the room and closed the door. You came at the best time, Watson, he said. I thought you were busy. I am very busy. Then I can wait in the next room. No. This man, Mr. Wilson, has helped me in many cases. He will help me with your case, too. The fat man stood up a little and nodded hello. He looked at me with his small eyes. Sit on the sofa, Holmes said. He sat back in his chair and put his fingers together, as he always did when he was thinking. Watson, you like strange things, things that are not normal. You like my stories and write them. You even make them a little more interesting. Your cases are very interesting to me, I said. I told you before, when we talked about Miss Mary Sutherland's simple problem, that strange things happen in real life. Life is always more surprising than anything we can imagine. I did not believe that, I said. You did, Doctor, but you will agree with me. If not, I will tell you more and more facts until you agree. Mr. Jabez Wilson came to me this morning. He has a very strange story. I have told you that the strangest things often come from small crimes, or even when we are not sure if there is a crime. I don't know if this is a crime or not, but it is one of the strangest stories I have heard. Mr. Wilson, please tell your story again. I ask this because my friend Dr. Watson has not heard it, and because I want every small detail from you. Usually, when I hear a little about a case, I can think of many like it. But this case is unique. The fat man puffed out his chest. He took out a dirty, wrinkled newspaper from his coat. He looked at the advertisements. I looked at him to try and learn about him, like Holmes does. I did not learn much. He looked like a normal, fat, slow British shopkeeper. He wore baggy gray trousers, a dirty black coat, and a dull vest with a heavy gold chain. He had a worn hat and a faded brown coat on a chair next to him. Nothing about him was special, except his bright red hair and his sad, unhappy face. Sherlock Holmes saw me looking. He smiled and shook his head. He has worked with his hands, he uses snuff, he is a Freemason, he has been to China, and he has written a lot lately. I cannot guess anything else. Mr. Jabez Wilson sat up in his chair. His finger was on the paper, but his eyes were on Holmes. How did you know all that, Mr. Holmes? He asked. How did you know I did manual labor? It's true, I was a ship's carpenter. Your hand, sir. Your right hand is bigger than your left. You have worked with it, so the muscles are bigger. And the snuff and the Freemasonry? I will not tell you how I know that. It would be rude. But you wear a pin that shows you are a Freemason, even though it is against their rules. Ah, yes, I forgot. But the writing? Your right cuff is shiny for 5 inches. Your left cuff has a smooth spot near the elbow where you rest it on a desk when you write. But China? The fish tattoo on your right wrist could only be from China. I have studied tattoos. The way they make the fish scales pink is only done in China. Also, you have a Chinese coin on your watch chain. It is very simple. Mr. Jabez Wilson laughed loudly. Well, I never, he said. I thought you were very clever, but it was nothing special after all. I think, Watson, Holmes said, that I make a mistake by explaining. People think unknown things are wonderful. My small reputation will be hurt if I am so open. Can you find the advertisement, Mr. Wilson? Yes, I have it now, he said. He put his thick red finger halfway down the column. Here it is. This is where it all started. You read it, sir. I took the paper and read. To the Red-Headed League. There is a new job open because Ezekiah Hopkins, from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, died. A member of the league gets $4 a week for easy work. All red-headed men who are healthy and over 21 years old can apply. Come in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the league, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. What does this mean? I asked after reading it twice. Holmes laughed and moved in his chair, as he did when he was happy. It is a bit strange, isn't it? He said. Now, Mr. Wilson, please tell us about yourself, your home, and how this advertisement changed your life. First, Doctor, write down the paper and the date. It is the Morning Chronicle, April 27th, 1890, just 2 months ago. Very good. Now, Mr. Wilson? Well, as I told you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Jabez Wilson said, wiping his forehead, I have a small pawn shop in Coburg Square, near the city. It is not very big, and it has only just given me enough money to live on for the last few years. I used to have 2 helpers, but now I only have 1. It is hard to pay him, but he works for half wages to learn the business. What is this helpful young man's name? Sherlock Holmes asked. His name is Vincent Spaulding. He is not that young. It is hard to say his age. I would not want a smarter helper, Mr. Holmes. I know he could find a better job and earn twice what I can give him. But if he is happy, why should I tell him otherwise? Indeed, you are lucky to have a helper who works for less than he should. This is not common for bosses these days. Your helper may be as special as your advertisement. Oh, he has problems too, Mr. Wilson said. He loves photography too much. He takes pictures with his camera when he should be working. Then he goes into the cellar like a rabbit to develop his pictures. That is his main fault, but he is a good worker. He has no bad habits. He is still with you, I guess? Yes, sir. He and a 14-year-old girl who cooks a little and cleans the house. That is all I have at home, because I am a widower and never had a family. We live very quietly, sir, the 3 of us. We have a home and we pay our debts, if we do nothing else. The first thing that changed our lives was that advertisement. Spaulding came into the office 8 weeks ago today with this same paper in his hand. He said, I wish to God, Mr. Wilson, that I had red hair. Why that? I asked. Why, he said, there is another job open in the League of the Red-Headed Men. It is worth a lot of money to anyone who gets it. I hear there are more jobs than men, so the people in charge do not know what to do with the money. If my hair would only change color, there is a nice, easy job ready for me. Why, what is it then? I asked. You see, Mr. Holmes, I am a very home-loving man. My work comes to me, so I often did not leave my house for weeks. So, I did not know much about what was happening outside, and I was always happy to hear some news. Have you never heard of the League of the Red-Headed Men? He asked with wide eyes. Never. Why, I am surprised, because you can get one of the jobs yourself. And how much are they worth? I asked. Oh, only a couple of hundred a year, but the work is easy, and it will not stop you from doing your other work very much. Well, you can imagine that made me listen closely, because my business had not been very good for some years, and an extra couple of hundred would have been very useful. Tell me all about it, I said. Well, he said, showing me the advertisement, you can see that the league has an opening, and there is the address where you should go for details. As far as I can tell, the league was started by a rich American, Ezekiah Hopkins, who was very strange. He had red hair himself, and he liked all red-headed men. So, when he died, he left his great fortune to be used to give easy jobs to men with red hair. From what I hear, it is great pay and very little work. But, I said, millions of red-headed men would apply. Not as many as you might think, he answered. It is only for men in London. This American started in London when he was young, and he wanted to do something good for the old city. Also, I have heard it is no use applying if your hair is light red, or dark red, or anything but truly bright, fiery red. Now, if you wanted to apply, Mr. Wilson, you would easily get in, but maybe it would not be worth your time to go out of your way for a few £100. Now, it is true, gentlemen, as you can see, that my hair is a very rich red. So it seemed to me that if there was any competition, I had as good a chance as anyone. Vincent Spaulding seemed to know so much about it that I thought he might be helpful. So I told him to close the shop for the day and come with me. He was happy to have a day off, so we closed the business and went to the address in the advertisement. I hope I never see such a sight again, Mr. Holmes. From every direction, every man with any red in his hair had come to the city to answer the advertisement. Fleet Street was full of red-headed people. Pope's Court looked like a fruit seller's cart. I would not have thought there were so many redheads in the whole country. They were every shade of red, light yellow, lemon, orange, brick, Irish setter, liver, clay. But, as Spaulding said, there were not many with the truly bright red color. When I saw how many people were waiting, I wanted to give up. But Spaulding would not let me. I don't know how he did it, but he pushed and pulled and moved until he got me through the crowd and up to the steps of the office. People were going up and down the stairs. Some were full of hope, and some were sad. But we pushed our way in and soon found ourselves in the office. Your experience has been very interesting, Holmes said as his client paused and took some snuff. Please continue your very interesting story. There was nothing in the office but 2 wooden chairs and a simple table. Behind the table sat a small man with hair even redder than mine. He spoke a few words to each person who came in. Then he always found something wrong with them, so they could not get the job. Getting a job did not seem so easy after all. But when it was our turn, the small man was much kinder to me than to the others. He closed the door when we entered so he could speak with us privately. This is Mr. Jabez Wilson, my helper said, and he wants to fill a job in the league. And he is perfect for it, the other man answered. He has everything needed. I cannot remember seeing anything so good. He stepped back, tilted his head, and stared at my hair until I felt shy. Then suddenly he moved forward, shook my hand, and told me he was happy for my success. It would be wrong to wait, he said, but I am sure you will excuse me for being careful. With that, he grabbed my hair with both hands and pulled until I yelled in pain. There is water in your eyes, he said as he let go of my hair. I see that all is well, but we must be careful, because we have been tricked twice by wigs and once by paint. I could tell you stories about shoe wax that would make you sick of people. He walked to the window and shouted that the job was taken. A sad sound came from below. The people left in different directions until only my red hair and the manager's red hair were left. My name, he said, is Mr. Duncan Ross. I am one of the people who gets money from our kind founder. "Are you married, Mr. Wilson? Do you have a family?" I said no. His face immediately looked sad. "Oh dear," he said seriously. "That is very serious. I am sorry to hear that. The money was for redheads to have children and to support them. It is very unlucky that you are a bachelor." My face became long at this, Mr. Holmes, for I thought I would not get the job after all. But after thinking for a few minutes, he said it would be fine. "For another person," he said, "that would be a big problem. But we must make an exception for a man with such hair as yours. When can you start your new work?" "Well, it is a little difficult because I have a business already," I said. "Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. Wilson," said Vincent Spaulding. "I can take care of that for you." "What would be the hours?" I asked. 10 to 2. "Now, a pawn shop mostly does business in the evening, Mr. Holmes, especially Thursday and Friday evenings, which are just before payday. So it would be very good for me to earn a little in the mornings. Also, I knew that my helper was a good man, and that he would take care of anything that happened." "That would suit me very well," I said. "And the pay?" "Is $4 a week." "And the work?" "Is purely nominal." "What do you mean by purely nominal?" "Well, you have to be in the office, or at least in the building the whole time. If you leave, you lose your job forever. The will is very clear about that. You do not follow the rules if you leave the office during that time." "It is only 4 hours a day, and I would not think of leaving," I said. "No excuse will work," said Mr. Duncan Ross. "Not sickness, not business, nothing else. You must stay there, or you lose your job." "And the work?" "Is to copy the Encyclopedia Britannica. The first book is in that cabinet. You must get your own ink, pens, and paper to stop ink from bleeding. But we give you this table and chair. Will you be ready tomorrow?" "Certainly," I answered. "Then, goodbye, Mr. Jabez Wilson, and let me tell you again how happy I am for you for getting this important job." He bowed me out of the room. I went home with my helper, not knowing what to say or do. I was so happy about my good luck. Well, I thought about it all day, and by evening I was sad again. I had convinced myself that it must be some big trick or lie, though I could not imagine why. It seemed impossible that anyone would make such a will, or that they would pay so much money for something so simple as copying the Encyclopedia Britannica. Vincent Spaulding tried to cheer me up, but by bedtime I had decided it was all a lie. But in the morning, I decided to check it out anyway. So I bought a small bottle of ink, a feather pen, and 7 sheets of paper, and I went to Pope's Court. Well, to my surprise and happiness, everything was fine. The table was ready for me, and Mr. Duncan Ross was there to make sure I started working. He told me to start with the letter A, and then he left. But he would come in from time to check on me. At 2 o'clock, he said good day, told me I had written a lot, and locked the office door after me. This went on day after day, Mr. Holmes. On Saturday, the manager came in and put down 4 gold coins for my week's work. It was the same next week, and the same the week after. Every morning I was there at 10, and every afternoon I left at 2. Slowly, Mr. Duncan Ross started coming in only once in the morning, and then, after some time, he did not come in at all. But of course, I never dared to leave the room for a second, because I was not sure when he might come, and the job was so good and fit me so well that I did not want to lose it. 8 weeks passed like this. I had written about abbots, archery, armor, architecture, and Attica. I hoped that with hard work I would soon get to the B's. It cost me some money for paper, and I had almost filled a shelf with my writing. And then suddenly, the whole thing ended. To an end? Yes, sir, and no later than this morning. I went to my work as usual at 10 o'clock, but the door was shut and locked. There was a small piece of cardboard nailed to the middle of the door. Here it is, and you can read it yourself. He held up a white piece of cardboard about the size of a notebook paper. It read, "The Red-Headed League is ended, October 9th, 1890. Sherlock Holmes and I looked at this short message and at the sad face behind it. Then the funny side of it made us both laugh very loudly. "I do not see anything funny," our client cried, his red head turning redder. "If you can do nothing but laugh at me, I can go somewhere else." "No, no," cried Holmes, pushing him back into his chair. "I would not miss your case for anything. It is very new and strange, but there is, if you will forgive me for saying so, something a little funny about it. What did you do when you found the card on the door?" "I was shocked, sir. I did not know what to do. Then I went to the other offices around, but none of them knew anything about it. Finally, I went to the landlord, who is an accountant living on the first floor. I asked him if he could tell me what happened to the Red-Headed League. He said he had never heard of such a group. Then I asked him who Mr. Duncan Ross was. He answered that the name was new to him." "Well," I said, "the gentleman at number 4. "What, the red-headed man?" "Yes." "Oh," he said, "his name was William Morris. He was a lawyer and was using my room for a short time until his new office was ready. He moved out yesterday." "Where could I find him?" "Oh, at his new offices. He did tell me the address. Yes, 17 King Edward Street, near St. Paul's." I left Mr. Holmes, but when I got to that address, it was a factory for fake kneecaps. No one there had ever heard of Mr. William Morris or Mr. Duncan Ross. "And what did you do then?" Holmes asked. "I went home to Saxe-Coburg Square, and I asked my helper for advice. But he could not help me at all. He could only say that if I waited, I would hear by mail. But that was not good enough, Mr. Holmes. I did not want to lose such a good job without trying, so, as I had heard that you were kind enough to help poor people who needed it, I came right to you." "And you did very wisely," Holmes said. "Your case is very special, and I will be happy to look into it. From what you have told me, I think that bigger problems may be connected to it than appear at first." "Big enough," said Mr. Jabez Wilson. "Why, I have lost $4 a week." "As for you personally," Holmes said, "I do not see that you have anything to complain about with this strange league. In fact, you are, as I understand, richer by about $30, not to mention all the small facts you have learned about everything under the letter A. You have lost nothing because of them." "No, sir. But I want to find out about them, and who they are, and why they played this trick, if it was a trick, on me. It was a very expensive joke for them, for it cost them 32ers. We will try to find out these things for you. First, 1 or 2 questions, Mr. Wilson. Your helper who first told you about the advertisement, how long had he been with you?" "About a month then." "How did he come?" "He answered an advertisement." "Was he the only one who applied?" "No, I had 12. "Why did you choose him?" "Because he was helpful and would work for little money." "For half wages, in fact." "Yes." "What is this Vincent Spaulding like?" "Small, strongly built, very quick, no hair on his face, though he is not much younger than 30. He has a white mark from acid on his forehead." Holmes sat up in his chair, very excited. "I thought so," he said. "Have you ever noticed that his ears have holes for earrings?" "Yes, sir. He told me a gypsy did it for him when he was a boy." Said Holmes, leaning back deep in thought. "He is still with you?" "Oh, yes, sir. I just left him." "And has your business been taken care of while you were gone?" "Nothing to complain of, sir. There is never much to do in the morning." "That is enough, Mr. Wilson. I will be happy to give you my opinion in a day or 2. Today is Saturday, and I hope by Monday we can find an answer." "Well, Watson," Holmes said when our visitor had left us, "what do you think of it all?" "I think nothing of it," I answered honestly. "It is a very strange business." "Usually," Holmes said, "the stranger a thing is, the less mysterious it becomes. It is your normal, plain crimes that are truly confusing, just as a normal face is the hardest to recognize. But I must act quickly on this matter." "What are you going to do then?" I asked. "To smoke," he answered. It is a problem that needs 3 pipes, and I ask that you do not speak to me for 50 minutes. He curled up in his chair, his thin knees up to his nose like a bird's, and he sat there with his eyes closed and his black clay pipe sticking out like a strange bird's beak. I thought he had fallen asleep, and I was nodding off myself, when he suddenly jumped out of his chair, like a man who had made up his mind, and put his pipe on the fireplace. "Sarasate plays at the St. James's Hall this afternoon," he said. "What do you think, Watson? Can your patients let you go for a few hours?" "I have nothing to do today. My work is never very busy." Chapter 3. A Case of Identity. Sherlock Holmes said, "Life is much stranger than anything people can think of. We cannot imagine the simple things that happen every day. If we could fly outside and look into this big city, we would see strange things. We would see strange events and plans. This would make all stories seem boring." I said, "I do not believe it. The stories in the papers are boring. Police reports are very real, but they are not interesting or artistic." Holmes said, "To make a story real, you need to choose what to tell. Police reports do not do this. They focus on the boring words of the judge, not on the important details. Believe me, normal things are often the strangest." I smiled and shook my head. "I understand why you think so," I said. "You help many puzzled people from different countries, so you see strange things. But look here." I picked up the paper. "Let us try something. The first story is A Husband's Bad Treatment of His Wife. It is a long story, but I know what it says without reading it. There is another woman. Too much drink, a push, a hit, a bruise, and a helpful sister or landlady. Even the worst writer could not think of anything more basic." "Your example is not good for your argument," Holmes said. He took the paper and looked at it. "This is the Dundas family case. I was helping with some small things about it. The husband did not drink. There was no other woman. The problem was that he threw his false teeth at his wife after every meal. This is not something a normal storyteller would think of. Take some snuff, doctor, and say that I won in this example." He held out his old gold snuff box. It had a big purple jewel in the middle. It was very fancy, but Holmes was simple, so I had to say something about it. "Ah," he said, "I forgot I had not seen you for some weeks. The King of Bohemia gave it to me because I helped him with the Irene Adler papers." "And the ring?" I asked. I saw a bright ring on his finger. "The royal family of Holland gave it to me," he said. "I helped them with something very private. I cannot tell you about it, even though you have written about my other cases." "Do you have any cases now?" I asked with interest. "About 10 or 12, he said. "But none are very interesting. They are important, but not interesting. I have found that small things are usually more interesting. They help me to see cause and effect. This makes the case fun. Big crimes are usually simpler because the reason for the crime is clear. I have one difficult case from Marseille, but other than that, there is nothing interesting. But I might have something better soon, because one of my clients is here now. Or I am wrong." He stood up and looked out the window. He looked at the gray London street. I looked over his shoulder. I saw a large woman on the street. She had a thick fur scarf around her neck. She had a big red feather in her wide hat. The hat was tilted on her ear in a stylish way. She looked at our windows nervously. Her body moved back and forth. Her fingers played with her glove buttons. Suddenly, she quickly walked across the road. We heard the doorbell ring loudly. "I have seen this before," Holmes said. He threw his cigarette into the fire. "When someone moves like that on the street, it means it is a love problem. She wants advice, but she thinks the problem is too private to tell. But we can still tell things. If a man has hurt a woman badly, she does not move like that. Her doorbell wire is usually broken. Here, it is a love problem, but the woman is not angry. She is confused or sad, but here she comes to tell us." As he spoke, someone knocked on the door. A boy came in to say that Miss Mary Sutherland was there. The lady stood behind the small boy. She was big, like a large ship behind a small pilot boat. Sherlock Holmes greeted her politely. He closed the door and helped her into a chair. He looked at her carefully, but also like he was thinking about other things. This was a habit of his. "Don't you find," he said, "that it is hard to do so much typing with your poor eyesight?" "At first it was," she said, "but now I know where the letters are without looking." Then she understood what he meant. She was scared and surprised. She looked up with fear on her kind face. "You have heard about me, Mr. Holmes," she cried. "Or how else would you know that?" "Never mind," Holmes said, laughing. "It is my job to know things. Maybe I have learned to see what others do not. If not, why would you come to me?" "I came to you, sir, because Mrs. Etheridge told me about you," she said. "You found her husband easily when the police thought he was dead. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I wish you would do the same for me. I am not rich, but I have £100 a year of my own. I also earn a little from my machine. I would give it all to know what happened to Mr. Hosmer Angel." "Why did you come to me so quickly?" Sherlock Holmes asked. He put his fingertips together and looked at the ceiling. Miss Mary Sutherland looked surprised again. Her face looked a little empty. "Yes, I rushed out of the house," she said. "It made me angry to see how easily Mr. Windibank, that is, my father, took it. He would not go to the police, and he would not go to you. So, because he would do nothing and kept saying there was no harm, I got mad. I just got my things and came right to you." "Your father," Holmes said. "Your stepfather, surely, since the name is different." "Yes, my stepfather. I call him father, though it sounds funny because he is only 5 years and 2 months older than me." "And your mother is alive?" "Oh yes, mother is alive and well. I was not happy, Mr. Holmes, when she married again so soon after father died, and to a man nearly 15 years younger than herself. Father was a plumber. He had a good business. Mother continued it with Mr. Hardy, the foreman. But when Mr. Windibank came, he made her sell the business. He thought he was better, because he sold wine. They got $4,700 for the business. This was not as much as father would have gotten if he was alive. I expected Sherlock Holmes to be impatient with this long story, but he listened very carefully. "Your own small income," he asked. "Does it come from the business?" "Oh, no, sir. It is separate. My Uncle Ned in Auckland left it to me. It is New Zealand stock. It pays 4.12%. It was £2,500, but I can only use the interest." "You interest me very much," Holmes said. "Since you get £100 a year, plus what you earn, you no doubt travel and enjoy yourself. I believe that a single lady can live well on about $60 a year." "I could live on much less than that, Mr. Holmes," she said. "But you know that as long as I live at home, I do not want to be a problem for them. So they use the money while I stay with them. Of course, this is only for now. Mr. Windibank takes my interest every 3 months and gives it to mother. I find I can live well with what I earn from typing. I get 2 pennies for each sheet. I can often type 15 to 20 sheets a day." "You have made your situation very clear to me," Holmes said. "This is my friend, Dr. Watson. You can speak as freely to him as to me. Please tell us now everything about Mr. Hosmer Angel." Miss Sutherland's face turned red. She nervously pulled at the edge of her jacket. "I met him first at the gasfitters' dance," she said. "They used to send father tickets when he was alive. Then they remembered us and sent them to mother. Mr. Windibank did not want us to go. He never wanted us to go anywhere. He would get very angry if I even wanted to go to a Sunday school picnic. But this time I really wanted to go, and I would go. What right did he have to stop me? He said the people were not good for us to know, but all father's friends would be there. And he said I had nothing good to wear, but I had my purple velvet dress that I had never worn. At last, when nothing else worked, he went to France for his company. But we went, Mother and I, with Mr. Hardy, who used to be our foreman, and it was there I met Mr. Hosmer Angel. I suppose, Holmes said, that when Mr. Windibank came back from France, he was very annoyed that you had gone to the dance. Oh, well, he was very kind about it, she said. He laughed, I remember, and shrugged his shoulders. He said there was no use stopping a woman, because she would do what she wanted. I see. So at the gasfitter's dance, you met a gentleman named Mr. Hosmer Angel, I understand. Yes, sir. I met him that night. He called the next day to ask if we got home safely. After that, we met him. That is, Mr. Holmes. I met him twice for walks. But after that, Father came back again, and Mr. Hosmer Angel could not come to the house anymore. No? Well, you know Father did not like anything like that. He would not have any visitors if he could help it. He used to say that a woman should be happy with her own family. But then, as I used to tell Mother, a woman wants her own group of friends, and I did not have mine yet. But what about Mr. Hosmer Angel? Did he try to see you? Well, Father was going to France again in a week, and Hosmer wrote and said that it would be safer not to see each other until he had gone. We could write in the meantime, and he used to write every day. I took the letters in the morning, so Father did not need to know. Were you engaged to the gentleman at this time? Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. We were engaged after our first walk. Hosmer, Mr. Angel, was a cashier in an office in Leadenhall Street, and— What office? That is the worst part, Mr. Holmes. I do not know. Where did he live then? He slept at the office. And you do not know his address? No, only that it was Leadenhall Street. Where did you send your letters then? To the Leadenhall Street post office, to be held there until he picked them up. He said that if they were sent to the office, the other clerks would make fun of him for getting letters from a lady. So I offered to typewrite them, like he did his. But he would not let me. He said that when I wrote them, they felt like they came from me. But when they were typewritten, he felt that the machine was between us. That just shows you how much he loved me, Mr. Holmes, and the small things he would think of. It was very telling, Holmes said. I have always believed that small things are the most important. Can you remember any other small things about Mr. Hosmer Angel? He was a very shy man, Mr. Holmes, she said. He preferred to walk with me in the evening rather than during the day. He said he did not like to be seen. He was very quiet and polite. Even his voice was gentle. He told me he had a throat illness when he was young. It left him with a weak throat and a quiet, whispering way of speaking. He was always well dressed, very neat and simple. But his eyes were weak, like mine, and he wore dark glasses for the bright light. Well, and what happened when Mr. Windibank, your stepfather, went back to France? Mr. Hosmer Angel came to the house again. He asked if we should marry before Father came back. He was very serious. He made me promise, with my hands on the Bible, that I would always be true to him, no matter what happened. Mother said he was right to make me promise. She said it showed his strong feelings. Mother liked him from the start. She liked him even more than I did. Then, when they talked about marrying within the week, I started to ask about Father. But they both said not to worry about Father, just to tell him later. And Mother said she would make it all right with him. I did not like that, Mr. Holmes. It seemed strange that I should ask his permission, as he was only a few years older than me. But I did not want to do anything secretly. So I wrote to Father in Bordeaux, where the company has its French offices. But the letter came back to me on the very morning of the wedding. It missed him then? Yes, sir, because he had started to England just before it arrived. Ha! That was bad luck. Your wedding was planned for Friday. Was it in a church? Yes, sir, but very quietly. It was at St. Saviour's near King's Cross. We were to have breakfast after at the St. Pancras Hotel. Hosmer came for us in a small carriage. But since there were two of us, he put us both in it. He got into another type of carriage, which was the only other one on the street. We got to the church first. When the other carriage arrived, we waited for him to get out. But he never did. And when the driver got down and looked, no one was there. The driver said he could not imagine what happened to him, because he saw him get in with his own eyes. That was last Friday, Mr. Holmes, and I have not seen or heard anything since then to tell me what happened to him. It seems to me that you have been treated very badly, Holmes said. Oh, no, sir. He was too good and kind to leave me like that. All morning he was telling me that I should be true to him, no matter what happened, and that even if something unexpected happened to separate us, I was always to remember that I promised to him, and that he would ask for his promise sooner or later. It seemed strange talk for a wedding morning. But what has happened since gives it meaning. Most certainly it does. So you think that something unexpected and bad happened to him? Yes, sir. I believe that he knew some danger was coming. Otherwise, he would not have talked like that. And then, I think what he knew would happen, did happen. But you have no idea what it could have been? None. One more question. How did your mother react? She was angry. She said I should never talk about it again. And your father? Did you tell him? Yes, and he seemed to think, like me, that something had happened, and that I would hear from Hosmer again. As he said, why would anyone bring me to the church and then leave me? If he had borrowed my money, or if he had married me and gotten my money, there might be a reason. But Hosmer was very independent about money. He would never take a penny of mine. And yet, what could have happened? And why could he not write? Oh, it makes me half crazy to think about it, and I cannot sleep at night. She pulled a small handkerchief from her hand warmer and started to cry into it. I will look into the case for you, Holmes said, standing up. And I am sure that we will find an answer. Let me worry about this now. Do not think about it anymore. Most importantly, try to forget Mr. Hosmer Angel, as he has gone from your life. Then you do not think I will see him again? I am afraid not. Then what happened to him? You will leave that question to me. I would like a good description of him and any letters from him that you can let me have. I put an ad for him in last Saturday's paper, she said. Here is the paper with the ad, and here are 4 letters from him. Thank you. And your address? No. 31 Lion Place, Camberwell. Mr. Angel's address you never had, I understand. Where is your father's business? He works for Westhouse and Marbank, the big wine cellars in Fenchurch Street. Thank you. You have told your story very clearly. You will leave the papers here, and remember my advice. Let this whole thing be a secret, and do not let it change your life. You are very kind, Mr. Holmes, she said, but I cannot do that. I will be true to Hosmer. He will find me ready when he comes back. Despite her silly hat and empty face, there was something good in our visitor's simple faith. This made us respect her. She put her small papers on the table. She left, promising to come back when called. Sherlock Holmes sat quietly for a few minutes. His fingertips were still together. His legs were stretched out. He looked up at the ceiling. Then he took down his old pipe from the rack. It was like a helper to him. He lit it. He leaned back in his chair. Thick blue smoke went up from him. He looked very tired. That woman is a very interesting study, he said. I found her more interesting than her small problem. By the way, the problem is quite common. You will find similar cases in my notes. There was one in Andover in '77, and something similar happened in The Hague last year. Even though the idea is old, there were 1 or 2 new details. But the woman herself was very helpful. You seem to learn a lot about her that I could not see, I said. Not invisible but unnoticed, Watson, he said. You did not know where to look, so you missed all the important things. I can never make you see the importance of sleeves, the meaning of fingernails, or the big things that can come from a shoelace. Now, what did you learn from that woman's appearance? Describe it. Well, she had a gray, wide-brimmed straw hat, I said. It had a reddish-brown feather. Her jacket was black with black beads on it. It had a border of small black decorations. Her dress was brown, darker than coffee. It had some purple velvet at the neck and sleeves. Her gloves were grayish. The right index finger was worn through. I did not look at her boots. She had small, round, hanging gold earrings. She looked like she was quite well off in a common, comfortable, easy way. Sherlock Holmes clapped his hands. He smiled. Watson, you are doing very well. You are learning. You missed important things, but you found the right way to think. You see colors well. Always look at small things, not big ideas. I always look at a woman's sleeve first. For a man, look at his trousers. This woman had soft cloth on her sleeves. This cloth shows marks easily. There was a clear line on her sleeve above the wrist. This mark is from a typewriter. A sewing machine makes a similar mark, but only on the left arm, on the side far from the thumb. This mark was across the wide part of the arm. Then I looked at her face. I saw marks on her nose from glasses, so I said something about bad eyesight and typewriting. This surprised her. It surprised me, I said. But it was clear, Holmes said. Then I looked at her shoes. They looked similar, but they were different. One shoe had a small design on the front. The other shoe was plain. One shoe had 2 buttons done. The other had the 1st, 3rd, and 5th buttons done. When a young woman, dressed well, leaves home with different shoes, and they are not fully buttoned, it means she left in a hurry. And what else? I asked. I was always interested in his clear thinking. I saw that she wrote a note before she left home. She was fully dressed. You saw her right glove was torn. But you did not see that the glove and her finger had purple ink. She wrote quickly and put the pen too deep. It must have been this morning. The mark was still clear. This is fun, but easy. Now, Watson, I must work. Can you read the description of Mr. Hosmer Angel? I held the small paper. Missing, it said. On the morning of the 14th, a gentleman named Hosmer Angel, about 5 feet, 7 inches tall, strong body, light brown skin, black hair, a little bald in the middle, thick, black sideburns and mustache, dark glasses, speaks a little strangely. When last seen, he wore a black coat with silk, a black vest, a gold chain, gray pants, and brown covers over his shoes. He worked in an office in Leadenhall Street. Anyone who brings him, and so on. That's enough, Holmes said. The letters, he said, looking at them, are very normal. No clue about Mr. Angel, except he used a quote from a writer named Balzac one time. But there is one important thing you will notice. They are typed, I said. Yes, and the name is also typed. Look at Hosmer Angel at the bottom. There is a date but no address, except Leadenhall Street, which is not specific. The typed name is a big clue. It tells us a lot. About what? I asked. My dear friend, do you not see how important this is for the case? I don't, unless he wanted to say he did not sign it if there was a problem. No, that was not the reason. I will write 2 letters. This will solve the problem. One is to a company in the city. The other is to the young lady's stepfather, Mr. Windibank. I will ask him to meet us here tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. It is good to talk to the male relatives. Now, Doctor, we must wait for the answers to these letters. We can stop thinking about this problem for now. I believed in my friend's smart thinking. He always had a good reason for his calm way. I knew he had a plan for this strange mystery. Only one time had he failed. That was with the King of Bohemia and the picture of Irene Adler. But I remembered other cases, like the sign of 4 and a study in scarlet. I felt he could solve any puzzle. I left him. He was smoking his pipe. I was sure that when I returned the next evening, he would have all the answers about Miss Mary Sutherland's missing husband. I had my own important case. The next day, I was busy with a sick person. It was almost 6 o'clock when I was free. I took a cab to Baker Street. I was afraid I might be too late to see the end of the mystery. But Sherlock Holmes was alone. He was half asleep. He was in his chair. Many bottles and test tubes were there. I smelled a strong, clean smell. This told me he had spent the day doing chemistry, which he liked very much. "Well, have you solved it?" I asked when I came in. "Yes, it was the chemical." No, the mystery," I said. "Oh, that. I was thinking about the salt I was working on. There was never any mystery, though. As I said yesterday, some of the details are interesting. The only problem is that there is no law, I think, that can punish the bad man." "Who was he then? Why did he leave Miss Sutherland?" I had just asked this. Holmes had not yet spoken. We heard a loud sound in the hall. Someone knocked on the door. "This is the girl's stepfather, Mr. James Windybank," Holmes said. "He wrote to me that he would be here at 6. Come in." A strong, middle-sized man came in. He was about 30 years old. He had no beard. His skin was light brown. He had a smooth, friendly way. His gray eyes were very sharp. He looked at us. He put his shiny hat on a table. He bowed a little. Then he sat in the closest chair. "Good evening, Mr. James Windybank," Holmes said. "I think this typed letter is from you. You made an appointment with me for 6 o'clock?" "Yes, sir. I am a little late, I am afraid. But I am not always free. I am sorry Miss Sutherland troubled you with this small matter. I think it is better not to talk about family problems in public. She came against my wishes, but she is an excited and quick girl, as you may have seen. It is hard to stop her when she decides something. Of course, I did not mind you so much, because you are not the police, but it is not nice to have a family problem known to everyone. Also, it is a waste of money. How could you find this Hosmer angel?" "On the contrary," Holmes said quietly, "I believe I will find Mr. Hosmer angel." Mr. Windybank jumped up. He dropped his gloves. "I am happy to hear that," he said. "It is strange," Holmes said. "A typewriter is like a person's handwriting. No two typewriters write exactly the same, unless they are new. Some letters get more use than others. Some wear on only one side. In this note of yours, Mr. Windybank, the E is always a little blurry, and the R has a small problem at the bottom. There are 14 other things, but these are easy to see. We use this machine for all our letters at the office. It is probably a little old," our visitor answered. He looked closely at Holmes with his bright eyes. "Now I will show you something very interesting, Mr. Windybank," Holmes continued. "I think about writing a book about typewriters and crime. I have studied this a little. I have 4 letters here. They say they are from the missing man. They are all typed. In each letter, the E's are blurry, and the R's have no tails. Also, if you use my magnifying glass, you will see the 14 other things I talked about." Mr. Windybank jumped out of his chair. He picked up his hat. "I cannot waste time on this strange talk, Mr. Holmes," he said. "If you can catch the man, catch him. Then tell me when you have done it." "Certainly," Holmes said. He walked to the door and locked it. "I tell you now, I have caught him." "What? Where?" shouted Mr. Windybank. His face became white. He looked around like a trapped mouse. "Oh, no," Holmes said softly. "You cannot escape, Mr. Windybank. It is too clear. You said it was impossible for me to solve such a simple problem. That was not a nice thing to say. That's right. Sit down and let us talk." Our visitor fell into a chair. His face was pale. There was sweat on his forehead. It's not against the law," he said slowly. "I am afraid it is not. But between us, Windybank, it was a very mean, selfish, and bad trick. Now let me tell you what happened. You will stop me if I am wrong." The man sat bent in his chair. His head was down. He looked very sad. Holmes put his feet up on the fireplace. He leaned back with his hands in his pockets. He began to talk. It seemed he was talking more to himself than to us. "The man married an older woman for her money," he said. "He used the daughter's money as long as she lived with them. It was a lot of money for them. Losing it would be a big problem. It was worth trying to keep it. The daughter was kind and sweet. She was loving and warm-hearted. So it was clear that with her pretty face and her small income, she would not stay single long. Now, her marriage would mean losing 100 a year. So what does her stepfather do to stop it? He keeps her at home. He tells her not to see people her age. But soon, he found that this would not work forever. She became restless. She said she had rights. Finally, she said she would go to a certain dance. What does her smart stepfather do then? He thinks of an idea that shows his cleverness, not his kindness. With his wife's help, he dressed as someone else. He covered his sharp eyes with dark glasses. He covered his face with a mustache and thick sideburns. He made his clear voice a quiet whisper. He was safe because the girl could not see well. He appeared as Mr. Hosmer Angel. He stopped other men from loving her by loving her himself. It was only a joke at first, our visitor moaned. We never thought she would believe it so much. Probably not. But the young lady believed it strongly. She thought her stepfather was in France, so she never thought he was tricking her. The man's attention made her happy. Her mother said good things about him, and this made her even happier. Then Mr. Angel began to visit. It was clear that they needed to go further to make it real. There were meetings. They got engaged. This would stop the girl from loving anyone else. But the trick could not go on forever. The pretend trips to France were hard to keep up. The clear thing to do was to end it in a way that would leave a lasting mark on the young lady's mind. This would stop her from looking at other men for some time. So he made her promise loyalty on a holy book. And he talked about something happening on the wedding morning. James Windibank wanted Miss Sutherland to be so tied to Hosmer Angel and so unsure about his fate that for 10 years she would not listen to another man. He brought her to the church door. Then, because he could go no further, he disappeared easily. He used the old trick of getting into one door of a cab and out the other. I think that was the order of events, Mr. Windibank. Our visitor had become a little more confident while Holmes was talking. He stood up from his chair. There was a cold, mean smile on his pale face. "It may be true, or it may not, Mr. Holmes," he said. "But if you are so smart, you should know that you are breaking the law now, not me. I have done nothing illegal from the start, but as long as you keep that door locked, you can be accused of attacking me and holding me against my will." "The law cannot touch you, as you say," Holmes said. He unlocked and opened the door. "But there was never a man who deserved punishment more. If the young lady has a brother or a friend, he should hit you." "By Jove," he said. He became red in the face when he saw the mean smile on the man's face. "It is not part of my job for my client, but I have a whip here. I think I will just treat myself to—" He took 2 quick steps to the whip. But before he could grab it, we heard loud steps on the stairs. The heavy front door slammed. From the window, we saw Mr. James Windibank running very fast down the road. "What a heartless bad man," Holmes said, laughing. He sat back down in his chair. "That man will do more and more bad things until he does something very wrong, and he will end up on a gallows. In some ways, this case was interesting." "I cannot now fully understand all you're thinking," I said. "Well, of course, it was clear from the start that this Mr. Hosmer Angel must have a strong reason for his strange actions. And it was also clear that the only man who truly gained from this, as far as we could see, was the stepfather. Then the fact that the 2 men were never together. One always appeared when the other was away. This was a clue. The dark glasses and the strange voice also hinted at a disguise. The thick sideburns, too. My suspicions were confirmed when he typed his name. This meant that his handwriting was so well known to her that she would recognize even a small part of it. You see, all these separate facts, with many smaller ones, all showed the same thing. And how did you check them? Once I found my man, it was easy to get proof. I knew the company where this man worked. I took the printed description. I removed everything that could be a disguise. The sideburns, the glasses, the voice. I sent it to the company. I asked them if it matched any of their traveling salesmen. I had already noticed the strange things about the typewriter. I wrote to the man himself at his work address. I asked him to come here. As I expected, his answer was typed. It showed the same small but special problems. The same mail brought me a letter from West House in Marbank, from Fenchurch Street. It said that the description matched their worker, James Windybank, in every way. That's all. And Miss Sutherland? If I tell her, she will not believe me. You may remember the old saying, "There is danger for him who takes a tiger cub, and danger also for anyone who takes a wrong idea from a woman." There is as much wisdom in the old Persian poet as in the Roman poet. Roman poet. I don't like his choice, I said. If it's true that he didn't want to marry Miss Turner, she is so nice. Ah, that's a sad story. He loves her very, very much. But about 2 years ago, when he was young, he married a barmaid in Bristol. No one knows about it. But imagine how bad he feels when people blame him for not doing what he wants to do, but cannot. That's why he threw his hands up when his father told him to ask Miss Turner to marry him. Also, he had no money. And his father, who was a very strict man, would have left him if he knew the truth. He had spent the last 3 days in Bristol with his barmaid wife. His father didn't know where he was. Remember that. It is important. But something good came from this bad thing. The barmaid saw in the papers that he was in big trouble. She thought he might be hanged. So she left him. She wrote to him and said she already has a husband in Bermuda. So there is no longer a tie between them. I think this news has made young McCarthy feel better about all his problems. But if he is innocent, who did it? I asked. Ah, who? I want you to think about 2 things. First, the dead man had a meeting with someone at the pool. It couldn't be his son, because his son was away. The father didn't know when he would come back. Second, the dead man yelled, "Cooey!" before he knew his son was back. These are the main points of the case. Now, let's talk about George Meredith, please. We will talk about other things tomorrow. It did not rain, just as Holmes said. The morning was bright and clear. At 9 o'clock, Lestrade picked us up in a carriage. We went to Hatherley Farm and Boscombe Pool. "There is important news this morning," Lestrade said. "Mr. Turner, from the Hall, is very sick. Doctors think he might die." "An old man, I guess?" Holmes asked. "About 60. But his health is bad from living in other countries. He has been sick for some time. This problem has made him much worse. He was an old friend of McCarthy's. He also helped him a lot. I learned that he let McCarthy live at Hatherley Farm for free." "Really? That's interesting," Holmes said. "Oh, yes. He helped him in many other ways. Everyone here says he was kind to him." "Really? Don't you think it's a little strange that McCarthy, who had little of his own and was helped so much by Turner, still talked about his son marrying Turner's daughter? She will probably get the farm. And he was so sure, like it was a simple plan. This is even stranger because we know Turner himself did not like the idea. His daughter told us. Do you not learn anything from that?" "We are getting into ideas and guesses now," Lestrade said, winking at me. "I find it hard enough to understand facts, Holmes, without thinking about theories and dreams." "You are right," Holmes said quietly. "You do find it very hard to understand the facts. Anyway, I understand one fact that you seem to find hard to get," Lestrade replied, a little angry. "And that is, That old McCarthy was killed by young McCarthy. All other ideas are just nonsense." "Well, nonsense is brighter than fog," Holmes said, laughing. "But I am wrong if that is not Hatherley Farm on the left." "Yes, that's it." It was a large, nice-looking building. It had 2 floors and a roof made of slate. There were big yellow spots of moss on the gray walls. But the closed blinds and no smoke from the chimneys made it look sad, like the bad event was still heavy on it. We knocked on the door. The maid, at Holmes's request, showed us the boots her master wore when he died. She also showed us a pair of the son's boots, but not the ones he wore then. Holmes measured the boots carefully. Then he asked to go to the yard. From there, we followed the path to Boscombe Pool. Sherlock Holmes changed when he was looking for clues. People who only knew the quiet, thinking man from Baker Street would not know him. His face got red and dark. His eyebrows were 2 hard black lines. His eyes shone brightly. His face was looking down. His shoulders were bent. His lips were tight. The veins in his long neck stuck out like ropes. His nose seemed to open wide, like an animal wanting to hunt. His mind was so focused on the problem that he didn't hear questions or comments, or he would only make a quick, angry sound. He walked quickly and quietly along the path through the fields and woods to Boscombe Pool. The ground was wet and muddy, like all the land there. There were many footprints on the path and in the short grass. Sometimes Holmes walked fast, sometimes he stopped. Once he walked into the field for a short time. Lestrade and I walked behind him. Lestrade didn't care. I watched my friend with great interest. I knew that everything he did had a reason. Boscombe Pool is a small lake with reeds around it. It is about 50 yards across. It is between Hatherley Farm and Mr. Turner's private park. Above the woods on the other side, we could see red, sharp rocks. They showed where the rich landowner's house was. On the Hatherley side of the pool, the woods were very thick. There was a wet grass area, 20 steps wide, between the trees and the reeds by the lake. Lestrade showed us where the body was found. The ground was so wet that I could clearly see the marks from where the man had fallen. Holmes's excited face and looking eyes showed me that he saw many other things on the trampled grass. He ran around like a dog looking for a smell. Then he turned to Lestrade. "Why did you go into the pool?" he asked. "I used a rake. I thought there might be a weapon or other clue. But how on earth—" "Oh, no, I don't have time. That left foot of yours, which turns inward, is everywhere. A mole could follow it. And there it disappears among the reeds. Oh, how easy it would have been if I had been here before they came like a group of large animals and walked all over it." This is where the group with the housekeeper came. They covered all tracks for 6 or 8 feet around the body, but here are 3 different tracks from the same feet. He took out a small glass and lay down on his waterproof coat to see better. He talked more to himself than to us. "These are young McCarthy's feet. Twice he was walking, and once he ran fast. So, the bottom of his shoes are marked deeply, but his heels are barely visible. That proves his story. He ran when he saw his father on the ground. Then here are the father's feet as he walked back and forth. What is this then? It is the end of the gun where the son stood listening. And this? Ha ha ha. What do we have here? Tiptoes. Tiptoes. Square 2. Very unusual boots. They come, they go, they come again. Of course that was for the cloak. Now where did they come from? He ran back and forth, sometimes losing, sometimes finding the track. We went deep into the wood under a big beech tree, the largest tree nearby. Holmes followed the path to the other side of the tree. He lay down again, face down, with a small sound of happiness. He stayed there for a long time. He turned over leaves and dry sticks. He gathered what looked like dust into an envelope. He looked closely with his small glass, not only at the ground, but also at the tree bark as high as he could reach. A sharp stone was among the moss. He also looked at this carefully, and kept it. Then he followed a path through the wood until he reached the main road, where all marks were gone. "This has been a very interesting case," he said, acting normal again. "I think that gray house on the right must be the lodge. I think I will go in and talk to Moran. Maybe I will write a small note. After that, we can drive back for lunch. You can walk to the taxi, and I will be with you soon." About 10 minutes later, we were back in our taxi. We drove back to Ross. Holmes still held the stone he found in the wood. "This might interest you, Lestrade," he said, holding it out. "The murder was done with it. I see no marks." "There are none." "How do you know, then?" "The grass was growing under it. It had only been there a few days. There was no sign of where it was taken from. It matches the injuries. There is no sign of any other weapon." "And the killer?" "Is a tall man, uses his left hand, walks with a limp in his right leg, wears thick boots for hunting, and a gray cloak. He smokes Indian cigars, uses a cigar holder, and has a dull penknife in his pocket. There are other signs, but these might be enough to help us find him." Lestrade laughed. "I am still not sure," he said. "Ideas are fine, but we have to deal with a strict British jury." "We will see," Holmes answered calmly. "You work your way, and I will work mine. I will be busy this afternoon. I will probably go back to London by the evening train." "And leave your case unfinished?" "No, finished. But the mystery? It is solved." "Who was the criminal, then?" "The gentleman I described." "But who is he?" "It should not be hard to find out. This area is not very crowded." Lestrade moved his shoulders. "I am a practical man," he said. "I cannot go around the country looking for a left-handed gentleman with a bad leg. Scotland Yard would laugh at me." "All right," Holmes said quietly. "I gave you the chance. Here are your rooms. Goodbye. I will send you a message before I leave." After leaving Lestrade, we drove to our hotel. Lunch was on the table. Holmes was quiet and deep in thought. His face looked sad, like someone in a difficult situation. "Look here, Watson," he said when the table was cleared. "Just sit in this chair and let me talk to you for a bit. I don't know what to do, and I would like your advice. Light a cigar and let me explain." "Please do." "Okay. In this case, two things about young McCarthy's story struck both of us right away. But they made me think he was innocent, and you thought he was guilty. One was that his father, he said, yelled "Cooey" before seeing him. The other was his strange last words about a rat. He mumbled some words, you know, but that's all his son heard. From these 2 points, our search must start. We will begin by believing that what the young man says is completely true. What about this Cooey, then? Well, it couldn't have been for his son. His son, as far as he knew, was in Bristol. It was just luck that he was close enough to hear. The Cooey was to get the attention of the person he was meeting. But Cooey is a special Australian sound. Australians use it with each other. So it's very likely that the person McCarthy expected to meet him at Boscombe Pool had been to Australia. What about the rat, then? Sherlock Holmes took a folded paper from his pocket. He spread it on the table. "This is a map of Victoria," he said. "I sent a message to Bristol for it last night." He put his hand over part of the map. "What do you read?" "Arat," I read. "And now?" He lifted his hand. "Ballarat." "Exactly. That was the word the man said. His son only heard the last 2 parts. He was trying to say the name of his killer. So-and-so, from Ballarat." "It's amazing," I said. "It's clear. And now, you see, I had a much smaller group of people to look at. Having a gray coat was a third point. If the son's story is true, it was certain. We have now moved from being unclear to a clear idea of an Australian from Ballarat with a gray cloak. Certainly. And someone who knew the area well. The pool can only be reached through the farm or the private land where strangers would not usually go." "Quite so. Then comes our trip today. By looking at the ground, I found the small details I gave to that foolish Lestrade about who the criminal is. But how did you find them? You know my way of working. It is based on looking at small things. His height? I know you could guess from how long his steps were. His boots, too, you could tell from their marks. Yes, they were unusual boots. But his limp? The mark of his right foot was always less clear than his left. He put less weight on it. Why? Because he limped. He had a bad leg. But his left-handedness. You yourself noticed the type of injury the doctor reported. The hit was from directly behind, but it was on the left side. How can that be, unless it was from a left-handed man? He had stood behind that tree when the father and son talked. He even smoked there. I found the ash of a cigar. My special knowledge of tobacco ashes tells me it was an Indian cigar. As you know, I have paid attention to this. I wrote a small book about the ashes of 140 different types of pipe, cigar, and cigarette tobacco. After finding the ash, I looked around and found the cigar end among the moss where he threw it. It was an Indian cigar, the kind made in Rotterdam. And the cigar holder? I could see that the end was not in his mouth, so he used a holder. The tip was cut off, not bitten off, but the cut was not clean, so I guessed he used a dull penknife. Holmes, I said, you have caught this man in a net from which he cannot escape. You have saved an innocent life, just as if you cut the rope that was hanging him. I see where all this points. The person who did it is Mr. John Turner, cried the hotel waiter, opening the door to our room and bringing in a visitor. The man who came in looked strange and important. His slow, limping walk and bent shoulders made him look old and weak, but his strong, deeply lined face and very large arms showed he had great body strength and a strong mind. His messy beard, gray hair, and big hanging eyebrows made him look important and powerful. But his face was a pale white. His lips and the corners of his nose were a little blue. I could see right away that he was very sick with a long-term illness. Please sit on the sofa, Holmes said gently. Did you get my note? Yes, the lodge-keeper brought it. You said you wanted to see me here to avoid gossip. I thought people would talk if I went to the hall. And why did you want to see me? He looked at Holmes with a sad look in his tired eyes, like he already knew the answer. Yes, Holmes said, answering the look, not the words. That's right. I know everything about McCarthy. The old man put his face in his hands. God help me, he cried. But I would not have let the young man be hurt. I promise you that I would have spoken if it went against him in court. I am glad to hear you say so, Holmes said seriously. I would have spoken now if it wasn't for my dear daughter. It would break her heart. It will break her heart when she hears I am arrested. It may not come to that, Holmes said. What? I am not a police officer. I understand that your daughter needed me here. I am working for her. Young McCarthy must be freed. I am a dying man, old Turner said. I have had diabetes for years. My doctor says I might not live another month, but I would rather die at home than in prison. Holmes got up and sat at the table. He had a pen in his hand and papers in front of him. Just tell us the truth, he said. I will write down the facts. You will sign it, and Watson here can see you sign it. Then I could use your confession at the very last moment to save young McCarthy. I promise you I will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. That's good, the old man said. It's not certain if I will live until the trial, so it doesn't matter much to me. But I would like to save Alice the shock, and now I will make it clear to you. It has been a long time happening, but it won't take long for me to tell. You didn't know this dead man, McCarthy. He was a very bad person. I tell you that. May God keep you away from such a man. He has controlled me for 20 years. He has ruined my life. I will tell you first how I came to be under his power. It was in the early 1860s, at the gold mines. I was a young man then, quick to anger and careless, ready to try anything. I got with bad friends. I started drinking. I didn't find much gold. I ran away into the wild. In short, I became what you call a robber here. There were 6 of us. We lived a wild, free life. We robbed farms sometimes, or stopped wagons on the road to the mines. My name was Black Jack of Ballarat. Our group is still remembered in the area as the Ballarat Gang. One day, a gold transport came from Ballarat to Melbourne. We waited for it and attacked it. There were 6 police officers and 6 of us. It was a close fight. We shot 4 of them from their horses with the first shots, but 3 of our men were killed before we got the gold. I put my gun to the head of the wagon driver. That man was McCarthy. I wish to God I had shot him then, but I let him live. But I saw his small, evil eyes looking at my face, as if to remember every part of it. We got away with the gold. We became rich men. We came to England without anyone suspecting us. There, I left my old friends. I decided to live a quiet and good life. I bought this land, which was for sale by chance. I tried to do some good with my money, to make up for how I got it. I also got married. My wife died young, but she left me my dear little Alice. Even when she was a baby, her small hand seemed to lead me to the right path, like nothing else ever had. In short, I changed my life and tried my best to make up for the past. Everything was going well when McCarthy took control of me. I went to town for an investment. I met him in Regent Street. He hardly had a coat or shoes. "Here we are, Jack," he said, touching my arm. "We'll be like family to you. There are 2 of us, me and my son. You can take care of us. If you don't, England is a good, law-abiding country. There's always a policeman nearby." Well, they came down to the West Country. I could not get rid of them. They have lived on my best land for free ever since. I had no rest, no peace, no chance to forget. Everywhere I turned, his smart, smiling face was there. It got worse as Alice grew up. He soon saw I was more afraid of her knowing my past than of the police. Whatever he wanted, he had to have. And whatever it was, I gave him without question: land, money, houses. Until at last, he asked for something I could not give. He asked for Alice. His son, you see, had grown up, and so had my daughter. And since I was known to be in bad health, it seemed like a good plan to him that his son should get all my property. But there I was firm. I would not let his bad family mix with mine. Not that I disliked the young man, but his blood was in him, and that was enough. I stood firm. McCarthy threatened me. I dared him to do his worst. We were to meet at the pool between our houses to talk about it. When I went there, I found him talking with his son. So, I smoked a cigar and waited behind a tree until he was alone. But as I listened to his talk, all the dark and bitter feelings in me rose up. He was telling his son to marry my daughter without caring what she might think, as if she were a common woman. It made me crazy to think that I and everything I cared about most were under the power of such a man. Could I not break free? I was already a dying and desperate man. Though my mind was clear and my body fairly strong, I knew my own end was coming. But my memory and my daughter, both could be saved if I could just silence that evil mouth. I did it, Mr. Holmes. I would do it again. Though I have sinned deeply, I have lived a life of suffering to make up for it. But that my daughter should be caught in the same traps that held me was more than I could bear. I hit him down with no more feeling than if he had been a dirty and poisonous animal. His cry brought back his son. But I had reached the cover of the woods, though I had to go back to get the cloak I had dropped when I ran away. That is the true story, gentlemen, of everything that happened. "Well, it is not for me to judge you," Holmes said as the old man signed the paper. "I pray that we are never put in such a difficult situation." "I pray not, sir. And what will you do? Because of your health, nothing. You know yourself that you will soon have to answer for your actions in a higher court than this one. I will keep your confession. If McCarthy is found guilty, I will be forced to use it. If not, no one will ever see it. Your secret, whether you are alive or dead, will be safe with us. Goodbye then, the old man said seriously. When your own time to die comes, it will be easier because you have given peace to mine. Shaking all over his large body, he slowly left the room. God help us, Holmes said after a long silence. Why does fate play such tricks with poor, helpless people? I never hear of a case like this without thinking of Baxter's words and saying, "There, but for the grace of God, goes Sherlock Holmes." James McCarthy was found not guilty in court. This was because of some points Holmes found and gave to McCarthy's lawyer. Old Turner lived for 7 months after we talked, but he is now dead, and it looks like the son and daughter may live happily together, not knowing about the dark secret from their past. Chapter 4. The Boscombe Valley Mystery. My wife and I were eating breakfast. The maid gave me a telegram. It was from Sherlock Holmes. He wrote, "Can you spare 2 days? I got a message from Western England about the Boscombe Valley tragedy. Please come with me. The air and views are beautiful. Leave Paddington at 11:15. My wife looked at me. "What do you say, dear? Will you go?" I said, "I don't know. I have many patients now." She said, "Oh, Anstruther can do your work. You look a little tired. I think this trip will be good for you. You always like Mr. Sherlock Holmes's cases." I answered, "I should be thankful, because I gained a lot from one of his cases. But if I go, I must pack now. I only have 30 minutes. I had lived in army camps in Afghanistan. This made me a fast traveler. I needed only a few things. So in less than 30 minutes, I was in a taxi with my bag. We went to Paddington Station. Sherlock Holmes was walking on the platform. He was tall and thin. His long gray coat and tight cap made him look even taller and thinner. He said, "It is good of you to come, Watson. It helps me greatly to have someone I can trust. Local help is often bad or unfair. If you save 2 corner seats, I will get the tickets." We had the train car to ourselves. Holmes had many papers with him. He looked through them and read. He took notes and thought. He did this until we passed Reading. Then he rolled all the papers into a big ball. He threw them onto the shelf above. He asked, "Have you heard about the case?" "Not a word. I have not read a newspaper for some days." The London newspapers did not write much. I just read all the recent papers to learn the details. It seems to be a simple case, but simple cases are very hard. That sounds a little strange. But it is true. Something strange is often a clue. The more normal a crime is, the harder it is to solve. But in this case, they have strong proof against the murdered man's son. So it is a murder? Well, they think so. I will not believe anything until I see it myself. I will tell you what I know, simply. Boscombe Valley is a country area near Ross, in Herefordshire. The biggest landowner there is Mr. John Turner. He made money in Australia. He came back to England years ago. He rented one of his farms, Hatherley, to Mr. Charles McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy was also from Australia. They knew each other in Australia, so it was normal that they lived close to each other here. Turner seemed richer, so McCarthy became his tenant. But they were still friends and often met. McCarthy had one son, 18 years old. Turner had one daughter, also 18. Neither had wives living. They did not seem to like other English families. They lived quiet lives. But both McCarthys liked sports. They often went to horse races nearby. McCarthy had 2 servants, a man and a girl. Turner had many servants, at least 6. That is all I know about the families. Now for the facts. On June 3rd, last Monday, McCarthy left his house at Hatherley at about 3 p.m. He walked to Boscombe Pool. This is a small lake. It is formed by the stream that runs down Boscombe Valley. He had been out with his servant in the morning in Ross. He told the servant he had to hurry. He had an important meeting at 3 p.m. He never came back alive from that meeting. It is a quarter of a mile from Hatherley Farmhouse to Boscombe Pool. 2 people saw him walking there. One was an old woman, her name is not known. The other was William Crowder. He is a gamekeeper for Mr. Turner. Both said Mr. McCarthy was walking alone. The gamekeeper added that a few minutes after he saw Mr. McCarthy, he saw his son, Mr. James McCarthy. The son was walking the same way with a gun. He thought the father was in sight, and the son was following. He did not think about it again until he heard about the death that evening. The 2 McCarthys were seen again after William Crowder, the gamekeeper, lost sight of them. Boscombe Pool has many trees around it. There is a small area of grass and reeds by the water. A 14-year-old girl, Patience Moran, was picking flowers in the woods. She is the daughter of the lodgekeeper for the Boscombe Valley estate. She says that she saw Mr. McCarthy and his son by the edge of the woods, near the lake. They seemed to be fighting loudly. She heard the older Mr. McCarthy use very bad words to his son. She saw the son raise his hand, as if to hit his father. She was so scared that she ran away. When she got home, she told her mother that the 2 McCarthys were fighting near Boscombe Pool. She was afraid they would fight. She had just said this when young Mr. McCarthy ran to the lodge. He said he found his father dead in the wood. He asked for the lodgekeeper's help. He was very excited. He did not have his gun or hat. His right hand and sleeve had fresh blood on them. They followed him and found the dead body on the grass by the pool. His head was badly hit many times with a heavy, blunt object. The injuries could have been made by the end of his son's gun. The gun was on the grass a few steps from the body. So, the young man was arrested at once. The police decided it was willful murder on Tuesday. On Wednesday, he went to court in Ross. The court sent the case to the next assizes. These are the main facts of the case from the police in court. I said, I can't imagine a worse case. If facts ever showed who committed a crime, it is here. Facts are tricky, Holmes answered slowly. They may seem to point to one thing, but if you look differently, they may point to something completely different. But I must say, the case looks very bad for the young man. It is possible he is guilty, but some people in the area, like Miss Turner, the landowner's daughter, believe he is innocent. They have hired Lestrade, whom you may remember from the Study in Scarlet case. He is working for the young man. Lestrade is confused, so he asked me. That is why 2 middle-aged men are traveling west at 50 miles an hour. We are not quietly eating breakfast at home. I said, I am afraid the facts are so clear that you will not get much praise from this case. Nothing is more misleading than a clear fact, he answered, laughing. Also, we might find other clear facts that Mr. Lestrade did not see. You know me well. You know I am not boasting when I say I will prove or disprove his idea. I will use methods he cannot use or understand. For example, I see clearly that in your bedroom the window is on the right. But I wonder if Mr. Lestrade would notice such a clear thing. How in the world? My dear friend, I know you well. I know you are very neat, like a soldier. You shave every morning. Now, you shave by sunlight. But your shaving gets worse and worse on your left side. It becomes very messy around your jaw. So it is clear that that side gets less light than the other. I cannot imagine a man like you, looking in good light, being happy with that. I only say this as a small example of looking and thinking. That is my job. And it might help in this investigation. There are 1 or 2 small things from the police report that are worth thinking about. What are they? He was not arrested right away. It was after he returned to Hatherley Farm. When the police officer told him he was arrested, he said he was not surprised. He said it was no more than he deserved. This made the police and jury believe him even more. That was a confession, I said. No, because he then said he was innocent. After so many bad events, that was a very suspicious thing to say. No, said Holmes. It is the best sign of hope I see now. No matter how innocent he was, he would not be so foolish as to not see that things looked very bad for him. If he had seemed surprised by his arrest, or pretended to be angry, I would have found it very suspicious, because surprise or anger would not be natural then. But it might seem like the best plan for a tricky man. His honest acceptance of the situation means he is either innocent or a man with great self-control and strength. As for his comment about what he deserved, it was also natural. Think about it. He stood by his father's dead body, and he had, that very day, forgotten his duty as a son. He argued with his father, and according to the little girl, he even raised his hand to hit him. The self-blame and sadness he showed in his words seemed to me to be signs of a healthy mind, not a guilty one. I shook my head. Many men have been hanged with much less proof, I said. Yes, and many men have been wrongly hanged. What is the young man's story? I am afraid it is not very good for his supporters, but there are one or two interesting points. You can read it here. He took a local newspaper from his pile. He opened it and showed me the part where the young man gave his statement. I sat in the corner of the train car and read it carefully. It said, Mr. James McCarthy, the dead man's only son, then spoke. He said, I had been away from home for 3 days in Bristol. I came back on Monday morning, the 3rd. My father was not home when I arrived. The maid told me he had gone to Ross with John Cobb, the stableman. Soon after I came back, I heard his carriage in the yard. I looked out my window. I saw him get out and walk quickly out of the yard. I did not know where he was going. I then took my gun and walked toward Boscombe Pool. I wanted to visit the rabbit area on the other side. On my way, I saw William Crowder, the gamekeeper. He said so in his statement. But he is wrong. I was not following my father. I did not know he was in front of me. When I was about 100 yards from the pool, I heard a cry of, "Cooey!" This was a signal my father and I often used. I then hurried forward. I found him standing by the pool. He seemed very surprised to see me. He asked me roughly what I was doing there. We talked. It led to angry words and almost to hitting each other. My father had a very bad temper. I saw that his anger was out of control. I left him and went back toward Hatherley Farm. I had gone no more than 150 yards. Then I heard a terrible scream behind me. This made me run back. I found my father dying on the ground. His head was badly hurt. I dropped my gun and held him in my arms. But he died almost at once. I knelt beside him for some minutes. Then I went to Mr. Turner's lodgekeeper. His house was the closest. I asked for help. I saw no one near my father when I came back. I do not know how he got his injuries. He was not a popular man. He was a bit cold and unfriendly, but as far as I know, he had no enemies. I know nothing else about the matter. The coroner. Did your father say anything to you before he died? Witness. He mumbled a few words, but I only heard something about a rat. The coroner. What did you think that meant? Witness. It meant nothing to me. I thought he was confused. The coroner. What was the reason for your final argument with your father? Witness. I prefer not to answer. The coroner. I must ask you to answer. Witness. It is truly impossible for me to tell you. I promise you it has nothing to do with the sad event that followed. The coroner. That is for the court to decide. I must tell you that if you do not answer, it will hurt your case greatly in any future trial. Witness. I still refuse. The coroner. I understand that cooey was a common signal between you and your father. Witness. It was. The coroner. So how did he say it before he saw you, and before he even knew you were back from Bristol? Witness, looking confused. I do not know. A juryman. Did you see anything suspicious when you came back after hearing the cry and found your father badly hurt? Witness: nothing clear. The coroner: what do you mean? Witness: I was so upset and excited when I ran out into the open. I could only think of my father. But I have a faint memory that as I ran forward, something was on the ground to my left. It seemed to be gray, like a coat or a blanket. When I stood up from my father, I looked for it, but it was gone. Do you mean it disappeared before you went for help? Yes, it was gone. You cannot say what it was? No, I felt something was there. How far from the body? About 12 yards. And how far from the edge of the wood? About the same. So if it was moved, it was when you were within 12 yards of it? Yes, but my back was to it. This ended the witness's questioning. I looked down the newspaper column. I see that the coroner was quite harsh on young McCarthy in his final comments. He points out correctly that his father signaled before seeing him. Also, he points out his refusal to give details of his talk with his father, and his strange story about his father's last words. All of these, as he says, are very much against the son. Holmes laughed quietly and stretched out on the soft seat. Both you and the coroner have worked hard, he said, to find the strongest points in the young man's favor. Don't you see that you think he has too much imagination and too little? Too little, if he could not invent a reason for a fight that would make the jury feel sorry for him. Too much, if he invented something so strange as his father mentioning a rat and the disappearing cloth. No, sir, I will approach this case believing what this young man says is true, and we will see where that idea leads us. And now, here is my small book of Petrarch. I will not say another word about this case until we are there. We will eat lunch at Swindon. I see we will be there in 20 minutes. It was almost 4 o'clock. We had passed through the beautiful Stroud Valley and over the wide, shining Severn River. We finally arrived at the pretty small town of Ross. A thin man, like a ferret, sneaky and sly, was waiting for us on the platform. He wore a light brown dust coat and leather leggings, fit for the country. But I easily knew him. It was Lestrade, from Scotland Yard. We drove with him to the Hereford Arms. A room was already booked for us. Lestrade said, "I ordered a carriage." We were having tea. "I knew you are active. You would not be happy until you were at the crime scene." "That was kind and thoughtful of you," Holmes answered. "It is all about the weather." Lestrade looked surprised. "I don't understand," he said. "How is the weather glass? 29, I see. No wind and no clouds. I have a case full of cigarettes to smoke. And this sofa is much better than normal country hotel sofas. I don't think I will use the carriage tonight." Lestrade laughed kindly. "You have probably already decided from the newspapers," he said. "The case is very clear. The more you look, the clearer it gets. But of course, one cannot refuse a lady, and she is very strong-willed. She has heard of you. She wants your opinion. Even though I told her many times that you could not do anything I had not already done." "Oh, her carriage is at the door." He had barely spoken. Then, one of the most beautiful young women I had ever seen rushed into the room. Her purple eyes shone. Her lips were slightly open. Her cheeks were pink. She had forgotten all her usual shyness. She was full of excitement and worry. "Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes!" she cried. She looked at both of us. Then, with a woman's quick sense, she looked at Holmes. "I am so glad you came. I drove here to tell you. I know James did not do it. I know it. And I want you to start your work knowing it too. Never doubt that. We have known each other since we were children. I know his faults better than anyone. But he is too kind-hearted to hurt even a fly. This charge is foolish to anyone who truly knows him." "I hope we can clear him, Miss Turner," said Sherlock Holmes. "You can trust me to do all I can." "But you have read the evidence. Have you decided something?" Do you see any way out? Any mistake? Do you yourself think he is innocent? I think it is very likely. There! She cried. She threw back her head. She looked at Lestrade defiantly. You hear? He gives me hope. Lestrade shrugged his shoulders. I am afraid my colleague has been a bit too quick to decide, he said. But he is right. Oh, I know he is right. James never did it. And about his fight with his father, I am sure the reason he would not talk about it to the coroner was because I was involved. How? Asked Holmes. It is not time for me to hide anything. James and his father often argued about me. Mr. McCarthy wanted us to marry very much. James and I have always loved each other like brother and sister, but he is young. He has not seen much of life yet. And, well, he did not want to do anything like that yet. So there were arguments, and this, I am sure, was one of them. And your father? Asked Holmes. Did he want you to marry? No, he did not want it either. Only Mr. McCarthy wanted it. A quick blush came to her fresh young face. Holmes had given her one of his sharp, questioning looks. Thank you for this information, he said. May I see your father if I call tomorrow? I am afraid the doctor will not allow it. The doctor? Yes, have you not heard? Poor father has not been strong for years, but this has completely broken him. He is in bed, and Dr. Willows says he is a wreck. His nerves are shattered. Mr. McCarthy was the only man alive who knew Dad from the old days in Victoria. Ha! In Victoria! That is important. Yes, at the mines. Exactly, at the gold mines, where, I understand, Mr. Turner made his money. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Miss Turner. You have helped me a lot. You will tell me if you have any news tomorrow. I am sure you will go to the prison to see James. Oh, if you do, Mr. Holmes, please tell him I know he is innocent. I will, Miss Turner. I must go home now. Dad is very ill. He misses me so much if I leave him. Goodbye, and God help you. She hurried from the room as quickly as she had entered. We heard her carriage wheels rattle down the street. I am ashamed of you, Holmes, Lestrade said with dignity after a few minutes of silence. Why would you give hopes that you are sure to crush? I am not too soft-hearted, but I call it cruel. I think I see how to clear James McCarthy, said Holmes. Do you have permission to see him in prison? Yes, but only for you and me. Then I will change my mind about going out. Do we still have time to take a train to Hereford and see him tonight? Plenty of time. Then let us do so. Watson, I fear you will find it very slow, but I will only be gone a couple of hours. I walked with my friends to the station. Then I walked around the small town. I went back to the hotel. I lay on the sofa and tried to read a book. The story was not very good. It was thin compared to the real mystery we were trying to solve. I kept thinking about the real problem, not the book. So I threw the book away. I thought about what happened that day. What if the young man's story was true? What bad thing happened when he left his father and then came back after hearing screams? It was something very bad and dangerous. What could it be? Maybe the injuries would tell me something as a doctor. I asked for the local newspaper. It had information from the police report. The doctor said that the back of the left side of the head was broken. It was from a strong hit with a heavy, flat thing. I touched that part of my own head. The hit must have come from behind. This helped the young man, because he was facing his father when they argued. But the father could have turned his back before the hit. I still wanted to tell Holmes about it. Then there was the strange last word, rat. What did it mean? He was not confused. A person dying from a sudden hit does not usually get confused. No, he was probably trying to say how he died. But what did it mean? I tried hard to think of an answer. And then, young McCarthy saw a gray cloth. If this was true, the killer must have dropped some clothes, like a coat. He must have been brave to go back and get it when the sun was close by, not looking. It was all so full of secrets and strange things. I understood why Lestrade thought what he did. But I believed in Sherlock Holmes. I did not lose hope because new facts made him believe more that young McCarthy was not guilty. Holmes came back late. He was alone. Lestrade was staying in town. "The weather is still good," he said. "It's important that it doesn't rain before we check the area. Also, a person needs to be very clear-headed for this kind of work. I didn't want to do it when I was tired from a long trip. I have seen young McCarthy." "What did you learn from him?" I asked. "Nothing." "Could he help at all?" "Not at all. At first I thought he knew who did it and was hiding them. But now I think he is as confused as everyone else. He is not very smart, but he is good-looking and seems like a good person." Chapter 5. The 5 Orange Pips. I look at my notes about Sherlock Holmes's cases from 1882 to 1890. Many of them are strange and interesting. It is hard to pick which ones to write about. Some are already in the news. Others do not show my friend's special skills, which I want to show. Some cases he could not solve. They would be stories with no end. Others were only partly solved, with ideas, not real proof. But there is one case that was very strange and had a shocking ending. I want to tell you about it, even if some parts are still a mystery. The year 1887 had many interesting cases. I still have the notes. I see stories about the Paradol Chamber and a group called the Amateur Mendicant Society. They had a fancy club in a furniture storage room. I also have notes about the missing ship, the Sophie Anderson, and the strange events of the Grice Pattersons on Uffa Island. Finally, there was the Camberwell poisoning case. In that case, Sherlock Holmes wound up a dead man's watch. He proved it was wound 2 hours before. This meant the man went to bed in that time. This was very important for the case. I might write about all these later, but none are as special as the one I will tell you about now. It was late September. Strong winds and rain had started. All day, the wind blew hard, and the rain hit the windows. Even in London, we thought about the strong nature outside. It was like wild animals in a cage. As evening came, the storm got stronger and louder. The wind cried like a child in the chimney. Sherlock Holmes sat near the fire. He was looking at his crime records. I was reading a sea story by Clark Russell. The wind outside sounded like the words in my book. The rain sounded like sea waves. My wife was visiting her mother. So, for a few days, I was back in my old room on Baker Street. "That was the bell," I said, looking at Holmes. "Who would come tonight? A friend of yours, maybe?" "I have no friends but you," he answered. "I do not like visitors." "A client, then?" "If so, it is important. No one would come out on such a day at this time for less. But I think it is more likely someone for our landlady." Sherlock Holmes was wrong. We heard steps and a knock at the door. He moved the lamp so it shone on the empty chair. A visitor would sit there. "Come in," he said. A young man came in. He was about 22. He was well-dressed and neat. He looked polite and gentle. He held a wet umbrella. His long, shiny raincoat showed the bad weather he had been in. He looked around worriedly in the lamplight. His face was pale. His eyes looked tired, like someone with a big worry. "I am sorry," he said. He lifted his glasses to his eyes. "I hope I am not bothering you. I am afraid I brought some of the storm into your warm room." "Give me your coat and umbrella," Holmes said. "They can rest here and will be dry soon. You came from the southwest, I see." "Yes, from Horsham. The clay and chalk on your shoes are very clear. I have come for advice. That is easy to get. And help. That is not always so easy. I heard about you, Mr. Holmes. Major Prendergast told me how you helped him in the Tankerville Club case. Ah, yes. He was wrongly said to have cheated at cards. He said you could solve anything. He said too much. That you are never beaten. I have been beaten 4 times, 3 times by men, and once by a woman. But that is nothing compared to how many times you have won. It is true that I have usually won. Then you can win for me. Please bring your chair to the fire. Tell me about your case. It is not a normal case. None of my cases are. I am the last place people come for help. But I wonder, sir, if in all your time you have heard a stranger and harder to explain set of events than what happened in my family. You make me very interested, Holmes said. Please tell us the important facts from the start. Then I can ask you about the details that seem most important to me. The young man moved his chair closer. He put his wet feet near the fire. My name is John Openshaw, he said. But my life, as far as I know, has little to do with this terrible thing. It is something that runs in my family. So, to tell you the facts, I must start from the beginning. My grandfather had 2 sons, my uncle Elias and my father Joseph. My father had a small factory in Coventry. He made it bigger when bicycles were invented. He had the patent for the Openshaw unbreakable tire. His business was so good that he sold it and retired with a lot of money. My uncle Elias went to America when he was young. He became a farmer in Florida. People said he did very well. During the war, he fought in Jackson's army and then under Hood. He became a colonel. When the war ended, my uncle went back to his farm. He stayed there for 3 or 4 years. Around 1869 or 1870, he came back to Europe. He bought a small house in Sussex, near Horsham. He had made a lot of money in America. He left because he did not like black people, and he did not like the government's plan to let them vote. He was a strange man. He was angry easily. He used bad words when he was angry. He liked to be alone. In all the years he lived in Horsham, I think he never went into the town. He had a garden and 2 or 3 fields around his house. He would walk there. But often for weeks he would not leave his room. He drank a lot of brandy and smoked a lot. But he did not see anyone and did not want friends, not even his own brother. He did not mind me. In fact, he liked me. I was about 12 when he first saw me. This was in 1878, after he had been in England for 8 or 9 years. He asked my father to let me live with him. He was kind to me in his way. When he was not drunk, he liked to play backgammon and checkers with me. He made me deal with the servants and the shopkeepers. So by the time I was 16, I was in charge of the house. I had all the keys. I could go anywhere and do anything, as long as I did not bother him. But there was one room he always kept locked. It was a storage room in the attic. He never let me or anyone else go in there. I looked through the keyhole because I was curious, but I only saw old boxes and bundles, like you would expect in such a room. One day, in March 1883, a letter with a foreign stamp was on the table in front of the colonel's plate. He did not usually get letters. He paid all his bills with cash, and he had no friends. "From India," he said when he picked it up. "Pondicherry postmark. What can this be?" He opened it quickly. 5 small, dry orange seeds fell out onto his plate. I started to laugh, but then I saw his face and stopped. His mouth was open. His eyes were wide. His skin was gray. He stared at the envelope in his shaking hand. K, he shouted. Then, my God, my sins have found me." "What is it, Uncle?" I asked. "Death," he said. He got up from the table and went to his room. I was shaking with fear. I picked up the envelope. On the inside flap, near the glue, I saw the letter K written 3 times in red ink. There was nothing else but the 5 dry seeds. Why was he so scared? I left the breakfast table. As I went up the stairs, I saw him coming down. He had an old rusty key in one hand. It must have been for the attic. In the other hand, He had a small brass box, like a money box. "They can do what they like, but I will stop them," he said with a bad word. "Tell Mary I want a fire in my room today, and send for Fordham, the lawyer from Horsham." I did as he said. When the lawyer came, I was asked to go to the room. The fire was burning brightly. In the fireplace were black, fluffy ashes like burned paper. The brass box was open and empty next to it. I looked at the box. I saw, with a shock, the 3 Ks printed on the lid. The same ones I saw on the envelope that morning. "I want you, John," my uncle said, "to see my will. I leave my property, good and bad, to my brother, your father. It will likely go to you after him. If you can enjoy it in peace, that's good. If you find you cannot, take my advice, boy, and leave it to your worst enemy. I am sorry to give you something that can be good or bad, but I cannot say what will happen. Please sign the paper where Mr. Fordham shows you." I signed the paper. The lawyer took it with him. This strange event made a very strong impression on me. I thought about it a lot, but I could not understand it. But I still felt a vague fear. This feeling became less strong as weeks passed and nothing happened. But I saw a change in my uncle. He drank more than ever. He liked company even less. He spent most of his time in his room, with the door locked. But sometimes he would come out in a drunken rage. He would run out of the house and around the garden with a gun in his hand. He would shout that he was not afraid of anyone, and that no one, man or devil, could keep him like a sheep in a pen. When these angry times were over, he would rush back into the house. He would lock and bar the door behind him. He looked like a man who could not fight his fear anymore. At these times, I saw his face, even on a cold day, shiny with sweat, as if he had just washed it. Well, to finish the story, Mr. Holmes, and not to take too much of your time, one night he went out in one of those drunken rages. He never came back. We found him face down in a small pool with green stuff on it at the bottom of the garden. There were no signs of violence. The water was only 2 feet deep. So the jury, knowing he was strange, said it was suicide. But I knew he hated the thought of death. It was hard for me to believe he had killed himself. The matter ended. My father got the property and about $14,000 in the bank. "One moment," Holmes said. "Your story, I see, is one of the most amazing I have heard. Please tell me the date your uncle got the letter and the date he supposedly died." "The letter arrived on March 10, 1883. He died 7 weeks later, on the night of May 2nd. "Thank you. Please continue." "When my father got the Horsham property, he looked carefully in the attic, as I asked. It had always been locked. We found the brass box there, but its contents were gone. On the inside of the lid was a paper label. It had KKK written on it. And below that, letters, notes, receipts, and a list. We think these were the papers Colonel Openshaw destroyed. There was not much else important in the attic. Only many scattered papers and notebooks about my uncle's life in America. Some were from the war. They showed he was a good, brave soldier. Others were from after the war in the southern states. They were mostly about politics. He had clearly been against the bad politicians who came from the north. My father came to live at Horsham at the start of 1884. Everything was fine until January 1885. On the 4th day after the new year, my father shouted in surprise. We were at the breakfast table. He was holding a newly opened envelope in one hand. In the other, he had 5 dry orange seeds in his open palm. He had always laughed at my story about the colonel, but now he looked very scared and confused because the same thing had happened to him. "What on earth does this mean, John?" he stammered. My heart felt heavy. "It is KKK, I said. He looked inside the envelope. "So it is," he cried. "Here are the letters, but what is written above them?" "Put the papers on the sundial," I read, looking over his shoulder. "What papers? What sundial?" he asked. "The sundial in the garden. There is no other," I said. But the papers must be the ones that were destroyed. Pooh, he said, trying to be brave. We are in a civilized country. We cannot have such silly things. Where did it come from? From Dundee, I answered, looking at the postmark. Some ridiculous joke, he said. What do I have to do with sundials and papers? I will not pay attention to such nonsense. I should speak to the police, I said. And be laughed at. No, nothing of the sort. Then let me do so? No, I forbid you. I will not have a fuss about such nonsense. It was useless to argue with him. He was a very stubborn man, but I felt a lot of fear. On the third day after the letter came, my father left home to visit an old friend, Major Freebody, who is in charge of a fort on Portsdown Hill. I was glad he went. I thought he was safer away from home, but I was wrong. On the second day he was away, I got a telegram from the Major. He asked me to come at once. My father had fallen into one of the deep chalk pits there. He was unconscious, with a broken head. I hurried to him, but he died without waking up. He had been coming back from Fareham in the evening. He did not know the area. The chalk pit had no fence, so the jury easily said it was death from accident. I looked carefully at everything about his death, but I could not find anything that looked like murder. There were no signs of violence, no footprints, no robbery, no reports of strangers on the roads. But I must tell you, I was not calm. I was almost sure that some evil plan had happened to him. In this bad way, I got my inheritance. You will ask me why I did not sell it. I answer, because I was sure that our problems were connected to something in my uncle's life, and that the danger would be the same in any house. It was in January 1885 that my poor father died. 2 years and 8 months have passed since then. During that time, I lived happily in Horsham. I had started to hope that this bad luck had left my family, that it had ended with the last generation. But I hoped too soon. Yesterday morning, the same thing that happened to my father happened to me. The young man took a crumpled envelope from his vest. He turned to the table and shook out 5 small, dry orange seeds onto it. This is the envelope, he continued. The postmark is London, eastern part. Inside are the same words that were on my father's last message. K, K, K. And then, put the papers on the sundial. What have you done? Holmes asked. Nothing. Nothing? To tell the truth, he put his face in his thin, white hands. I feel helpless. I feel like those poor rabbits when the snake moves towards them. I seem to be caught by some strong, bad evil. No planning or care can stop it. Tut, tut, cried Sherlock Holmes. You must act, man, or you are lost. Only action can save you. This is not a time to give up. I have seen the police. Ah. But they smiled when I told my story. I think the police officer believes the letters are just jokes, and that my family members' deaths were truly accidents, as the jury said, not connected to the warnings. Holmes shook his closed hands in the air. Unbelievable foolishness, he cried. A policeman can stay in my house with me. Did he come with you tonight? No, he must stay in the house. Holmes was angry again. Why did you come to me now? He asked. Why did you not come before? I did not know. Today I talked to Major Prendergast about my problems. He told me to come to you. You got the letter 2 days ago. We should have acted sooner. Do you have more information? Something small that can help us? Yes, one thing, said John Openshaw. He took a blue paper from his coat pocket. He put it on the table. I remember, he said, that when my uncle burned papers, the small edges that did not burn were this color. I found this paper on his room's floor. I think it fell out from the other papers and did not burn. It talks about pips, but I do not think it helps much. I think it is from a private diary. My uncle wrote it. Holmes moved the light. We both looked at the paper. Its torn edge showed it came from a book. It said, March 1869, and then these strange notes. 4th, Hudson came, same old platform. 7th, sent Pips to Macaulay, Paramore, and John Swain of St. Augustine. 9th, Macaulay left. 10th, John Swain left. 12th, visited Paramore. All good. Thank you, said Holmes. He folded the paper and gave it back to our visitor. Now, you must go at once. We do not have time to talk about what you said. You must go home now and do something. What should I do? There is only one thing to do. Do it now. Put this paper into the brass box you told us about. Also, put a note inside. Say that your uncle burned all other papers, and this is the only one left. Write it so people will believe you. After that, put the box on the sundial, as told. Do you understand? Yes, completely. Do not think about revenge now. I think we can get justice later through the law. But we need to act first. The first thing is to stop the danger to you. The second is to solve the mystery and punish the bad people. Thank you, said the young man. He stood up and put on his coat. You have given me new life and hope. I will do as you say. Go at once, and most important, be careful. I am sure you are in great danger. How do you go back? By train from Waterloo. It is not yet 9. The streets will be full of people, so I hope you will be safe, but you cannot be too careful. I have a weapon. That is good. Tomorrow I will start work on your case. Will I see you at Horsham then? No, your secret is in London. I will look for it there. Then I will visit you in a day or two with news about the box and papers. I will follow all your advice. He shook our hands and left. Outside, the wind still blew hard and the rain hit the windows. This strange story came to us from the wild weather. It was like a piece of seaweed blown in by a storm. Now it was gone back into the wind and rain. Sherlock Holmes sat quietly for some time. His head was down. His eyes looked at the red fire. Then he lit his pipe. He leaned back in his chair. He watched the blue smoke rings go up to the ceiling. I think, Watson, he said at last, this is our strangest case. Perhaps, except for the sign of 4. Yes, perhaps that one. But this John Openshaw seems to be in more danger than the Sholtos were. But do you, I asked, know what these dangers are? Their nature is clear, he answered. Then what are they? Who is this KKK, and why does he follow this sad family? Sherlock Holmes closed his eyes. He put his elbows on his chair arms, his fingertips together. A perfect thinker, he said. If he sees one fact clearly, can understand all the past and future events connected to it. Like Cuvier could describe a whole animal from one bone. A person who understands one part of a series of events should know all the other parts, before and after. We have not yet reached the power of pure thought. Problems that confuse people who use their senses can be solved by thinking. But to do this perfectly, a thinker must use all the facts he knows. This means he must know everything. Even today, with free education and encyclopedias, this is rare. But it is possible for a man to know all that is useful for his work. I have tried to do this. If I remember right, in the early days of our friendship, you described what I know very clearly. Yes, I answered, laughing. It was a strange paper. Philosophy, astronomy, and politics were 0, I remember. Botany was sometimes good. Geology was deep about mud from 50 miles around town. Chemistry was odd. Anatomy was not ordered. Crime and exciting stories were unique. You played violin, boxed, fenced, were a lawyer, and poisoned yourself with cocaine and tobacco. Those were the main points of my analysis. Holmes smiled at the last part. Well, he said, I say now, as I said then, a man should fill his mind with useful things. The rest he can put away in his library, where he can get it if he needs it. For a case like this one tonight, we need all our knowledge. Please give me the letter K from the American Encyclopedia next to you. Thank you. Now let us think about the situation and what we can learn from it. First, we can guess that Colonel Openshaw had a very strong reason to leave America. Men his age do not change their lives easily. They do not leave the nice weather of Florida for a quiet English town. His great love for being alone in England suggests he was afraid of someone or something. So we can guess that fear made him leave America. We can only guess what he feared by looking at the terrible letters he and his family received. Did you notice the stamps on those letters? The first was from Pondicherry, the second from Dundee, and the third from London. From East London. What do you think from that? They are all port cities. The writer was on a ship. Excellent. We have a clue. It is very likely that the writer was on a ship. Now let us think about another point. For Pondicherry, 7 weeks passed between the warning and the event. For Dundee, it was only 3 or 4 days. Does that tell you anything? A longer distance to travel? But the letter also traveled a longer distance. Then I do not see the point. We can guess that the ship the man or men are on is a sailing ship. It seems they always send their warning before they start their mission. You see how fast the event happened after the warning from Dundee. If they came from Pondicherry in a steamship, they would have arrived almost as soon as their letter. But 7 weeks passed. I think those 7 weeks were the difference between the mail ship that brought the letter and the sailing ship that brought the writer. It is possible. More than possible. It is likely. And now you see why this new case is so urgent, and why I told young Openshaw to be careful. The attack always happens after the time it would take the senders to travel the distance. But this one comes from London, so we cannot expect a delay. Oh my God, I cried. What does this endless chase mean? The papers Openshaw had are very important to the person or people on the sailing ship. I think it is clear there is more than one of them. One man could not have caused 2 deaths and fooled a jury. There must have been several of them. They must be smart and strong-willed. They want those papers no matter who has them. So KKK is not one person's initials. It is a symbol of a group. But what group? Have you never, said Sherlock Holmes, leaning forward and lowering his voice, have you never heard of the Ku Klux Klan? I have not. Holmes turned the pages of the book on his lap. Here it is, he said soon. Ku Klux Klan. This name sounds like a rifle being loaded. This terrible secret group was started by old soldiers from the South after the Civil War. It quickly made groups in different places like Tennessee, Louisiana, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. Its power was used for politics. Mainly, it scared black voters and killed or drove away people who did not agree with them. Their bad acts usually came after a strange but known warning sent to the person. This could be oak leaves, melon seeds, or orange pips. When the person got this, they could change their ways or leave the country. If they stayed, they would surely die, usually in a strange way. The group was so well organized that almost no one could escape them safely. Their bad acts were almost never traced back to them. For some years the group was strong, even with the government and good people trying to stop them. Finally, in 1869, the group suddenly stopped, though there have been some similar acts since then. You will see, said Holmes, putting down the book, that the group stopped at the same time Openshaw left America with their papers. One may have caused the other. It is not strange that he and his family are being followed by some very angry people. You can understand that this record and diary might show the names of important people in the South. Many people will not sleep well until it is found. Then the page we saw is what we might expect. It said, if I remember, sent the pips to A, B, and C. That means they sent the group's warning to them. Then it says that A and B left the country. And finally that C was visited, with, I fear, a bad result for C. Well, Doctor, I think we can shed some light on this dark matter. And I believe young Openshaw's only chance now is to do what I told him. There is nothing more to say or do tonight. So give me my violin and let us try to forget the bad weather and the even worse ways of people for half an hour. In the morning, the weather was clear. The sun shone softly through the thin fog over the big city. Sherlock Holmes was already eating breakfast when I came down. "Please excuse me for not waiting," he said. "I foresee a very busy day looking into young Openshaw's case." "What will you do?" I asked. "It will depend on what I find first. I might have to go to Horsham after all." "You will not go there first?" "No, I will start in the city. Please ring the bell and the maid will bring your coffee." While I waited, I picked up the new newspaper from the table. I looked at it. A headline made me feel cold. "Holmes," I cried, "you are too late." "Ah," he said, putting down his cup. "I feared as much. How did it happen?" He spoke calmly, but I could see he was very sad. My eyes saw the name Openshaw and the headline, "Tragedy Near Waterloo Bridge." Here's the story. Between 9 and 10 last night, Police Constable Cook, from the H Division, working near Waterloo Bridge, heard a cry for help and a splash in the water. The night was very dark and stormy. So, even with help from people passing by, it was not possible to save him. But the alarm was raised. With help from the water police, the body was found. It was a young gentleman. An envelope in his pocket showed his name was John Openshaw. He lived near Horsham. People think he was rushing to catch the last train from Waterloo Station. In his hurry and the extreme darkness, he missed his way and fell off one of the small places for riverboats. The body had no signs of violence. There is no doubt that he died in a sad accident. This should make the police look at the condition of the river landing places. We sat quietly for some minutes. Holmes was sadder and more shaken than I had ever seen him. "That hurts my pride, Watson," he said at last. "It is a small feeling, I know, but it hurts my pride. This is personal to me now. If God gives me health, I will catch this group. That he came to me for help, and I sent him to his death." He jumped from his chair. He walked around the room, very upset. His pale cheeks were red. He kept opening and closing his long, thin hands. "They must be clever devils," he said at last. "How could they trick him down there?" The embankment is not on the direct way to the station. The bridge, for sure, was too crowded, even on such a night, for their plan. "Well, Watson, we will see who wins in the end. I am going out now." "To the police?" "No, I will be my own police. When I have caught them, the police can take them, not before." All day I worked at my job. It was late in the evening when I returned to Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes had not come back yet. It was almost 10 o'clock when he came in. He looked pale and tired. He walked to the cupboard. He tore a piece from the bread and ate it fast. He drank a lot of water. "You are hungry," I said. "Starving. I forgot. I have had nothing since breakfast." "Nothing?" "Not a bite. I had no time to think about it." "And how did you do?" "Well." "You have a clue?" "I have them completely. Young Openshaw will be avenged soon. Watson, let us put their own terrible mark on them. That is a good idea." "What do you mean?" He took an orange from the cupboard. He tore it into pieces. He squeezed the seeds onto the table. He took 5 of them and put them into an envelope. Inside the flap, he wrote, "S.H. for J.O." Then he sealed it. He wrote the address. "Captain James Calhoun, Bark Lone Star, Savannah, Georgia." "That will wait for him when he arrives in port," he said, laughing softly. "It may give him a sleepless night. He will find it as sure a sign of his fate as Openshaw did before him." "And who is this Captain Calhoun?" "The leader of the group. I will get the others, but him first." "How did you find him?" He took a large paper from his pocket. It was full of dates and names. "I have spent all day," he said, looking through old shipping records. I followed every ship that went to Pondicherry in January and February of 1883. There were 36 large ships reported there during those months. One of them, the Lone Star, caught my eye at once. It was reported to have sailed from London, but its name is like one of the American states. Texas, I think. I was not, and am not sure which, but I knew the ship must be American. What then? I looked at the Dundee records. When I found the bark, Lone Star, was there in January 1885, my suspicion became certain. Then I asked about the ships in London port now. Yes? The Lone Star arrived here last week. I went to the Albert Dock. I found that it had gone down the river with the early tide this morning, going home to Savannah. I sent a message to Gravesend. I learned that it had passed some time ago. Since the wind is from the east, I am sure it is now past the Goodwins and close to the Isle of Wight. What will you do then? Oh, I have him. He and the 2 officers, I learned, are the only Americans on the ship. The others are from Finland and Germany. I also know that all 3 were away from the ship last night. I learned this from the worker who loaded their cargo. By the time their sailing ship reaches Savannah, the mailboat will have carried this letter, and the cable will have told the police in Savannah that these 3 gentlemen are wanted here for murder. But there is always a mistake, even in the best plans. The killers of John Openshaw never got the orange seeds that would show them someone else, as clever and strong as they were, was following them. The storms that year were very long and strong. We waited a long time for news of the Lone Star of Savannah, but we never heard anything. We did finally hear that far out in the Atlantic, a broken back part of a boat was seen floating in a wave with the letters LS carved on it. That is all we will ever know about the fate of the Lone Star. Chapter 6. The Man with the Twisted Lip. Asa Whitney was Elias Whitney's brother. Elias Whitney was a good man. Asa used opium a lot. He started when he was in college. He read a book about dreams and tried to make them real with opium and tobacco. But it was hard to stop using opium. He used it for many years. His friends and family felt bad for him. He looked sick, with a yellow face and sleepy eyes. He was a good man, but the drug made him weak. One night in June 1889, my doorbell rang. It was late. I was sitting, and my wife was sewing. She looked sad. "A patient," she said. "You must go out." I sighed because I was tired from a long day. We heard the door open and quick steps. Then our door opened. A lady in dark clothes with a black veil came in. "Excuse me for coming so late," she said. Then she cried and hugged my wife. "Oh, I have a big problem. I need help." My wife lifted her veil. "Why, it's Kate Whitney. You surprised me, Kate. I didn't know it was you." "I didn't know what to do, so I came to you." People always came to my wife when they had problems. "It was good of you to come. Have some wine and water. Sit here and tell us everything. Or should I send James to bed?" "Oh no, I need the doctor's help too. It's about Asa. He has not been home for 2 days. I am so scared for him." She had told us about her husband before, to me, as a doctor, and to my wife, as an old friend. We tried to make her feel better. Did she know where he was? Could we bring him back? Yes, she thought so. She knew he went to an opium place in the east of the city when he was using the drug. Before, he always came back in the evening. But now, he had been gone for 2 days. He was probably there, at a place called the Bar of Gold, in Upper Swandam Lane. But what could she do? She was a small, shy woman. How could she go there and get him from bad people? This was the problem. There was only one thing to do. Could I go with her? Then I thought, why should she come? I was Asa Whitney's doctor. I could help him better alone. I told her I would send him home in a taxi in 2 hours if he was there. So, in 10 minutes, I left my warm room. I was going east in a taxi for a strange reason. The first part of my trip was not hard. Upper Swandam Lane is a bad street behind the big docks in East London. Between two shops, there were steps going down to a dark place like a cave. This was the place I was looking for. I told my taxi to wait. I went down the steps. They were worn smooth by many feet. A small lamp was over the door. I opened the door and went into a long, low room. It smelled of opium smoke. There were wooden beds like on a ship. In the dark, I could see people lying in strange ways. Their heads were back, and their chins were up. Some had dull eyes looking at me. Little red lights from the pipes glowed in the shadows. Most people were quiet. Some talked to themselves. Others talked together in a low, slow voice. Their talk stopped and started. Each person thought his own thoughts and did not listen to others. At the end of the room, there was a small fire. A tall, thin old man sat by it on a stool. He looked at the fire, with his head on his hands. When I came in, a man with yellow skin came to me. He had a pipe for me and some opium. He showed me to an empty bed. "Thank you. I am not staying," I said. "My friend, Mr. Asa Whitney, is here. I want to talk to him." Someone moved and made a sound to my right. I looked through the dark. I saw Whitney. He was pale and messy. He looked at me. "Oh my God, it's Watson," he said. He was shaking. "Watson, what time is it?" "Almost 11. "What day?" "Friday, June 19th. "Oh no, I thought it was Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Why do you want to scare me?" He put his face on his arms and started to cry loudly. "I tell you it is Friday. Your wife has waited for you for 2 days. You should be ashamed." "I am. But you are wrong, Watson. I have only been here a few hours, 3 pipes, 4 pipes, I forget how many. But I will go home with you. I would not scare Kate. Poor little Kate. Give me your hand. Do you have a taxi?" "Yes, I have one waiting." "Then I will go in it. But I must pay something. Find out what I owe, Watson. I feel sick. I cannot do anything for myself." I walked along the narrow path between the sleeping people. I held my breath so I would not breathe the bad smoke. I looked for the manager. As I passed the tall man by the fire, he pulled my coat. A low voice said, "Walk past me, then look back at me." I heard the words clearly. I looked down. The old man next to me must have said them, but he looked as if he was still lost in thought. He was very thin and old. An opium pipe hung from his knees. I took 2 steps and looked back. I tried hard not to shout. He had turned his back so only I could see him. He looked bigger. His wrinkles were gone. His dull eyes were bright. And there, sitting by the fire and smiling at my surprise, was Sherlock Holmes. He moved his hand for me to come closer. Then, as he turned his face back to the others, he looked old and weak again. "Holmes," I whispered, "what are you doing here?" "Quietly," he answered. "I hear very well. If you could please send your drunk friend away, I would like to talk to you." "I have a taxi outside." "Then please send him home in it. He will be safe. He is too weak to do anything bad. Also, send a note with the taxi driver to your wife. Tell her you are with me. If you wait outside, I will be with you in 5 minutes." It was hard to say no to Sherlock Holmes. He always asked clearly and with a calm power. But I felt that once Whitney was in the taxi, my job was done. And I wanted to join my friend in his exciting adventures. In a few minutes, I wrote my note, paid for Whitney, took him to the taxi, and watched him drive away in the dark. Soon, an old-looking man came out of the opium place. I was walking down the street with Sherlock Holmes. For 2 streets, he walked slowly with a bent back. Then he looked around quickly. He stood up straight and laughed loudly. "I suppose, Watson," he said, "you think I also use opium, like cocaine and other bad things you talk about. I was certainly surprised to find you there. But not more than I was to find you. I came to find a friend, and I came to find an enemy. An enemy? Yes, one of my enemies. Or I should say my prey. Watson, I am working on a very strange case. I hope to find a clue from these drunk people, as I have before. If they knew me in that place, I would be dead. I have used it before for my work. The bad man who runs it has promised to hurt me. There is a secret door at the back of that building. It is near Paul's Wharf. It could tell strange stories about what happened there on dark nights. What? You don't mean bodies? Yes, bodies, Watson. We would be rich if we got £1,000 for every poor person killed in that place. It is the worst murder place by the river. I fear Neville St. Clair went in and will never leave, but our trap should be here. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. A similar whistle answered from far away. Then we heard wheels and horse hoofs. Now, Watson, Holmes said as a tall cart came quickly through the dark. 2 yellow lights shone from its sides. You'll come with me, won't you? If I can help. Oh, a good friend always helps, and someone to write about it even more. My room at the Cedars has 2 beds. The Cedars? Yes, that is Mr. St. Clair's house. I am staying there for my case. Where is it? Near Lee, in Kent. We have a 7-mile drive. But I know nothing. Of course not. You will know everything soon. Get in here. All right, John, we don't need you. Here is half a crown. Look for me tomorrow, around 11. Let her go. So long then. He hit the horse with his whip. We drove quickly through many dark and empty streets. They became wider. Then we were on a wide bridge. The dark river flowed slowly below us. Beyond the bridge was more quiet land with houses. Only the sound of policemen's feet or singing from late party people broke the silence. A light mist moved slowly across the sky. A few stars shone faintly through the clouds. Holmes drove quietly. His head was down. He looked lost in thought. I sat next to him. I wanted to know about this new case that seemed so hard for him, but I was afraid to stop his thoughts. We had driven some miles. We were starting to see houses on the edge of the city. He moved, shrugged his shoulders, and lit his pipe. He looked like a man who knew he was doing the right thing. "You are very good at being quiet, Watson," he said. "It makes you a very good friend. It is great for me to have someone to talk to. My own thoughts are not very nice. I was thinking about what I should say to this sweet lady tonight when she meets me at the door. You forget I know nothing about it. I will have time to tell you the facts before we get to Lee. It seems very simple, but I can't find anything to help. There are many facts, but I can't find the start of the problem. Now I will tell you the case clearly, Watson. Maybe you can see something when I see nothing." "Go on, then." Some years ago, in May 1884, a man named Neville St. Clair came to Lee. He seemed to have a lot of money. He bought a big house, made the garden nice, and lived well. He made friends in the area. In 1887, he married a local brewer's daughter. Now they have 2 children. He did not have a job, but he had money in some companies. He usually went to town in the morning. He came back by the 5:14 train from Cannon Street every night. Mr. St. Clair is 37 years old now. He does not drink much. He is a good husband and a very loving father. Everyone who knows him likes him. I can also say that he owes very little money, about £88, 10 shillings. He has £220 in the bank, so there is no reason to think he has money problems. Last Monday, Mr. Neville St. Clair went to town earlier than usual. He said he had 2 important things to do. He would bring his little boy a box of toy bricks. By chance, his wife got a message on that same Monday, soon after he left. It said a small valuable package she was waiting for was at the Aberdeen Shipping Company's office. If you know London well, you will know the company's office is in Fresno Street. This street comes off Upper Swandam Lane, where you found me tonight. Mrs. St. Clair had lunch. She went to the city, did some shopping, went to the company's office, got her package, and was walking through Swandam Lane at 4:35 on her way back to the station. Have you understood so far? It is very clear. If you remember, Monday was a very hot day. Mrs. St. Clair walked slowly. She looked for a taxi because she did not like the area she was in. As she walked down Swandam Lane, she suddenly heard a shout. She was very scared to see her husband looking down at her. He seemed to wave to her from a second-floor window. The window was open. She clearly saw his face. She said he looked very upset. He waved his hands quickly to her. Then he disappeared from the window so fast. It seemed like someone pulled him back. One strange thing she noticed was that he wore a dark coat, like the one he wore to town. But he had no collar or tie. She was sure something was wrong with him. She ran down the steps. The house was the opium place where you found me tonight. She ran through the front room. She tried to go up the stairs to the first floor. But at the bottom of the stairs, she met the bad man, the Lascar I told you about. He pushed her back. A man from Denmark, who helps him there, also pushed her into the street. She was very worried and scared. She ran down the lane. By good luck, she met some policemen and an inspector in Fresno Street. They were going on their rounds. The inspector and 2 men went back with her. The owner tried to stop them, but they went to the room where Mr. St. Clair was last seen. He was not there. In fact, no one was on that floor except a crippled man with a terrible face. He seemed to live there. Both he and the Lascar said strongly that no one else had been in the front room that afternoon. Their denial was so strong that the inspector was confused. He almost believed Mrs. St. Clair was wrong. Then she cried out. She jumped at a small wooden box on the table and pulled off the lid. Children's toy bricks fell out. It was the toy he had promised to bring home. This discovery, and the crippled man's clear confusion, made the inspector realize the matter was serious. They looked at the rooms carefully. Everything showed a terrible crime. The front room was a simple living room. It led to a small bedroom. This bedroom looked out onto the back of one of the docks. Between the dock and the bedroom window is a narrow strip of land. It is dry when the tide is low, but when the tide is high, it has at least 4.5 feet of water. The bedroom window was wide and opened from the bottom. They saw blood on the windowsill. There were also some drops of blood on the wooden floor of the bedroom. All of Mr. Neville St. Clair's clothes were hidden behind a curtain in the front room, except for his coat. His boots, socks, hat, and watch, all were there. There were no signs of violence on these clothes. There were no other traces of Mr. Neville St. Clair. He must have gone out the window. No other way out was found. And the bad bloodstains on the windowsill meant he could not have saved himself by swimming. The tide was at its highest point when this happened. The people who seemed to be involved in the matter were a man from India, a Lascar, and a man named Hugh Boone. The Lascar was a bad man, but he was at the bottom of the stairs very soon after Mrs. St. Clair saw her husband at the window. So, he could not have done the crime alone. He said he knew nothing. He said he did not know what Hugh Boone, his renter, was doing. He also said he did not know why the missing man's clothes were there. Now, let's talk about Hugh Boone. He is a man who cannot walk well. He lives on the second floor of the opium place. He was the last person to see Neville St. Clair. Hugh Boone's face is ugly. Many people in the city know him. He asks for money for a living. He pretends to sell matches to avoid the police. He sits every day in Threadneedle Street. He sits with his legs crossed and his matches on his lap. People feel sorry for him and give him money in his hat. I have seen him many times. He gets a lot of money quickly. His face is special. He has orange hair and a pale face with a terrible scar. His scar makes his upper lip turn up. He has a strong chin and dark, deep eyes. These eyes are very different from his hair color. He is also clever. He always has something to say to people who joke with him. This is the man who lived at the opium place. He was the last man to see Mr. St. Clair. I said, "But he is a cripple. How could he fight a strong man by himself?" Holmes said, "He walks with a limp, but he is strong in other ways. Watson, you are a doctor. You know that if one part of the body is weak, other parts can be stronger." I said, "Please continue your story." Mrs. St. Clair fainted when she saw blood at the window. The police took her home in a taxi. She could not help them. Inspector Barton was in charge. He looked very carefully at the place, but he found nothing useful. He made a mistake. He did not arrest Boone at once. Boone had a few minutes. He could have talked to the Lascar, but this was fixed quickly. They caught and searched Boone. They found nothing to show he was guilty. There was some blood on his shirt sleeve, but he showed his finger. It was cut near the nail. He said the blood came from there. He said he was at the window before. He said the blood there was from his cut finger. He said he never saw Mr. Neville St. Clair. He swore he did not know why the clothes were in his room. He said Mrs. St. Clair was crazy or dreaming when she said she saw her husband at the window. He protested loudly and was taken to the police station. The inspector stayed to look for more clues when the water went down. And they found something. They found Neville St. Clair's coat, not Neville St. Clair himself. The coat was there when the water went down. What do you think they found in the pockets? I said, I cannot guess. Holmes said, no, you would not guess. Every pocket was full of coins, 421 pennies and 270 halfpennies. So it was not taken by the water. But a person's body is different. There is a strong current near the house. It seemed likely that the heavy coat stayed, but the body was pulled into the river. I said, but all the other clothes were in the room. Was the body wearing only a coat? Holmes said, no, sir, but there is an idea. What if Boone pushed Neville St. Clair out of the window? No one saw it. What would Boone do then? He would think he must hide the clothes. He would take the coat. He would throw it out, but then he would think it would float. He has little time. He heard the noise downstairs when the wife tried to come up. Maybe the Lascar told him the police were coming. He must act fast. He runs to his secret money. He puts all the coins he can find into the coat pockets. He wants to make sure it sinks. He throws it out. He would have thrown out the other clothes too, but he heard footsteps below. He just had time to close the window when the police came. I said, that sounds possible. Holmes said, well, we will use that idea for now. Boone was arrested and taken to the station. But there was nothing bad known about him before. He was known as a beggar for years. His life seemed quiet and innocent. So, we still need to know. What was Neville St. Clair doing in the opium place? What happened to him there? Where is he now? What did Hugh Boone do with him? All these questions are still not answered. I have never seen a case that looked so simple, but was so hard. While Sherlock Holmes told me these things, we rode outside the big town. We passed the last houses. We rode along a country road. As he finished talking, we went through 2 small villages. A few lights were still on. My friend said, we are near Lee. We have been in 3 English areas on our short ride. We started in Middlesex, went through Surrey, and are now in Kent. Do you see that light among the trees? That is the Cedars. A woman is sitting there. I am sure she has heard our horse. I asked, but why are you not working on this case from Baker Street? Holmes said, because I need to ask many questions here. Mrs. St. Clair has given me 2 rooms. She will be happy to see my friend. Watson, I do not want to see her when I have no news of her husband. Here we are. Whoa, whoa. We stopped in front of a big house with its own land. A boy from the stable came out to the horse. I got out and followed Holmes up the small, winding path to the house. As we came near, the door opened. A small woman with light hair stood there. She wore a light dress with pink cloth. Her shape was clear against the light. One hand was on the door. One hand was partly up. Her body was bent a little. Her head and face were forward. Her eyes were eager. Her lips were open. She was asking a question. "Well?" she cried. "Well?" Then she saw two of us. She made a sound of hope. It changed to a sad sound when my friend shook his head and moved his shoulders. "No good news?" "None." "No bad?" "No." "Thank God for that. Please come in. You must be tired. You have had a long day." Holmes said, "This is my friend, Dr. Watson. He has helped me very much in some of my cases. I am lucky to bring him here to help with this case." She said, "I am happy to see you." She held my hand warmly. "I am sure you will forgive anything that is not perfect. We have had a sudden shock." I said, "My dear madam, I have been through many things. I see that no apology is needed. If I can help you or my friend, I will be very happy." "Now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes," the lady said as we entered a bright dining room. There was cold food on the table. "I want to ask you one or two simple questions. Please give me a simple answer." "Of course, madam." "Do not worry about my feelings. I am not upset, and I do not faint. I just want your true opinion." "About what?" "Deep in your heart, do you think Neville is alive?" Sherlock Holmes looked like he did not want to answer. "Honestly now," she said again. She stood on the rug and looked at him closely. He was leaning back in a chair. "Honestly then, madam, I do not." "You think he is dead?" "I do." "Murdered?" "I do not say that. Maybe." "And on what day did he die?" "On Monday." "Then maybe, Mr. Holmes, you can tell me how I received a letter from him today." Sherlock Holmes jumped from his chair. "What?" he shouted. "Yes, today." She stood smiling. She held a small piece of paper in the air. "May I see it?" "Certainly." He quickly took it from her. He made it flat on the table. He moved the lamp closer and looked at it very carefully. I had left my chair. I looked at it over his shoulder. The envelope was very rough. It had a Gravesend postmark. The date was that very day, or the day before, because it was past midnight. "Rough writing," Holmes said quietly. "Surely this is not your husband's writing, madam." "No, but the letter inside is. I also see that the person who wrote the address had to ask for it." "How can you tell that?" "The name is in very black ink. It has dried. The rest is grayish. This means blotting paper was used. If it was written at once and then blotted, no part would be very black. This man wrote the name. Then he stopped before writing the address. This means he did not know the address well. It is a small detail, but small details are very important. Let's look at the letter now. Ah, there was something else inside. Yes, there was a ring, his ring. And are you sure this is your husband's handwriting? One of his handwritings. One? His handwriting when he wrote quickly. It is very different from his usual writing, but I know it well. Dearest, do not be afraid. All will be well. There is a big mistake that may take some time to fix. Wait with patience. Neville. Written with a pencil on a page of a book. The book was a normal size. No watermark. Posted today in Gravesend by a man with a dirty thumb. Ah, and the flap was stuck down, if I am not wrong, by a person who was chewing tobacco. And you are sure that it is your husband's handwriting, madam? None. Neville wrote those words. And they were posted today at Gravesend. Well, Mrs. St. Clair, things are getting clearer, but I would not say the danger is over. But he must be alive, Mr. Holmes. Unless this is a clever fake to trick us, the ring proves nothing. It may have been taken from him. No, it is. It is his very own writing. Very well. It may have been written on Monday and only posted today. That is possible. If so, much may have happened in between. Oh, you must not make me sad, Mr. Holmes. I know that he is well. We are so close. I would know if something bad happened to him. The day I last saw him, he cut himself in the bedroom. But I was in the dining room. I ran upstairs at once. I was sure something had happened. Do you think I would feel such a small thing, but not know about his death? I have seen too much. I know that a woman's feeling can be more useful than a man's thinking, and in this letter you have strong proof for your idea. But if your husband is alive and can write letters, why is he away from you? I cannot imagine. It is impossible. And on Monday, did he say anything before leaving you? No. And were you surprised to see him in Swandam Lane? Very much so. Was the window open? Yes. Then he might have called to you? He might. He only made a sound, as I understand? Yes. A cry for help, you thought? Yes. He waved his hands. But it might have been a cry of surprise. Being surprised to see you might make him throw up his hands? It is possible. And you thought he was pulled back? He disappeared so suddenly. He might have jumped back. You did not see anyone else in the room? No, but this terrible man said he was there, and the Lascar was at the bottom of the stairs. Quite right. Your husband, as far as you could see, wore his normal clothes, but without his collar or tie. I clearly saw his bare neck. Had he ever spoken of Swandam Lane? Never. Had he ever shown any signs of using opium? Never. Thank you, Mrs. St. Clair. These are the main points I wanted to be sure about. We will now have some supper and then rest. Tomorrow may be a very busy day. We had a big, comfortable room with 2 beds. I quickly got into bed. I was tired after my night's adventure, but Sherlock Holmes was a man who, when he had a problem, would go for days, even a week, without rest. He would think about it, change his ideas, and look at it from every side. He would do this until he understood it or knew he did not have enough information. I soon saw that he was getting ready to work all night. He took off his coat and vest. He put on a large blue robe. Then he walked around the room. He took pillows from his bed and cushions from the sofa and chairs. With these, he made a kind of Eastern bed. He sat on it with his legs crossed. He had tobacco and matches in front of him. In the low light of the lamp, I saw him sitting there. He had an old pipe in his mouth. His eyes looked at the corner of the ceiling. Blue smoke went up from him. He was silent and still. The light shone on his strong, sharp face. He sat like that when I fell asleep, and he sat like that when a sudden sound woke me up. The summer sun was shining into the room. The pipe was still in his mouth. The smoke still went up. The room was full of tobacco smoke, but the pile of tobacco I saw last night was gone. "Awake, Watson?" he asked. "Yes." "Ready for a drive this morning?" "Certainly." "Then get dressed. No one is awake yet, but I know where the stable boy sleeps. We will get the carriage out soon." He laughed as he spoke. His eyes sparkled. He seemed like a different man from the serious thinker of last night. As I dressed, I looked at my watch. It was not strange that no one was awake. It was 4:25. I had just finished when Holmes came back. He said the boy was getting the horse ready. "I want to test a small idea of mine," he said, pulling on his boots. "Watson, I think you are now with one of the biggest fools in Europe. I deserve to be punished. But I think I have the answer to the problem now." "And where is it?" I asked, smiling. "In the bathroom," he answered. "Oh yes, I am not joking," he continued, seeing my surprised look. "I have just been there. I have taken it out. I have it in this bag. Come on, my boy, and we will see if it fits the lock." We went downstairs as quietly as possible. We went out into the bright morning sun. Our horse and carriage were in the road. The stable boy, half-dressed, was waiting by the horse's head. We both jumped in. We drove fast down the London road. A few country carts were moving. They were taking vegetables to the city, but the houses on both sides were silent and still, like a city in a dream. "This has been a strange case in some ways," Holmes said, making the horse gallop. "I was as blind as a mole, but it is better to learn wisdom late than never." In town, the first people awake were looking sleepily from their windows. We drove through the streets on the Surrey side. We went down Waterloo Bridge Road. We crossed the river. We turned right on Wellington Street and arrived in Bow Street. Sherlock Holmes was well known to the police. The two policemen at the door saluted him. One held the horse's head. The other let us in. "Who is on duty?" Holmes asked. "Inspector Bradstreet, sir." "Ah, Bradstreet. How are you?" A tall, strong officer came down the stone passage. He wore a cap and a jacket with special buttons. "I want to talk to you quietly, Bradstreet." "Certainly, Mr. Holmes. Come into my room here." It was a small room like an office. There was a big book on the table. A phone was on the wall. The inspector sat at his desk. "What can I do for you, Mr. Holmes?" "I called about that beggar, Boone, the one who was charged with the disappearance of Mr. Neville St. Clair from Lee." "Yes, he was brought here and held for more questions." "So I heard. You have him here?" "In the cells." "Is he quiet?" "Oh, he causes no trouble, but he is a dirty bad man." "Dirty?" "Yes, we can hardly make him wash his hands. His face is very dirty. Well, once his case is finished, he will have a proper prison bath. And I think, if you saw him, you would agree he needed it." "I would like to see him very much." "Would you? That is easy. Come this way. You can leave your bag." "No, I think I will take it." "Very good. Come this way, please." He led us down a passage. He opened a door with bars. We went down a winding stair. He brought us to a white hallway with doors on each side. "The third one on the right is his," the inspector said. "Here it is." He quietly slid back a panel in the top part of the door. He looked through. "He is asleep," he said. "You can see him very well." We both put our eyes to the bars. The prisoner lay with his face towards us. He was in a very deep sleep. He breathed slowly and heavily. He was a medium-sized man. He wore rough clothes, as a beggar would. A colored shirt showed through a tear in his old coat. He was, as the inspector said, very dirty. But the dirt on his face could not hide its ugly look. A wide mark from an old scar went across his face from eye to chin. It made one side of his upper lip turn up. So, 3 teeth showed in a constant sneer. A lot of very bright red hair grew low over his eyes and forehead. "He's a beauty, isn't he?" the inspector said. "He certainly needs a wash," Holmes said. "I thought he might. I brought the things with me." He opened the bag as he spoke. To my surprise, he took out a very large bath sponge. He, you are funny," the inspector chuckled. "Now, if you would be so kind as to open that door very quietly, we will soon make him look much better." "Well, I do not know why not," the inspector said. "He does not make the Bow Street cells look good, does he?" He put his key in the lock. We all quietly went into the cell. The sleeping man half turned. Then he settled back into a deep sleep. Holmes bent to the water jug. He wet his sponge. Then he rubbed it strongly twice across and down the prisoner's face. "Let me show you," he shouted. "Mr. Neville St. Clair from Lee in Kent." I have never seen such a sight. The man's face peeled off under the sponge like bark from a tree. The rough brown color was gone. The horrible scar that went across it was gone. The twisted lip that made his face look ugly was gone. A quick pull removed the messy red hair. And there, sitting up in his bed, was a pale, sad, refined-looking man. He had black hair and smooth skin. He rubbed his eyes and looked around him with sleepy confusion. Then he suddenly realized he was found out. He screamed and threw himself down with his face on the pillow. "Great heavens!" cried the inspector. "It is indeed the missing man. I know him from the picture." The prisoner turned. He looked like a man who had given up. "So be it," he said. "And what am I charged with?" "With making away with Mr. Neville St. Oh, come, you cannot be charged with that unless they make it a case of attempted suicide," said the inspector with a smile. "Well, I have been on the police force for 27 years, but this is the most amazing thing. If I am Mr. Neville St. Clair, then no crime has been done, so I am held illegally. No crime, but a very big mistake has been made, Holmes said. You should have trusted your wife. It was not the wife, it was the children, the prisoner groaned. God help me. I would not want them to be ashamed of their father. My God, what a discovery. What can I do? Sherlock Holmes sat next to him on the bed. He patted his shoulder kindly. If you let a court of law solve this, he said, you cannot avoid public attention. On the other hand, if you convince the police that there is no case against you, I do not think the details will go into the newspapers. Inspector Bradstreet, I am sure, will write down anything you tell us. He will give it to the right people. The case would then never go to court. God bless you, the prisoner cried with strong feeling. I would have gone to prison, even been killed, rather than leave my sad secret as a family shame for my children. You are the first to hear my story. My father was a teacher in Chesterfield. I got a good education there. I traveled when I was young. I became an actor. Then I became a reporter for an evening newspaper in London. One day, my editor wanted a series of articles about begging in the city. I offered to write them. That is where all my adventures started. I had to try begging as a hobby to get the facts for my articles. As an actor, I had learned how to put on makeup. I was famous for my skill. I used my skills now. I painted my face. To look as sad as possible, I made a good scar. I held one side of my lip in a twisted shape with a small piece of skin-colored plaster. Then, with red hair and suitable clothes, I took my place in the business part of the city. I pretended to sell matches, but I was really begging. For 7 hours, I worked. When I came home in the evening, I was surprised. I had received no less than 26 shillings and 4 pence. I wrote my articles and did not think much about it until later. I signed a paper for a friend. I had to pay £25. I did not know how to get the money. But a sudden idea came to me. I asked the person I owed money to for 2 weeks more time. I asked my bosses for a holiday. I spent the time begging in the city in my disguise. In 10 days, I had the money and paid the debt. Well, you can imagine how hard it was to go back to hard work for £2 a week. I knew I could earn that much in a day. I just had to put some paint on my face, put my cap on the ground, and sit still. It was a long fight between my pride and the money, but the money won in the end. I stopped reporting. I sat day after day in the same corner. My horrible face made people feel sorry for me. I filled my pockets with coins. Only one man knew my secret. He was the owner of a bad place in Swandam Lane where I stayed. Every morning I could become a dirty beggar. In the evenings, I could become a well-dressed man about town. This man, a Lascar, was paid well by me for his rooms, so I knew my secret was safe with him. Well, very soon I found I was saving a lot of money. I do not mean that every beggar in London could earn £700 a year, which is less than I usually made. But I had special advantages. I was good at putting on makeup, and I was good at quick replies. This got better with practice. It made me a well-known person in the city. All day coins came to me mixed with silver. A bad day was when I did not make £2. As I got richer, I wanted more. I bought a house in the country, and I married without anyone knowing my real job. My dear wife knew I had business in the city. She did not know what it was. Last Monday, I had finished work for the day. I was dressing in my room above the opium place. I looked out of my window. To my horror and surprise, I saw my wife in the street. Her eyes were looking right at me. I cried out in surprise. I threw up my arms to cover my face. I rushed to my friend, the Lascar. I asked him to stop anyone from coming up to me. I heard her voice downstairs, but I knew she could not come up. I quickly took off my clothes. I put on beggar's clothes. I put on my makeup and wig. Even a wife's eyes could not see through such a good disguise. But then I thought there might be a search in the room, and the clothes might show who I was. I threw open the window. When I did this, I opened a small cut I had made on myself in the bedroom that morning. Then I grabbed my coat. It was heavy with the coins I had just moved into it from the leather bag where I kept my money. I threw it out of the window. It fell into the Thames River. The other clothes would have followed. But at that moment, policemen ran up the stairs. A few minutes later, I found, I must say, to my relief, that instead of being known as Mr. Neville St. Clair, I was arrested as his murderer. I do not know if I have anything else to explain. I wanted to keep my disguise as long as possible. That is why I kept my face dirty. I knew my wife would be very worried. I took off my ring. I gave it to the Lascar when no policeman was watching me. I also gave him a quick note. It told her not to be afraid. That note only reached her yesterday, Holmes said. Good God, what a week she must have had. The police have watched this Lascar, Inspector Bradstreet said, and I can understand that he might find it hard to post a letter without being seen. He probably gave it to some sailor customer of his. That sailor forgot about it for some days. That was it, Holmes said, nodding his head to agree. I have no doubt of it. But have you never been arrested for begging? Many times. But what was a fine to me? It must stop here, however, Bradstreet said. If the police are to keep this quiet, there must be no more of Hugh Boone. I have sworn it by the most serious promises a man can make. In that case, I think it is likely that no more steps will be taken. But if you are found again, then everything must come out. Mr. Holmes, I am sure we are very thankful to you for solving this. I wish I knew how you get your answers. I got this one, my friend said, by sitting on 5 pillows and smoking tobacco. Watson, I think if we drive to Baker Street, we will be just in time for breakfast. Chapter 7. The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. It was 2 days after Christmas. I went to see my friend Sherlock Holmes. I wanted to wish him a happy holiday. He was resting on his sofa. He wore a purple robe. Near him was a place for pipes. There were also old newspapers. He had just read them. Next to the sofa was a wooden chair. On the chair was an old bad hat. It was broken in many places. A special glass and some tools were on the chair. This showed that Holmes was looking at the hat closely. I said, "You are busy. Maybe I am bothering you." Holmes said, "No, not at all. I like to talk about my work with a friend. This is a small thing." He pointed to the hat. "But there are interesting things about it. We can even learn from it." I sat in his chair. I warmed my hands by the fire. It was very cold outside. Ice was on the windows. I said, "I think this hat looks simple, but maybe it is part of a dangerous story. Maybe it will help you solve a mystery and find a criminal." Sherlock Holmes laughed. No crime," he said. "It is just one of those strange little things. They happen when many people live close together. Many things can happen. Some problems are interesting but not about crime. We have seen this before." I said, "Yes, I have written notes on 6 cases. 3 of them were not crimes." "Exactly," Holmes said. "You mean the case of Irene Adler's papers, and the case of Miss Mary Sutherland, and the man with the twisted lip. I think this small matter is also not a crime. Do you know Peterson, the security guard?" "Yes," I said. "This hat belongs to him," Holmes said. "It is his hat?" I asked. No, he found it. We do not know who owns it. Please look at it. It is not just an old hat. It is a problem for the mind. First, how did it get here? It came on Christmas morning. It came with a fat goose. I am sure Peterson is cooking that goose now. Here are the facts. On Christmas morning, around 4 o'clock, Peterson was going home. He is an honest man. He was walking on Tottenham Court Road. He saw a tall man in the gaslight. The man walked a little unevenly. He carried a white goose on his shoulder. When he reached Good Street, some rude men started a fight with him. One of them hit the man's hat off. The man used his stick to fight back. He hit the stick over his head and broke a shop window behind him. Peterson ran to help the man. But the man was afraid because he broke the window. He saw Peterson, who looked like an officer. So he dropped his goose, ran away, and disappeared into the small streets behind Tottenham Court Road. The rude men also ran away when they saw Peterson. So Peterson was left with the hat and a good Christmas goose. Did he give them back to the owner? I asked. My dear friend, that is the problem. It is true that for Mrs. Henry Baker was written on a small card. It was tied to the bird's leg, and HB is on the hat inside. But there are thousands of Bakers in this city, and many hundreds of Henry Bakers, so it is not easy to return lost things to one of them. What did Peterson do then? I asked. He brought both the hat and the goose to me on Christmas morning. He knows I am interested in even small problems. We kept the goose until this morning. It was a little cold, but we saw that it needed to be eaten soon, so Peterson took it to cook it. I still have the hat of the unknown man who lost his Christmas dinner. Did he not put an advertisement? I asked. No, Holmes said. Then what hint do you have about who he is? I asked. Only what we can guess, Holmes said. From his hat? I asked. Exactly, Holmes said. But you are joking. What can you learn from this old broken hat? I asked. Here is my special glass. You know how I work. What can you learn about the man who wore this hat? Holmes asked. I held the old hat. I looked at it sadly. It was a normal black hat. It was round and old. The inside was red silk, but the color was faded. There was no name of the maker, but, as Holmes said, HB was written inside. It had a hole for a hat string, but the string was gone. The hat was broken, very dirty, and had spots in some places. Someone had tried to hide the faded parts with ink. I see nothing, I said. I gave it back to Holmes. No, Watson, you can see everything, but you do not think about what you see. You are too afraid to make guesses, Holmes said. Then, please tell me what you can learn from this hat, I asked. He picked up the hat. He looked at it in his special, thoughtful way. It does not tell us as much as it could, he said. But there are some clear facts, and some other facts that are probably true. It is clear that the man was very smart, and he was quite rich in the last 3 years. But now he is not doing well. He used to plan ahead, but he plans less now. This means his character has changed for the worse. And with his money problems, it seems something bad is happening to him, probably drinking. This also explains why his wife has stopped loving him. My dear Holmes, I said. But he still respects himself a little, Holmes continued. He did not listen to me. He is a man who sits a lot. He does not go out much. He is not fit. He is middle-aged. His hair is gray. He had it cut recently. And he puts hair cream on it. These are the clear facts from his hat. Also, it is very unlikely that he has gas pipes in his house. You are surely joking, Holmes, I said. Not at all. Is it possible that even now, when I tell you these things, you do not see how I found them? Holmes asked. I am sure I am very foolish, but I must say I do not understand you. For example, how did you know this man was smart? I asked. Holmes put the hat on his head. It went over his forehead and rested on his nose. It is about the size of his head, he said. A man with such a large brain must have something in it. The decline of his money, then? I asked. This hat is 3 years old. Hats with these flat, curved edges were popular then. It is a very good quality hat. Look at the silk band and the good lining. If this man could buy such an expensive hat 3 years ago and has not bought another since, then he has definitely become poorer. Well, that is clear enough. But what about planning ahead and his bad character? I asked. Sherlock Holmes laughed. Here is the planning ahead, he said. He put his finger on the small disc and loop for the hat string. They are never sold with hats. If this man asked for one, it shows he planned ahead. He wanted to keep his hat safe from the wind. But we see that the string is broken and he has not fixed it. So it is clear that he plans less now than before. This shows his character is weaker. On the other hand, he tried to hide some stains on the hat with ink. This shows he has not completely lost his self-respect. Your thinking is certainly reasonable, I said. The other facts, that he is middle-aged, that his hair is gray, that it was cut recently, and that he uses hair cream. All of these come from looking closely at the inside of the hat. The special glass shows many hair ends. They are cut neatly by a barber's scissors. They all seem sticky, and there is a clear smell of hair cream. This dust, you will notice, is not the rough gray dust from the street. It is the soft brown dust from a house. This shows the hat was kept inside most of the time. The wet marks inside show that the wearer sweated a lot, so he could hardly be in good shape. But his wife! You said she had stopped loving him, I said. This hat has not been cleaned for weeks. When I see you, my dear Watson, with a week's dust on your hat, and your wife lets you go out like that, I will fear that you also have been unlucky enough to lose your wife's love. But he might be a man who is not married, I said. No, he was bringing home the goose as a gift for his wife. Remember the card on the bird's leg. You have an answer for everything. But how on earth do you know that there are no gas pipes in his house? I asked. 1 or even 2 spots of candle wax could be by chance. But when I see no less than 5, I think it is clear that the person often uses burning candles. He probably walks upstairs at night with his hat in one hand and a dripping candle in the other. He certainly never got candle wax from a gas light. Are you satisfied? Well, it is very clever, I said, laughing. But since, as you just said, there has been no crime and no harm done except the loss of a goose, all this seems like a waste of effort. Sherlock Holmes opened his mouth to answer. Just then, the door opened. Peterson, the security guard, ran into the room. His face was red. He looked very surprised. "The goose, Mr. Holmes! The goose, sir!" he said, out of breath. "Eh? What about it then? Has it come back to life and flown out the kitchen window?" Holmes turned on the sofa to see the man's excited face better. "Look here, sir. See what my wife found inside it." He held out his hand. In the middle of his hand was a very shiny blue stone. It was smaller than a bean, but it was so clear and bright that it sparkled like an electric light in his dark hand. Sherlock Holmes sat up and whistled. "By Jove, Peterson," he said, "this is a real treasure. I suppose you know what you have?" "A diamond, sir?" "A precious stone. It cuts glass as if it were soft clay." "It's more than a precious stone. It is the precious stone." "Not the Countess of Morcar's blue jewel," I cried out. "Exactly so. I know its size and shape. I have read the advertisement about it in the Times every day recently. It is truly special. We can only guess its value, but the reward of $1,000 is certainly not even a 20th of its market price." £1,000! Oh my goodness! The security guard sat down quickly in a chair. He stared at both of us. "That is the reward, and I know there are strong feelings behind it. The Countess would give half her money if she could get the jewel back. It was lost, if I remember correctly, at the Hotel Cosmopolitan," I said. "Exactly so. On December 22nd, just 5 days ago. John Horner, a plumber, was accused of taking it from the lady's jewelry box. The evidence against him was very strong, so the case has gone to court. I have something about it here, I believe." He looked through his newspapers. He checked the dates. At last, he smoothed one out, folded it, and read this paragraph. "Hotel Cosmopolitan Jewel Robbery. John Horner, 26, a plumber, was accused of taking the valuable blue jewel from the Countess of Morcar's jewel box on the 22nd of this month. James Ryder, a worker at the hotel, said that he had taken Horner to the Countess of Morcar's dressing room on the day of the robbery. Horner was there to fix a loose bar on the fireplace. Ryder stayed with Horner for a short time, but then he was called away. When he returned, he found that Horner had gone. The chest of drawers was open, and the small leather box where the Countess kept her jewel was empty on the dressing table. Ryder immediately called for help. Horner was arrested that same evening, but the stone could not be found on him or in his rooms. Catherine Cusack, the Countess's maid, said she heard Ryder's cry when he found the robbery. She ran into the room. She saw things as Ryder described. Inspector Bradstreet, from B Division, gave evidence about Horner's arrest. Horner struggled wildly and said he was innocent very strongly. Evidence was given that the prisoner had been found guilty of robbery before, so the judge did not deal with the crime quickly. He sent it to the higher court. Horner showed great emotion during the process. He fainted at the end and was carried out of court. So much for the police court, Holmes said, thinking. He threw the paper aside. The question for us now is how the jewel got from the open jewelry box to the inside of a goose in Tottenham Court Road. You see, Watson, our small guesses have suddenly become much more important and less innocent. Here is the stone. The stone came from the goose. And the goose came from Mr. Henry Baker, the gentleman with the bad hat and all the other things I told you about. So now we must try hard to find this gentleman. We need to find out what he did in this small mystery. To do this, we must try the simplest ways first. These are surely to put an advertisement in all the evening newspapers. If this does not work, I will use other ways. What will you say? I asked. Give me a pencil and that paper. Now then. Found at the corner of Goodge Street, a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Baker can get them by coming at 6:30 this evening to 221B Baker Street. That is clear and short. Very, I said. But will he see it? Well, he will surely look at the papers, because for a poor man, the loss was a big one. He was clearly so scared by breaking the window and by Peterson coming that he only thought of running away. But since then, he must have been very sorry he dropped his bird. Also, his name in the advertisement will make him see it. Everyone who knows him will tell him about it. Here you go, Peterson. Go to the advertising office and put this in the evening papers. Which ones, sir? Peterson asked. Oh, in the Globe, Star, Pall Mall, St. James's Gazette, Evening News, Standard, Echo, and any others you think of. Very well, sir. And this stone? Peterson asked. Ah, yes, I will keep the stone. Thank you. And, I say, Peterson, just buy a goose on your way back. Leave it here with me. We must have one to give to this gentleman in place of the one your family is eating now. When Peterson had gone, Holmes picked up the stone. He held it up to the light. It's a beautiful thing, he said. Just see how it shines and sparkles. Of course, it is the center of a crime. Every good stone is. They are the devil's favorite traps. In larger and older jewels, every flat side might stand for a bloody act. This stone is not yet 20 years old. It was found by the Amoy River in southern China. It is special because it has all the signs of a carbuncle, but it is blue instead of red. Even though it is young, it already has a bad history. 2 murders, an acid attack, a suicide, and several robberies have happened because of this small crystallized carbon. Who would think that such a pretty toy would lead to hanging and prison? I will lock it in my strong box now, and I will write to the Countess to say we have it. Do you think this man Horner is innocent? I asked. I cannot tell, Holmes said. Well then, do you think this other man, Henry Baker, had anything to do with it? I asked. I think it is much more likely that Henry Baker is completely innocent. He had no idea that the bird he was carrying was worth much more than if it were made of solid gold. However, I will find this out with a very simple test if we get an answer to our advertisement." "And you can do nothing until then?" I asked. "Nothing," Holmes said. "In that case, I will continue my doctor's rounds, but I will come back in the evening at the time you said. I would like to see the solution to such a mixed-up business." "Very glad to see you. I eat dinner at 7. There is a woodcock, I think. By the way, because of what just happened, perhaps I should ask Mrs. Hudson to look inside its stomach." I was late from a case. It was a little after 6:30 when I was back on Baker Street. As I came near the house, I saw a tall man. He wore a Scottish hat and a coat buttoned up to his chin. He was waiting outside in the bright light from the window above the door. Just as I arrived, the door opened. We were both shown up to Holmes's room. "Mr. Henry Baker, I believe," Holmes said. He stood up from his chair. He greeted his visitor in his easy, friendly way. "Please take this chair by the fire, Mr. Baker. It is a cold night, and I see that you are more suited for summer than for winter. Ah, Watson, you have come at the right time. Is that your hat, Mr. Baker?" "Yes, sir, that is certainly my hat," he said. He was a large man. He had rounded shoulders, a big head, and a wide, smart face. It sloped down to a pointed beard of gray-brown. A touch of red on his nose and cheeks, with a slight shake in his hand, made me remember Holmes's guess about his habits. His old black coat was buttoned all the way up. The collar was turned up. His thin wrists stuck out of his sleeves. There was no sign of shirt cuffs. He spoke slowly, one word at a time. He chose his words carefully. He seemed like a learned man who had faced bad luck. "We have kept these things for some days," Holmes said, "because we expected to see an advertisement from you with your address. I do not know why you did not advertise." Our visitor laughed a little shyly. "I have not had as much money as I once did," he said. "I was sure that the group of rude men who attacked me had taken both my hat and the bird. I did not want to spend more money trying to get them back when it seemed impossible. Very natural. By the way, about the bird, we had to eat it." "To eat it?" Our visitor partly stood up in his excitement. "Yes, it would have been useless to anyone if we had not. But I think this other goose on the side table, which is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, will work just as well for you?" "Oh, certainly, certainly," Mr. Baker answered with a sigh of relief. "Of course, we still have the feathers, legs, inside parts, and so on, of your own bird, so if you wish—" The man burst into a loud laugh. "They might be useful to me as memories of my adventure," he said. "But beyond that, I can hardly see what use the remains of my late friend will be to me. No, sir, I think, with your permission, I will focus on the excellent bird I see on the side table." Sherlock Holmes looked at me sharply with a small shrug of his shoulders. "There is your hat, then, and there your bird," he said. "By the way, would it bother you to tell me where you got the other one from? I am somewhat interested in birds, and I have rarely seen a better-grown goose." "Certainly, sir," said Baker. He had stood up and put his new property under his arm. "There are a few of us who often go to the Alpha Inn, near the museum. We are at the museum itself during the day, you understand. This year, our good host, named Windigate, started a goose club. For a few pence every week, we each got a bird at Christmas. My pence were paid, and you know the rest. I am very thankful to you, sir, for a Scottish hat does not suit my age or my serious nature." With a funny, important way of acting, he bowed seriously to both of us and walked away. "So much for Mr. Henry Baker," Holmes said when he had closed the door behind him. "It is quite certain that he knows nothing at all about the matter. Are you hungry, Watson?" "Not especially." "Then I suggest we change our dinner to a late meal, and we will follow this hint while it is still fresh." "By all means." It was a very cold night. so we put on our heavy coats and wrapped scarves around our necks. Outside, the stars were shining coldly in a clear sky. The breath of people passing by looked like smoke, like many pistol shots. Our footsteps sounded clear and loud. We walked through the doctor's area, Wimpole Street, Harley Street, and then through Wigmore Street into Oxford Street. In 15 minutes, we were in Bloomsbury at the Alpha Inn. It is a small public house on the corner of a street that goes down into Holborn. Holmes pushed open the door of the private bar. He ordered 2 glasses of beer from the red-faced landlord in a white apron. "Your beer should be excellent if it is as good as your geese," Holmes said. "My geese?" The man looked surprised. "Yes, I was just talking to Mr. Henry Baker half an hour ago. He was a member of your goose club." "Ah, yes, I see. But you see, sir, those are not our geese." "Indeed? Whose then?" "Well, I got the 2 dozen from a salesman in Covent Garden." "Indeed? I know some of them. Which one was it?" "Breckenridge is his name." "Ah, I don't know him. Well, here's to your good health, landlord, and success to your business. Good night." "Now for Mr. Breckenridge," he continued. He buttoned up his coat as we went out into the cold air. "Remember, Watson, that even though we have a simple thing like a goose at one end of this chain, at the other end we have a man who will surely go to prison for 7 years unless we can prove he is innocent. It is possible that our search may only show he is guilty. But in any case, we have a way to investigate that the police have missed, and a strange chance has given it to us. Let us follow it to the very end. Faces to the south, then, and quick march." We walked across Holborn, down Endell Street, and then through a maze of poor streets to Covent Garden Market. One of the biggest stalls had Breckenridge's name on it. The owner, a man who looked like he liked horses, with a sharp face and neat sideburns, was helping a boy close the shutters. "It is cold tonight," Holmes said. The salesman nodded. He looked at Holmes. "You have no more geese," Holmes said. He pointed at the empty tables. "I can give you 500 geese tomorrow," the salesman said. "That is not good," Holmes said. "There are some geese by the gaslight," the salesman said. "But a person told me to come to you," Holmes said. "Who told you?" the salesman asked. "The owner of the Alpha Hotel," Holmes said. "Oh yes, I sent him many geese," the salesman said. "They were good geese. Where did you get them?" Holmes asked. The salesman became angry. "What do you want?" he asked. "Tell me clearly." "I want to know who sold you the geese you gave to the Alpha," Holmes said. "I will not tell you," the salesman said. "It is not important," Holmes said. "Why are you so angry about a small thing?" "Angry? You would be angry if people bothered you like me. I pay money for good things. Then it should be finished. But it is always, where are the geese? And who did you sell the geese to? And how much for the geese? People act like these are the only geese in the world." "I am not like the others," Holmes said. "If you do not tell us, the bet is off. But I know about birds. I bet that the bird I ate was from the country." "You lost your bet," the salesman said. "It was from the town." "That is not true," Holmes said. "Yes, it is," the salesman said. "I do not believe it," Holmes said. "Do you know more about birds than me? I have worked with birds since I was a child. All the birds for the Alpha were from the town," the salesman said. "You cannot make me believe that," Holmes said. "Do you want to bet?" the salesman asked. "I will win your money, but I will bet you to teach you," Holmes said. The salesman smiled. "Bill, bring the books," he said. A small boy brought 2 books. He put them under the lamp. "Mr. Cocksure," the salesman said, "I thought I had no geese, but I have one left. Do you see this small book?" "Yes," Holmes said. "This book has the names of people I buy from. This page has people from the country. The numbers are for their accounts in the big book. Now do you see this red page? These are my town sellers. Look at the 3rd name. Read it to me." Mrs. Oakshott, 117, Brixton Road, 249, Holmes read. Good, now look in the big book, the salesman said. Holmes found the page. Here it is. Mrs. Oakshott, 117, Brixton Road, egg and poultry seller. What is the last thing written? The salesman asked. December 22nd, 24 geese at 7 shillings, 6 pence, Holmes read. Good. And below that? The salesman asked. Sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha at 12 shillings, Holmes read. What do you say now? The salesman asked. Holmes looked sad. He took a coin from his pocket and put it on the table. He turned away. He stopped under a lamp and laughed quietly. If a man has a certain type of beard and a specific paper in his pocket, you can make him talk with a bet, Holmes said. If I had offered him money, he would not have told me everything. Watson, I think we are almost finished. Should we go to Mrs. Oakshott tonight or tomorrow? The man was angry. Others are looking for something too. Suddenly there was a loud noise from the stall. We turned. A small man with a thin face stood in the light. Breckenridge, the salesman, was shaking his fists at the man. I am tired of you and your geese, he shouted. Go away. If you bother me again, I will let the dog out. Bring Mrs. Oakshott here, and I will talk to her. But what do you want? Did I buy the geese from you? No, but one goose was mine, the small man cried. Then ask Mrs. Oakshott for it, the salesman said. She told me to ask you, the small man said. I don't care. Get out. The salesman ran forward. The man ran away into the dark. This may save us a trip to Brixton Road, Holmes whispered. Come with me. We will talk to this man. Holmes walked quickly. He caught up to the small man and touched his shoulder. The man turned around. His face was white. Who are you? What do you want? He asked with a shaky voice. Excuse me, Holmes said. I heard what you asked the salesman. I think I can help you. You? Who are you? How can you know anything? My name is Sherlock Holmes. My job is to know what other people do not know. But you know nothing about this? Excuse me, I know everything about it. You are looking for some geese. Mrs. Oakshott of Brixton Road sold them to a salesman named Breckenridge. He sold them to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha. Mr. Windigate sold them to his club. Mr. Henry Baker is a member of that club. Oh, sir, you are the man I wanted to meet, the small man cried. He held out his hands. I cannot tell you how important this is to me. Sherlock Holmes stopped a taxi. We should talk in a warm room, not in this windy market, he said. But first, tell me your name. The man waited a moment. My name is John Robinson, he said, looking away. No, your real name, Holmes said gently. It is hard to do business with a false name. The man's white cheeks became red. My real name is James Ryder, he said. Exactly. Head worker at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. Get in the taxi. I will tell you everything you want to know soon. The small man looked at us. He was a little scared and a little hopeful. He did not know if something good or bad would happen. Then he got into the taxi. In 30 minutes, we were back at Baker Street. We did not talk in the taxi, but our new friend was breathing fast. He kept opening and closing his hands. This showed he was nervous. Here we are, Holmes said happily. The fire is good in this weather. You look cold, Mr. Ryder. Please sit in that chair. I will put on my shoes. Then we can talk about your problem. So, you want to know what happened to those geese? Yes, sir. Or rather that goose. I think you are interested in one bird. It was white with a black line on its tail. Ryder shook. Oh, sir, he cried. Can you tell me where it went? It came here. Here? Yes, and it was a special bird. I understand why you are interested in it. It laid an egg after it was dead. It was the prettiest, brightest little blue egg ever seen. I have it here in my museum. Our visitor stood up and held the fireplace with his right hand. Holmes opened his box. He held up the blue jewel. It shone like a star. Ryder stared at it. His face was pale. He did not know if he should say it was his or not. "The game is over, Ryder," Holmes said quietly. "Be strong, or you will fall into the fire. Watson, help him back to his chair. He is not strong enough to commit a crime and get away with it. Give him some brandy. Good. Now he looks more like a person. He is so small." For a moment, he almost fell. But the brandy made his cheeks a little red. He sat and looked at Holmes with scared eyes. "I know almost everything, and I have all the proof I need, so you do not need to tell me much. But that little bit will help to finish the case. Ryder, did you hear about the blue jewel of the Countess of Morcar?" "Catherine Cusack told me about it," he said in a rough voice. "I see, her lady's maid. The chance to get rich quickly was too much for you. It has been too much for better men before you. But you were not careful about how you did it. Ryder, I think you have a bad side. You knew that Horner, the plumber, had done something like this before. You knew people would think he did it. So, what did you do? You and Cusack did a small job in her lady's room. You made sure Horner was the one they called. Then, after he left, you took the jewel. You shouted for help, and that poor man was arrested. Then you—" Ryder fell onto the rug. He grabbed Holmes's knees. "Please have mercy," he cried. "Think of my father, my mother. It would break their hearts. I never did anything wrong before. I will never do it again. I promise. I will promise on a Bible. Oh, please do not go to court. For God's sake, don't." "Get back in your chair," Holmes said strictly. "It is easy to beg now, but you did not think about poor Horner in prison for a crime he did not do." "I will run away, Mr. Holmes. I will leave the country, sir. Then they will not blame him." We will talk about that. Now tell me what happened next. How did the jewel get into the goose, and how did the goose get to the market? Tell us the truth. It is your only hope." Ryder licked his dry lips. "I will tell you exactly what happened, sir," he said. "After Horner was arrested, I thought it was best to leave with the jewel right away. I did not know when the police might search me in my room. There was no safe place in the hotel. I went out as if I was doing something. I went to my sister's house. She married a man named Oakshott. She lived in Brixton Road. She raised geese for the market there. On the way, every man I saw looked like a policeman or a detective. It was a cold night, but sweat ran down my face before I got to Brixton Road. My sister asked me what was wrong and why I was so pale, but I told her I was upset about the jewel theft at the hotel. Then I went to the backyard. I smoked a pipe and thought about what to do. I had a friend named Maudsley. He became bad. He was in prison. One day he met me. We talked about how thieves sell what they steal. I knew he would be true to me because I knew some things about him. So I decided to go to Kilburn, where he lived, and tell him my secret. He would show me how to sell the jewel for money. But how could I get to him safely? I thought about how much trouble I had coming from the hotel. They could stop me and search me at any time. The jewel was in my vest pocket. I was leaning against the wall. I was looking at the geese walking around my feet. Suddenly, an idea came into my head. I knew how I could beat the best detective ever. My sister told me weeks before that I could choose a goose for a Christmas present. I knew she always kept her word. I would take my goose now. I would carry my jewel to Kilburn inside it. There was a small shed in the yard. I put one of the birds behind it. It was a big, fine one, white, with a black line on its tail. I caught it. I opened its mouth. I pushed the jewel down its throat as far as my finger could reach. The bird swallowed. I felt the jewel go down, but the bird moved and struggled. My sister came out to see what was wrong. As I turned to talk to her, the bird got away. It flew among the other birds. "What were you doing with that bird, Jem?" she asked. "Well," I said, "you said you would give me one for Christmas. I was feeling which one was the fattest. "Oh," she said, "we saved one for you. We call it Jem's bird. It is the big white one over there. There are 26 of them. That means one for you, one for us, and 2 dozen for the market." "Thank you, Maggie," I said. "But if it's okay, I would rather have the one I was just touching." "The other one is 3 pounds heavier," she said. "We made it fat just for you." "Never mind. I will have the other one. I will take it now," I said. "Oh, as you like," she said, a little angry. "Which one do you want then?" "That white one with the black line on its tail, right in the middle of the birds." "Oh, fine. Kill it and take it with you." "Well, I did what she said, Mr. Holmes. I carried the bird all the way to Kilburn. I told my friend what I had done. It was easy to tell him something like that. He laughed until he could not breathe. We got a knife and opened the goose. My heart dropped. There was no jewel. I knew I made a big mistake. I left the bird. I ran back to my sister's house. I rushed into the backyard. There were no birds there. "Where are they all, Maggie?" I cried. "Gone to the cellars, Jem." "Which cellars?" "Breckenridge of Covent Garden." "But was there another one with a black line on its tail?" I asked. "Like the one I chose?" "Yes, Jem. There were 2 with black lines on their tails. I could never tell them apart." Well then, I understood everything. I ran as fast as I could to Breckenridge. But he had sold all of them at once. He would not tell me where they went. You heard him tonight. He always answers me like that. My sister thinks I am crazy. Sometimes I think I am crazy too. And now, I am a thief. But I never got the money I wanted. God help me! God help me! He began to cry, his face in his hands. There was a long, quiet time. Only his heavy breathing and the sound of Holmes's fingers tapping the table broke the quiet. Then my friend stood up and opened the door. "Get out," he said. "What, sir? Oh, thank you." "No more words. Get out." He did not need to say more. There was a fast noise on the stairs. A door closed loudly. We heard quick footsteps running from the street. "After all, Watson," Holmes said, reaching for his pipe, "the police do not pay me to help them. If Horner was in danger, it would be different. But this man will not speak against him. So the case will stop. I think I am letting a crime go, but I might be saving a person. This man will not do wrong again. He is too scared. If we send him to prison now, he will be a prisoner forever. Also, it is the time for forgiveness. This was a strange and funny problem. Solving it is its own reward. Doctor, if you would ring the bell, we will start another case. A bird will be important in that one too. Chapter 8. The Adventure of the Speckled Band. I, Dr. Watson, have written notes about 70 cases with my friend Sherlock Holmes. These cases were often strange. Holmes liked to work on unusual cases. He did not care about money. One case was about the Roylott family. This happened when Holmes and I lived together in Baker Street. I could not tell this story before. I promised to keep it a secret, but the lady involved has now died. So, I can tell the story. People have heard bad rumors about Dr. Grimesby Roylott's death. The truth is bad enough. One morning in April 1883, I woke up. Sherlock Holmes was standing by my bed. He was fully dressed. This was strange because he usually woke up later. The clock showed it was only 7:15. I was surprised. Holmes said, "Sorry to wake you, Watson. Mrs. Hudson woke me and I woke you." "Is there a fire?" I asked. "No, a client," he said. "A young lady is here. She is very upset and wants to see me. She is in the living room. When a young lady comes so early, it must be important. If it is an interesting case, I know you will want to help." "Yes, I want to help," I said. I liked to help Holmes with his cases. He was very smart and solved problems quickly. I got dressed fast. In a few minutes, I was ready. We went to the living room. A lady in black clothes sat by the window. She had a thick veil over her face. She stood up when we came in. Holmes said, "Good morning, madam. I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my friend, Dr. Watson. You can speak freely. I am glad Mrs. Hudson lit the fire. Please come closer. I will get you some hot coffee. You are shaking." The woman moved her seat. She said in a quiet voice, "I am not shaking from cold." "Then what is it?" Holmes asked. "It is fear, Mr. Holmes. Great fear," she said. She lifted her veil. Her face was pale and tired. Her eyes moved quickly, like a scared animal. She looked about 30, but her hair was gray. Sherlock Holmes looked at her quickly. "Do not be afraid," Holmes said gently. He patted her arm. "We will fix things. I see you came by train this morning." "Do you know me?" she asked. "No," Holmes said, "but I see half of a train ticket in your glove. You left early. You also came a long way in a dog cart on bad roads before you reached the station." The lady looked surprised at Holmes. Holmes smiled. "It's not a mystery, madam," he said. "There is mud on your jacket. 7 spots. The mud is fresh. Only a dog cart throws mud like that, and only when you sit on the left side." "You are right," she said. "I left home before 6. I got to Leatherhead at 6:20. Then I took the first train to Waterloo. Sir, I cannot live like this anymore. I will go crazy. I have no one to help me. Only one person cares, but he cannot help much. I heard about you, Mr. Holmes, from Mrs. Farintosh. You helped her. Can you help me too? Can you bring some light into my dark life? I cannot pay you now, but in a month or 2 I will marry. I will have my own money then. I will pay you." Holmes opened his desk and took out a small book. He looked at it. "Farintosh," he said. "Yes, I remember. It was about a special crown. I think that was before your time, Watson. Madam, I will help you with the same care I gave your friend. My work is its own reward, but you can pay for my costs when you like. Now please tell us everything that can help us." "Oh no," she said. "My fear is hard to explain. My worries are based on small things. Others might think they are not important. Even the person I should go to for help thinks I am just nervous. He does not say it, but I can see it in his eyes and hear it in his soft words. But I heard, Mr. Holmes, that you know about bad things in people's hearts. Please tell me how to be safe." "I am listening, madam," Holmes said. "My name is Helen Stoner. I live with my stepfather. He is the last of an old family, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, in Surrey." Holmes nodded. "I know the name," he said. "The Roylott family was once rich. Their land went into other areas, but in the last century 4 family members wasted all their money. A gambler finished it during the Regency period. Only a little land and the old house were left. The house has a big loan on it. The last owner lived a poor life, but his son, my stepfather, went to medical school. A relative helped him. He went to Calcutta, India. He became a good doctor there. One day he got angry because of some thefts in his house. He hit his servant and killed him. He almost got the death penalty. But he went to prison for a long time. He came back to England sad and angry. In India, Dr. Roylott married my mother, Mrs. Stoner. She was a widow. Her first husband was a soldier. My sister Julia and I were twins. We were 2 years old when my mother married again. My mother had much money, at least $1,000 a year. She left it to Dr. Roylott. But if Julia or I married, we would get some money each year. Soon after we came back to England, my mother died. She died 8 years ago in a train crash. Dr. Roylott stopped trying to be a doctor in London. He took us to live at the old Stoke Moran house. My mother's money was enough for us. We thought we would be happy. But my stepfather changed. He did not want to be friends with our neighbors. At first, the neighbors were happy to see a Roylott back. But he stayed in the house and rarely came out. He only came out to fight with people. Anger runs in his family. I think living in hot countries made him worse. He had many bad fights. 2 ended in court. Soon, people in the village were afraid of him. They would run away when he came near. He is very strong and cannot control his anger. Last week, he threw the blacksmith into a stream. I had to pay all the money I had to stop him from going to court again. He has no friends except traveling Roma people. He lets them camp on his land. He sometimes stays in their tents for weeks. He also likes animals from India. A friend sends them to him. He has a cheetah and a baboon now. They walk freely on his land. The villagers are as afraid of them as they are of my stepfather. So, my sister Julia and I were not happy. No servants would stay with us. For a long time, we did all the housework. Julia was only 30 when she died, but her hair was already turning white, like mine. "Your sister is dead?" Holmes asked. "Yes, she died 2 years ago. I want to tell you about her death. My sister and I lived a quiet life. We did not often see people our age, but we had an aunt, my mother's sister, Miss Honoria Westphale. She lives near Harrow. Sometimes we went to visit her. 2 Christmases ago, Julia went there. She met a soldier and got engaged to him. My stepfather found out when she came back. He did not object to the marriage. But 2 weeks before the wedding, something terrible happened. I lost my only friend." Sherlock Holmes had been sitting with his eyes closed. Now he half opened them and looked at the lady. "Please tell me every detail," he said. "I can easily do that. I remember everything about that terrible time. The house is very old. We only use one part of it. The bedrooms in this part are on the first floor. The living rooms are in the middle of the house. Dr. Roylott's bedroom is first. My sister's is second, and mine is third. There are no doors between the rooms, but they all open onto the same hallway. Is that clear?" "Perfectly clear. The windows of the 3 rooms open onto the grass. That bad night, Dr. Roylott went to his room early, but we knew he was not sleeping. My sister did not like the smell of his strong Indian cigars, so she left her room and came to mine. She sat there for some time. We talked about her wedding. At 11 o'clock, she stood up to leave, but she stopped at the door and looked back. "Tell me, Helen," she said, "have you ever heard anyone whistle in the middle of the night?" "Never," I said. "Can you whistle in your sleep?" she asked. "No, I cannot. Why do you ask?" "Because for the last few nights, around 3 in the morning, I heard a quiet, clear whistle. I wake up easily, and it wakes me. I do not know where it came from. Maybe the next room, maybe outside. I just wanted to ask if you heard it." "No, I have not. It must be those Roma people outside." "Maybe. But if it was outside, I wonder why you did not hear it too." "Oh, I sleep more deeply than you." "Well, it is not very important anyway." She smiled at me. She closed my door. A few moments later, I heard her lock her door. "Indeed," Holmes said. "Did you always lock your doors at night?" "Always." "Why?" "I told you that the doctor has a cheetah and a baboon. We did not feel safe unless our doors were locked." "I see. Please continue." "I could not sleep that night. I felt that something bad would happen. My sister and I were twins. You know that twins have a special connection. It was a wild night. The wind was loud outside. The rain hit the windows. Suddenly, I heard a woman scream. It was my sister's voice. I jumped out of bed. I put a shawl around me. I ran into the hallway. As I opened my door, I heard a quiet whistle, like my sister described. A few moments later, I heard a loud metal sound. It was like a heavy piece of metal had fallen. I ran down the hall. My sister's door was open. It slowly moved on its hinges. I looked at it, afraid. I did not know what would come out. By the light of the hall lamp, I saw my sister. Her face was white with fear. Her hands reached out for help. She swayed like a drunk person. I ran to her and put my arms around her, but then her legs gave way, and she fell. She moved as if in great pain. Her body shook badly. At first, I thought she did not know me, but as I bent over her, she screamed in a voice I will never forget, "Oh my God, Helen! It was the band! The speckled band!" She wanted to say more. She pointed her finger towards the doctor's room, but then she shook again, and her words stopped. I ran out, calling for my stepfather. I met him coming from his room in his robe. When he reached my sister, she was not awake. He gave her brandy. He sent for a doctor from the village, but it was no use. She slowly died without waking up. That was how my dear sister died. "One moment," Holmes said. "Are you sure about the whistle and the metal sound? Can you swear you heard them?" "The coroner asked me that. I really think I heard them. But the storm was loud, and the old house made noises. Maybe I was wrong." "Was your sister dressed?" "No, she was in her nightdress. In her right hand was a burned match. In her left hand was a matchbox. So she lit a match and looked around when she was scared. That is important." "What did the coroner decide?" "He looked at the case carefully. Dr. Roylott was known for his bad temper, but the coroner could not find out why she died. I said that the door was locked from the inside. The windows had old shutters with strong iron bars. They were locked every night. They checked the walls. They were solid. They checked the floor. It was also solid. The chimney is wide, but it has 4 big metal bars across it. So, my sister was alone when she died. Also, there were no marks of violence on her body." "What about poison?" "The doctors checked for poison, but they found nothing." "What do you think happened to her?" "I think she died of fear and shock, but I do not know what scared her." "Were there Roma people in the area at that time?" "Yes, there are almost always some there." "And what did you think she meant by the band, or the speckled band?" "Sometimes I thought she was just talking strangely because she was sick. Sometimes I thought she meant a group of people, maybe the Roma people. Many of them wear scarves with spots on their heads. Maybe that made her say, 'speckled.'" Holmes shook his head. He was not happy with the answer. "This is very serious," he said. "Please continue your story." 2 years passed. My life was very lonely, but a month ago, a good friend asked me to marry him. His name is Percy Armitage. My stepfather did not stop the marriage. We will marry in the spring. 2 days ago, some repairs started in the house. My bedroom wall was cut open, so I had to move into my sister's old room. I am sleeping in her bed. Last night, I was awake. I was thinking about her terrible death. Then, in the quiet night, I heard the low whistle. It was the same whistle she heard before she died. I jumped up and lit the lamp, but I saw nothing in the room. I was too scared to go back to bed, so I dressed. When it was light, I went out. I got a dog cart from the inn across the street. I drove to Leatherhead. From there, I came here this morning to see you and ask for your help." "You did well," Holmes said. "But have you told me everything?" "Yes, everything." "No, Miss Roylott, you have not. You are protecting your stepfather." "What do you mean?" Holmes moved the black lace on her hand. On her wrist there were 5 small, dark marks. They looked like 4 fingers and a thumb. "Someone hurt you badly," Holmes said. The lady's face turned red. She covered her wrist. "He is a difficult man," she said. "Maybe he does not know his own strength." Holmes was quiet for a long time. He rested his chin on his hands and looked at the fire. "This is a very serious case," he said at last. "I need to know many things before I decide what to do, but we must act fast. If we go to Stoke Moran today, can we see the rooms without your stepfather knowing?" "He said he has important business in town today. He will probably be away all day. No one will disturb you. We have an old, foolish housekeeper. I can easily send her away." "Excellent. Watson, do you want to go?" Yes, very much. Then we will both go. What will you do? I have some things to do in town, but I will take the 12 o'clock train. I will be there when you arrive. You can expect us in the early afternoon. I also have some small matters to do. Will you not wait and eat breakfast? No, I must go. My heart feels lighter now that I have told you my troubles. I look forward to seeing you this afternoon. She pulled her thick black veil over her face and left the room quietly. What do you think of all this, Watson? Sherlock Holmes asked, leaning back in his chair. It seems to be a very dark and bad business. Dark enough and bad enough. But if the lady is right, if the floor and walls are solid, and the door, window, and chimney are impossible to pass, then her sister must have been alone when she died. Then what about the whistles at night? And what about the dying woman's strange words? I cannot think. Think about the whistles at night. Think about the Roma people who are friends with the doctor. Think about the fact that the doctor does not want his stepdaughter to marry. Think about the dying woman saying, "Banned." And Miss Helen Stoner heard a metal sound. It could be one of those metal bars on the shutters falling. I think we can solve the mystery this way. But what did the Roma people do? I cannot imagine. I see many problems with that idea. So do I. That is why we are going to Stoke Moran today. I want to see if the problems are too big or if we can explain them. But what the devil? Holmes stopped talking. Our door was suddenly thrown open. A very big man stood in the doorway. He wore strange clothes, a black hat, a long coat, and high boots. He held a whip. He was so tall that his hat touched the top of the door. He was so wide he seemed to fill the whole doorway. His face was large and had many lines. It was yellow from the sun. It showed bad feelings. His eyes were deep-set and yellow. His nose was long, thin, and bony. He looked like an old, angry bird. "Which of you is Holmes?" this man asked. "That is my name, sir, but you know me, and I do not know you," Holmes said quietly. "I am Dr. Grimesby Roylott, from Stoke Moran." "Indeed, doctor," Holmes said gently. "Please sit down." "I will not. My stepdaughter was here. I followed her." "What did she tell you?" "It is a little cold for this time of year," Holmes said. "What did she tell you?" the old man screamed angrily. "But I heard the flowers are growing well," Holmes said calmly. "Ha! You try to fool me?" the man said. He took a step forward and shook his whip. "I know you, you bad man. I heard about you. You are Holmes, the one who gets involved in other people's business." My friend smiled. "Holmes, the busybody." Holmes smiled more widely. "Holmes, the police helper." Holmes laughed loudly. "Your talk is very fun," he said. "When you leave, please close the door. There is a strong wind." "I will leave now. Do not touch my things. I know Miss Stoner was here. I found her. I am a very dangerous man. Look here." He quickly walked to me. He took the metal stick. He bent it with his big hands. He said, "Stay away from me." He threw the bent stick into the fire. Then he walked out of the room. Holmes laughed. He said, "He seems like a nice person. I am not as big as him. But if he stayed, I would show him my hands are strong too." He picked up the metal stick. He made it straight again with one quick try. He called me a police detective. This makes our search more exciting. I hope our friend will be safe. Now, Watson, let's eat. Then I will go to Doctor's Commons. I hope to find facts there that can help us. Sherlock Holmes came back around 1 o'clock. He had a blue paper with notes and numbers. He said, "I saw the dead wife's will. I had to find the prices of her money. This helped me know what it means. When she died, her money was almost £100. Now it is only £750. This is because farm prices went down. Each daughter can get £250 if she marries. So, if both girls married, he would have very little money. If even one married, It would be hard for him. My work this morning was good. It shows he has strong reasons to stop them from marrying. Now, Watson, we must be quick. The old man knows we are looking into his life. If you are ready, we will get a taxi to Waterloo. Please put your gun in your pocket. An Ely's No. 2 gun is good for men who can bend metal sticks. That and a toothbrush are all we need. At Waterloo, we quickly got a train to Leatherhead. We rented a horse carriage there. We drove for 4 or 5 miles on the pretty Surrey roads. It was a beautiful day. The sun was bright, and there were a few white clouds. The trees and bushes by the road had new green leaves. The air smelled of wet earth. For me, it felt strange. Spring felt hopeful, but our task was dark. My friend sat in the front of the carriage. His arms were crossed. His hat was pulled low over his eyes. His chin was on his chest. He was thinking deeply. Then he suddenly moved. He touched my shoulder. He pointed to the fields. He said, "Look there." A park with many trees went up a small hill. The trees became thicker at the top. From the trees we could see the old house. It had gray gables and a high roof. He said, "Stoke Moran?" The driver said, "Yes, sir, that is Dr. Grimesby Roylott's house." Holmes said, "They are building something there. That is where we are going." The driver pointed to some houses far to the left. He said, "That is the village. But if you want to go to the house, it's faster to go over this fence. Then take the path across the fields. There it is, where the lady is walking." Holmes covered his eyes from the sun. He said, "I think that lady is Miss Stoner. Yes, I think we should do what you say." We got out. We paid the driver. The carriage went back to Leatherhead. Holmes said, "It is good that he thinks we are architects or have important business. This may stop him from talking." We climbed over the fence. "Good afternoon, Miss Stoner. You see, we kept our word." Our client from the morning quickly came to meet us. Her face showed joy. She cried, "I have been waiting for you." She shook our hands warmly. "Everything is great. Dr. Roylott went to town. He will not be back before evening." Holmes said, "We met the doctor." He quickly told her what happened. Miss Stoner became very pale as she listened. She cried, "Oh no, he followed me." "Yes, it seems so. He is so clever. I never know if I am safe from him. What will he say when he comes back? He must be careful. He may find someone more clever than him is here. You must lock your door tonight. If he is angry, we will take you to your aunt's house in Harrow. Now, we must use our time well. Please take us to the rooms we need to check." The house was made of gray stone with green spots. It had a tall middle part and 2 curved sides, like a crab's claws. In one side, the windows were broken and covered with wood. Part of the roof was also broken. It looked ruined. The middle part was a little better, but the right side was newer. The window blinds were down. Blue smoke came from the chimneys. This showed the family lived there. There was some building wood against the end wall. The stones were broken, but there were no workers when we visited. Holmes walked slowly on the messy grass. He looked very carefully at the outside of the windows. "This window is for the room where you used to sleep, right? The middle one for your sister? And the one next to the main building for Dr. Roylott?" "Exactly, but I am sleeping in the middle one now." "While they fix things, I understand. By the way, the end wall doesn't seem to need urgent repairs." "It didn't. I think it was an excuse to make me move from my room." "Ah, that is a good idea. Now, on the other side of this narrow part is a hallway. These 3 rooms open from it. Are there windows in the hallway?" "Yes, but they are very small. Too small for anyone to go through. You both locked your doors at night, so no one could enter from that side. Now please go into your room and close your window covers." Miss Stoner did this. Holmes looked carefully through the open window. He tried to open the window cover, but he could not. There was no space to put a knife to open it. Then he used his glass to check the hinges. They were strong iron, built into the wall. He said, He scratched his chin. He looked confused. My idea has some problems. No one could open these covers if they were locked. Well, let's see if the inside helps us understand. A small side door led to the white hallway. The 3 bedrooms opened from it. Holmes did not want to check the 3rd room, so we went to the 2nd room. This was where Miss Stoner was sleeping now. Her sister died in this room. It was a simple, small room. It had a low ceiling and a wide fireplace, like old country houses. A brown chest of drawers was in one corner. A narrow bed with a white cover was in another. A table for getting ready was by the left side of the window. These things, with 2 small chairs made of woven material, were all the furniture. There was a square carpet in the middle. The floorboards and wall panels were made of old brown wood with wormholes. It looked as old as the house itself. Holmes moved one chair to a corner. He sat quietly. His eyes moved around the room, looking at every detail. "Where does that bell go?" he asked. He pointed to a thick bell rope next to the bed. The end of the rope was on the pillow. "It goes to the housekeeper's room." "It looks newer than the other things?" "Yes, it was put there only a few years ago." "Your sister asked for it, I guess?" "No, I never heard her use it. We always got what we needed ourselves." Indeed, it seemed strange to put such a nice bell rope there. "Please excuse me for a few minutes while I check this floor." He lay on the floor with his glass. He crawled back and forth. He looked very closely at the small spaces between the floorboards. Then he did the same with the wooden walls. Finally, he walked to the bed. He looked at it for some time. He also looked up and down the wall. Then he took the bell rope and pulled it strongly. "Why, it's fake," he said. "It won't ring?" "No, it's not even connected to a wire. This is very interesting. You can see now that it is tied to a hook right above the small opening for the air vent." "How silly! I never noticed that before." "Very strange," Holmes said quietly, pulling the rope. "There are a few very odd things about this room. For example, a builder must be foolish to make an air vent to another room. He could have made it go outside." "That is also quite new," the lady said. "Made about the same time as the bell rope?" Holmes asked. "Yes, there were several small changes made around that time. They seem to be very interesting changes, fake bell ropes and vents that do not let air in. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we will now look at the inner room." Dr. Grimesby Roylott's room was bigger than his stepdaughter's, but it was also simply furnished. There was a simple bed, a small wooden shelf with books, mostly about science, a soft chair next to the bed, a plain wooden chair against the wall, a round table, and a large iron safe. These were the main things we saw. Holmes walked slowly around. He looked at each thing with great interest. "What's in here?" he asked, tapping the safe. "My stepfather's business papers." "Oh, you have seen inside then?" "Only once, some years ago. I remember it was full of papers." "There isn't a cat in it, for example?" "No. What a strange idea." "Well, look at this." He picked up a small dish of milk on top of the safe. "No, we don't have a cat. But there is a cheetah and a baboon." "Ah, yes, of course. Well, a cheetah is a big cat. But a dish of milk is not enough for it, I think. There is one thing I want to know." He sat down in front of the wooden chair. He looked very carefully at the seat. "Thank you. That is clear," he said. He stood up and put his glass in his pocket. "Hello? Here is something interesting." He saw a small dog whip hanging on one corner of the bed. The whip was curled up and tied to make a loop. "What do you think of that, Watson?" "It's a common whip, but I don't know why it is tied." "That is not so common, is it? Oh, it's a bad world. And when a smart man uses his mind for crime, it is the worst. I think I have seen enough now, Miss Stoner. With your permission, we will go outside on the grass." I had never seen my friend's face so serious or his forehead so dark. This was after we left the room we were checking. We walked back and forth on the grass many times. Miss Stoner and I did not want to bother his thoughts. He said, "It is very important, Miss Stoner, that you follow my advice completely." "I will certainly do so. This is too serious to wait. Your life may depend on you doing what I say." "I promise you, I will do as you say." "First, my friend and I must sleep in your room tonight." Miss Stoner and I looked at him in surprise. "Yes, it must be so. Let me explain. I think that is the village inn over there?" "Yes, that is the Crown." "Very good. Your windows would be seen from there?" "Of course." "You must stay in your room, saying you have a headache, when your stepfather comes back. Then when you hear him go to bed, you must open your window covers. Undo the lock. Put your lamp there for us to see. Then quietly go to the room you used to stay in. Take anything you need. I am sure you can manage there for one night, even with the repairs." "Oh yes, easily." "The rest you will leave to us." "But what will you do?" "We will spend the night in your room. We will find out what causes this noise that has bothered you." Miss Stoner put her hand on my friend's arm. She said, "I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already decided." "Perhaps I have." "Then please tell me what caused my sister's death. I would like to have clearer proof before I speak. Can you at least tell me if my idea is right? Did she die from a sudden scare?" "No, I don't think so. I think there was probably a more real reason. And now, Miss Stoner, we must leave you. If Dr. Roylott came back and saw us, our trip would be for nothing. Goodbye, and be brave. If you do what I have told you, you can be sure we will soon remove the dangers that threaten you." Sherlock Holmes and I easily got a bedroom and a living room at the Crown Inn. They were on the top floor. From our window, we could see the main gate and the part of Stoke Moran Manor House where people lived. At dark, we saw Dr. Grimesby Roylott drive by. His large body was next to the small boy who drove him. The boy had some trouble opening the heavy iron gates. We heard the doctor's loud, rough voice. We saw how angry he was, shaking his closed hands at the boy. The carriage drove on. A few minutes later, we saw a sudden light in the trees. The lamp was lit in one of the living rooms. Holmes said, "Do you know, Watson, I am not sure about taking you tonight. There is danger. Can I help? Your being here might be very useful. Then I will certainly come." "That is very kind of you. You talk about danger. You have clearly seen more in these rooms than I did." "No, but I think I guessed a little more. I think you saw everything I did." "I saw nothing special except the bell rope. I cannot imagine what it is for." "You saw the air vent too?" "Yes, but I don't think it's so strange to have a small opening between two rooms. It was so small that a rat could barely fit through." "I knew we would find an air vent before we even came to Stoke Moran." "My dear Holmes." "Oh yes, I did. Do you remember she said her sister could smell Dr. Roylott's cigar? Of course, that immediately suggested there had to be a connection between the two rooms. It could only be a small one, or it would have been noticed in the police investigation. I guessed there was an air vent. But what harm can there be in that? Well, at least there is a strange timing. An air vent is made, a rope is hung, and a lady sleeping in the bed dies. Does that not seem strange to you? I cannot see any connection yet. Did you notice anything very unusual about that bed? No. It was fastened to the floor. Have you ever seen a bed tied down like that before? I cannot say I have. The lady could not move her bed. It must always be in the same place near the air vent and the rope. Or we can call it a rope, since it was clearly not for a bell. Holmes, I cried, I think I see a little what you mean. We are just in time to stop a clever and terrible crime. Clever enough and terrible enough. When a doctor turns bad, he is the worst kind of criminal. He is brave and he has knowledge. Palmer and Pritchard were top doctors. This man is even worse. But I think, Watson, We can beat him. But we will see enough bad things before the night is over. For goodness sake, let's have a quiet smoke and think of something happier for a few hours." Around 9 o'clock, the light among the trees went out. All was dark near the manor house. 2 hours passed slowly. Then, suddenly, at 11 o'clock, a single bright light shone right in front of us. "That is our sign," Holmes said. He stood up quickly. "It comes from the middle window." As we left, he spoke a few words to the inn owner. He said we were visiting a friend late at night. He said we might stay there. A moment later, we were on the dark road. A cold wind blew on our faces. One yellow light shone through the darkness in front of us. It guided us on our serious task. It was easy to enter the grounds. There were broken parts in the old park wall. We walked among the trees. We reached the grass. We crossed it. We were about to go in through the window. Then, from some laurel bushes, something like a horrible, twisted child ran out. It fell on the grass, moving its body. Then it ran quickly across the grass into the darkness. "My God," I whispered. "Did you see it?" Holmes was as surprised as I was. His hand held my wrist very tightly. Then he gave a soft laugh. He put his lips to my ear. "It's a nice house," he whispered. "That is the baboon." I had forgotten the doctor's strange pets. There was also a cheetah. Maybe we would find it on our shoulders at any moment. I felt calmer when I took off my shoes, like Holmes, and went into the bedroom. My friend quietly closed the window covers. He moved the lamp to the table. He looked around the room. Everything was as we had seen it during the day. Then he came close to me. He made a shape with his hand like a trumpet. He whispered into my ear again, so softly that I could barely hear the words. The smallest sound would ruin our plans. I nodded to show I heard him. We must sit without light. He would see it through the air vent. I nodded again. "Do not sleep. Your life may depend on it. Have your gun ready if we need it. I will sit on the side of the bed. You sit in that chair." I took out my gun. I put it on the corner of the table. Holmes had a long, thin stick. He put it on the bed next to him. He put the matchbox and a short candle next to it. Then he turned down the lamp. We were in darkness. I will never forget that terrible wait. I could not hear any sound, not even breathing. But I knew my friend was sitting with open eyes, only a few feet from me. He was as nervous as I was. The window covers blocked all light. We waited in complete darkness. Outside, a night bird sometimes cried. Once, at our window, there was a long, soft sound like a cat. This told us the cheetah was free. Far away, we could hear the church clock. It rang every 15 minutes. How long those 15 minutes seemed. 12 struck, and 1, and 2, and 3. We still sat quietly, waiting for whatever would happen. Suddenly, there was a quick flash of light near the air vent. It disappeared at once. But then there was a strong smell of burning oil and hot metal. Someone in the next room had lit a special dark lamp. I heard a soft sound of movement. Then all was quiet again, but the smell grew stronger. For half an hour I listened very carefully. Then suddenly another sound was heard, a very soft, calming sound, like a small stream of steam escaping from a kettle. As soon as we heard it, Holmes jumped from the bed. He struck a match. He hit the bell rope hard with his stick. "Do you see it, Watson?" he yelled. "Do you see it?" But I saw nothing. When Holmes lit the match, I heard a low, clear whistle. But the sudden bright light in my tired eyes made it impossible for me to see what my friend was hitting so hard. I could see that his face was very pale. It was filled with fear and hate. He stopped hitting. He was looking up at the air vent. Then, suddenly, from the quiet night, came the most horrible cry I have ever heard. It grew louder and louder. It was a rough yell of pain and fear and anger, all mixed into one terrible scream. They say that in the village, and even in the distant church house, that cry woke people from their beds. It made us feel cold inside. I looked at Holmes, and he looked at me. This continued until the last sounds of the cry were gone. "What can it mean?" I asked quickly. "It means it is all over," Holmes answered, "and perhaps it is for the best. Take your gun, and we will go into Dr. Roylott's room." He had a serious face. He lit the lamp. He led the way down the hallway. He knocked on the door 2 times. No one answered from inside. Then he turned the handle and went in. I followed him, with my gun ready in my hand. What we saw was strange. On the table was a dark lamp. Its cover was half open. It shone a bright light on the iron safe. The safe door was slightly open. Next to this table, on the wooden chair, sat Dr. Grimesby Roylott. He wore a long gray robe. His bare ankles showed below it. His feet were in red Turkish shoes without heels. Across his lap was the short stick with the long whip we saw earlier. His chin was up. His eyes were fixed in a terrible, stiff stare at the corner of the ceiling. Around his forehead, he had a strange yellow band with brownish spots. It seemed to be tied tightly around his head. When we came in, he did not make a sound or move. "The band, the spotted band," Holmes whispered. I took a step forward. Right away, his strange head covering began to move. From his hair, a short, diamond-shaped head and a swollen neck of a disgusting snake appeared. "It is a swamp adder," Holmes cried. "The most deadly snake in India. He died within 10 seconds of being bitten. Violence really does hurt the violent person, and the one who plans bad things falls into his own trap. Let us put this creature back into its home. Then we can take Miss Stoner to a safe place. We can tell the local police what happened." As he spoke, he quickly took the dog whip from the dead man's lap. He put the loop around the snake's neck. He pulled it from its terrible place. He held it far away from him. He threw it into the iron safe. He closed the safe. These are the true facts of Dr. Grimesby Roylott's death at Stoke Moran. I do not need to make this story longer. I will not tell how we told the sad news to the scared girl. I will not tell how we took her by train the next morning to her kind aunt in Harrow. I will not tell how the police investigation slowly decided that the doctor died while carelessly playing with a dangerous pet. Sherlock Holmes told me the small things I still needed to know about the case as we went back the next day. "I had," he said, "come to a completely wrong idea. This shows, my dear Watson, how dangerous it is to guess with not enough information. The gypsies being there, and the poor girl using the word band to describe what she quickly saw in her lamplight, made me think completely wrong. I can only say that I quickly changed my mind. This was when it became clear to me that any danger to the person in the room could not come from the window or the door. My attention quickly went, as I told you, to this air vent, and to the bell rope that hung down to the bed. Finding out it was fake, and that the bed was tied to the floor, immediately made me think the rope was a bridge for something going through the hole to the bed. The idea of a snake immediately came to me. When I thought of this, and that the doctor had animals from India, I felt I was probably right. The idea of using a poison that could not be found by any chemical test was something a clever and cruel man, trained in the East, would think of. The speed of the poison would also be good for him. It would be a very sharp doctor checking the body who could see the 2 small dark holes where the poison teeth had done their work. Then I thought of the whistle. Of course, he had to call the snake back before morning light showed it to the person in the bed. He had trained it, probably with the milk we saw, to come back to him when he called. He would put it through this air vent at the best time. He would be sure it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the person. Maybe she would escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she had to be bitten. I had these ideas before I even went into his room. Looking at his chair showed me he used to stand on it. Of course, this would be needed to reach the air vent. Seeing the safe, the dish of milk, and the looped whip was enough to remove any remaining doubts. The metal sound Miss Stoner heard was clearly caused by her stepfather quickly closing the safe door on its terrible inhabitant. Once I decided, you know the steps I took to prove it. I heard the creature make a hissing sound, as I am sure you did too, and I immediately lit the light and attacked it. And that made it go through the air vent, and also made it turn on its owner on the other side. Some of my stick hits made it angry like a snake, so it attacked the first person it saw. In this way, I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimesby Roylott's death, and I cannot say that it will bother my conscience very much, very much, very much, very. Chapter 9. The Adventure of the Engineer's Thumb. In the past, my friend Sherlock Holmes helped solve many problems. I brought 2 cases to him. One was about Mr. Hatherley's thumb. The other was about Colonel Warburton's strange behavior. The second one was maybe more interesting for Holmes, but the first one, Mr. Hatherley's thumb, was very unusual from the start. It was also very exciting. So, I will write about that one. People have read about it in newspapers before, but it's better to hear the story slowly, as things happened. When I first heard it, I was very surprised. Even after 2 years, I still remember it well. This story happened in the summer of 1889. I had just gotten married. I was working as a doctor again. I no longer lived with Holmes in Baker Street, but I often visited him. Sometimes I even got him to visit my home. My doctor's work was going well. I lived near Paddington Station. So I had some patients who worked for the railway. One of them, whom I helped with a long illness, always told people about me. He tried to send all sick people he knew to me. One morning, just before 7 o'clock, my maid woke me. She said 2 men from Paddington were in my office. I got dressed quickly. I knew that cases from the railway were usually important. I went downstairs fast. As I did, my old friend, the railway guard, came out of the office. He closed the door tightly behind him. "I have him here," he whispered. He pointed his thumb over his shoulder. "He's fine." "What is it?" I asked. He acted as if he had caught a strange animal. "It's a new patient," he whispered. "I thought I would bring him myself. Then he couldn't leave. He's here, safe and sound. I must go now, doctor. I have my duties, like you." And he left quickly. I did not even have time to thank him. I went into my office. A man was sitting by the table. He wore a simple tweed suit. His soft cloth cap was on my books. A handkerchief was wrapped around one of his hands. It had many blood stains on it. He was young, maybe 25 years old. He had a strong face, but he was very pale. He looked like he was very worried, and it was hard for him to stay calm. "I am sorry to wake you so early, doctor," he said. "I had a very bad accident last night. I came here by train this morning. At Paddington, I asked where to find a doctor. A kind man brought me here. I gave the maid a card, but I see she left it on the small table." I picked it up and read it. "Mr. Victor Hatherley, hydraulic engineer, 16A, Victoria Street, 3rd floor." This was the name and address of my visitor. "I am sorry I made you wait," I said. I sat in my chair. "You just came from a night trip. That is usually a boring trip." "Oh, my night was not boring," he said, and he laughed. He laughed very loudly. He leaned back in his chair and shook. My doctor's mind told me something was wrong with that laugh. "Stop it!" I cried. "Control yourself!" I poured some water from a bottle, but it was no use. He was having a sudden, strong emotional moment. This happens to strong people after a big problem is over. Soon he calmed down. He looked very tired and pale. "I have been silly," he said with difficulty. "Not at all. Drink this." I put some brandy in the water. His pale cheeks began to get some color. "That's better," he said. "Now, doctor, please look at my thumb, or where my thumb was." He took off the handkerchief. He held out his hand. Even for me, a doctor, it was a terrible sight. There were 4 fingers. Where the thumb should be, there was a terrible red, soft surface. The thumb was cut or torn off from the very bottom. "Good heavens!" I cried. "This is a terrible injury. It must have bled a lot." "Yes, it did. I fainted when it happened. I think I was unconscious for a long time. When I woke up, it was still bleeding. So I tied one end of my handkerchief tightly around my wrist. I used a small branch to make it tighter." "Excellent. You should have been a surgeon." "It's about water pressure, you see. That's my job." "This was done," I said, looking at the wound, "by a very heavy and sharp tool. Something like a big knife for cutting meat," he said. "An accident, I guess?" "No, not at all." "What? An attack to kill you?" "Yes, very much so." "You shock me." I cleaned the wound. I put medicine on it and bandages. He lay back and did not move, but he bit his lip sometimes. "How is that?" I asked when I finished. "Great. With your brandy and your bandage, I feel like a new man. I was very weak, but I went through a lot." "Maybe you should not talk about it. It makes you nervous." "Oh no, not now. I will have to tell my story to the police. But honestly, if it were not for this wound, I would be surprised if they believed me. It is a very strange story. I do not have much proof, and even if they believe me, the clues I can give them are not clear. So, I don't know if they can find the truth." "Ha!" I cried. "If you want to solve a problem, I strongly advise you to go to my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, before you go to the police." "Oh, I have heard of him," my visitor said. "I would be very happy if he would take the case, but of course I must use the official police too. Would you introduce me to him?" "I'll do better. I'll take you to him myself." "I would be very thankful to you." "We will call a taxi and go together. We will just be in time to have a small breakfast with him. Do you feel well enough?" "Yes, I will not feel good until I tell my story." "Then my servant will call a taxi, and I will be with you in a moment." I ran upstairs. I quickly told my wife about it. In 5 minutes I was in a taxi with my new friend, going to Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes was, as I thought, relaxing in his living room. He wore his robe. He was reading the sad news section of the Times newspaper. He was smoking his pipe before breakfast. The pipe was full of tobacco left from the day before. He had carefully dried and saved it on the mantelpiece. He greeted us in his kind way. He ordered fresh bacon and eggs. We ate a good meal together. When we finished, he helped our new friend lie on the sofa. He put a pillow under his head. He put a glass of brandy and water near him. "It is clear that you have had a very unusual experience, Mr. Hatherley," he said. "Please, lie down there and feel at home. Tell us what you can. But stop when you are tired. Keep up your strength with a little drink." "Thank you," my patient said. "But I have felt like a new man since the doctor put on my bandage, and I think your breakfast has made me fully well. I will take as little of your time as possible. So I will start telling my strange experiences at once." Holmes sat in his big chair. He looked tired, with heavy eyelids. This look hid his sharp and eager mind. I sat across from him. We listened quietly to the strange story our visitor told us. "You must know," he said, "that I am an orphan. I am not married. I live alone in London. My job is a hydraulic engineer. I learned a lot about my work during the 7 years I worked for Venner and Matheson, a famous company in Greenwich. 2 years ago, I finished my training. I also received some money when my poor father died. I decided to start my own business. I rented an office in Victoria Street. I think everyone finds their first time working for themselves difficult. For me, it was very difficult. In 2 years, I had only 3 meetings with clients and 1 small job. That is all the work I got. I earned only £27 and 10 shillings. Every day, from 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, I waited in my small office. Finally, I started to feel sad. I thought I would never get any work. Yesterday, however, just as I was thinking of leaving the office, my assistant came in. He said a gentleman was waiting to see me about business. He also brought a card. It had the name Colonel Lysander Stark on it. Right behind him came the colonel himself. He was a man of average height, but very, very thin. I do not think I have ever seen such a thin man. His whole face was sharp, with a big nose and chin. The skin on his cheeks was very tight over his bones. But this thinness seemed normal for him. He did not seem sick. His eyes were bright, his steps were quick, and he looked confident. He was dressed simply but neatly. I think he was closer to 40 than 30 years old. "Mr. Hatherley," he said with a German accent, "you have been recommended to me, Mr. Hatherley, as a man who is not only good at his job, but also careful, and can keep a secret." I bowed. I felt happy, as any young man would after such words. "May I ask who spoke so well of me?" "Well, maybe it is better that I do not tell you that right now. I heard from the same person that you are an orphan and not married. You also live alone in London." "That is correct," I answered. "But please excuse me if I say that I do not see how this relates to my skills for my job. I thought you wanted to speak to me about a work matter." "Yes, that is true, but you will see that everything I say is important. I have a job for you, but it is very important to keep it a secret. A complete secret, do you understand? And of course, we expect more secrecy from a man who lives alone than from one who lives with his family." "If I promise to keep a secret," I said, "you can trust me completely." He looked at me very carefully as I spoke. I felt like I had never seen such a doubtful and questioning eye. "Do you promise, then?" he said at last. "Yes, I promise. Complete and full silence before, during, and after. No talking about it at all, in words or writing. I have already given you my word." "Very good." He suddenly stood up. He moved quickly across the room and opened the door. The hallway outside was empty. "That's fine," he said, coming back. "I know that assistants are sometimes curious about their boss's business. Now we can talk safely." He pulled his chair very close to mine. He began to look at me again with the same questioning and thoughtful look. I started to feel dislike, and something like fear, because of this thin man's strange actions. Even my fear of losing a client could not stop me from showing I was impatient. "Please tell me your business, sir," I said. "My time is valuable." Heaven forgive me for that last sentence, but I said it. "How would 50 guineas for one night's work suit you?" he asked. "Very well." "I say a night's work, but an hour's work would be more correct. I just want your opinion about a hydraulic stamping machine that is broken. If you show us what is wrong, we will fix it ourselves quickly. What do you think of this job?" "The work seems easy, and the pay is very good." "Exactly. We want you to come tonight by the last train." "Where to?" "To Eyford, in Berkshire. It is a small place near Oxfordshire. It is 7 miles from Reading. There is a train from Paddington that will get you there at about 11:15. "Very good. I will come in a carriage to meet you." "So there is a drive?" "Yes, our small place is far out in the country. It is a good 7 miles from Eyford Station." "Then we can hardly get there before midnight. I guess there would be no train back. I would have to stay the night." "Yes, we can easily let you stay." "That is very difficult. Can I not come at a better time?" "We think it is best that you come late. To pay you for any trouble, we are giving you, a young and unknown man, a fee that would buy advice from the top people in your job. Still, of course, if you want to stop this business, there is still time." I thought about the 50 guineas, and how much they would help me. Not at all, I said. I will be very happy to do what you wish. However, I would like to understand a little more clearly what you want me to do. Of course, it is normal that the promise of secrecy we asked from you has made you curious. I do not want you to agree to anything without knowing everything. I guess we are completely safe from anyone listening? Completely. Then this is the situation. You probably know that fuller's earth is a valuable material. It is found in only 1 or 2 places in England? I have heard that. Some time ago, I bought a small place, a very small place, within 10 miles of Reading. I was lucky enough to find that there was fuller's earth in one of my fields. But when I looked at it, I found that this amount was small. It was between 2 much larger amounts of it on the right and left. Both of these, however, were on my neighbor's land. These good people did not know that their land had something as valuable as a gold mine. Naturally, I wanted to buy their land before they found out how valuable it was. But I did not have enough money to do this. I told a few of my friends the secret. They suggested that we should quietly and secretly dig our own small amount. In this way, we would earn the money to buy the nearby fields. We have been doing this for some time now. To help us, we built a hydraulic press. This press, as I already told you, is broken. We want your advice about it. We keep our secret very carefully. If people knew that we had hydraulic engineers coming to our small house, they would ask questions. Then, if the truth came out, we would lose any chance of getting these fields and doing our plans. That is why I made you promise that you will not tell anyone that you are going to Eyford tonight. I hope I have made everything clear. I understand you completely, I said. The only thing I did not quite understand was how you could use a hydraulic press to dig fuller's earth. As I understand it, it is dug out like sand from a hole. Ah, he said carelessly. We have our own way. We press the earth into bricks. This way, we can move them without showing what they are. But that is just a small detail. I have told you everything now, Mr. Hatherley. I have shown you how I trust you. He stood up as he spoke. I will expect you then, at Eyford, at 11:15. I will certainly be there. And not a word to anyone. He looked at me with a last, long, questioning look. Then he shook my hand with a cold, wet grip. He hurried from the room. When I thought about it later, I was very surprised by this sudden job. On one hand, I was happy. The payment was at least 10 times more than I would have asked for my work. And maybe this job would lead to others. On the other hand, the man's face and actions made me feel uncomfortable. I did not think his explanation about the fuller's earth was enough to explain why I had to come at midnight, and why he was so worried that I would tell someone about my trip. However, I decided not to worry. I ate a good dinner. I drove to Paddington. I left, having done exactly what he told me about keeping quiet. At Reading, I had to change trains and stations, but I was on time for the last train to Eyford. I arrived at the small, dimly lit station after 11 o'clock. I was the only passenger who got off there. There was only a sleepy worker with a lamp on the platform. As I went out through the gate, I saw my friend from the morning waiting in the shadows on the other side. Without a word, he grabbed my arm. He quickly pulled me into a carriage. The door was open. He rolled up the windows on both sides. He tapped on the wood, and we went as fast as the horse could go. "One horse?" Holmes asked. "Yes, only one." "Did you see its color?" "Yes, I saw it by the lights on the side of the carriage when I was getting in. It was brown." "Did it look tired or fresh?" "Oh, fresh and shiny." "Thank you. I am sorry I stopped you. Please continue your very interesting story." So we left. We drove for at least an hour. Colonel Lysander Stark had said it was only 7 miles. But I think, from how fast we seemed to go and how long it took, it must have been closer to 12 miles. He sat next to me silently the whole time. More than once, when I looked at him, I saw that he was looking at me very closely. The roads in that area seemed bad. We bumped and shook a lot. I tried to look out the windows to see where we were, but they were made of cloudy glass. I could only see the occasional bright blur of a light passing by. Sometimes I said something to stop the quiet ride, but the colonel only gave short answers. Our talk soon stopped. At last, however, the bumpy road changed to the smooth sound of gravel. The carriage stopped. Colonel Lysander Stark quickly got out. As I followed him, he pulled me swiftly into a porch that was open in front of us. We stepped right from the carriage into the hall, so I did not see the front of the house at all. The moment I crossed the door, it closed loudly behind us. I faintly heard the sound of the wheels as the carriage drove away. It was very dark inside the house. The colonel fumbled around looking for matches. He spoke softly to himself. Suddenly, a door opened at the other end of the hallway. A long golden light came out towards us. It became wider. A woman appeared with a lamp in her hand. She held it above her head. She pushed her face forward and looked at us. I could see that she was pretty. The light shone on her dark dress. I knew it was expensive material. She spoke a few words in a foreign language. It sounded like she was asking a question. My friend answered with a short, rough sound. She was so surprised that the lamp almost fell from her hand. Colonel Stark went to her. He whispered something in her ear. Then he pushed her back into the room she came from. He walked back to me with the lamp in his hand. "Perhaps you would be kind enough to wait in this room for a few minutes," he said, opening another door. It was a quiet, small room with simple furniture. There was a round table in the middle. Several German books were on it. Colonel Stark put the lamp on top of a small organ next to the door. "I will not keep you waiting long," he said, and he went into the dark. I looked at the books on the table. Even though I did not know German, I could see that 2 of them were about science. The others were poetry books. Then I walked to the window. I hoped I could see something of the countryside, but a thick wooden shutter with heavy bars covered it. It was a wonderfully quiet house. An old clock ticked loudly somewhere in the hallway, but otherwise, everything was completely still. A small feeling of worry began to come over me. Who were these German people? What were they doing living in this strange, hidden place? And where was the place? I was about 10 miles from Eiford, that was all I knew. But I had no idea if it was north, south, east, or west. For that matter, Reading and maybe other large towns were within that distance, so the place might not be so hidden after all. But it was very clear, from the complete quietness, that we were in the countryside. I walked up and down the room. I hummed a tune softly to stay cheerful. I felt like I was truly earning my 50 guinea payment. Suddenly, without any sound in the complete quiet, the door of my room slowly opened. The woman was standing in the doorway. The hallway behind her was dark. The yellow light from my lamp shone on her eager and beautiful face. I could see right away that she was very scared. This made me feel scared too. She held up one shaking finger to tell me to be quiet. She whispered a few words of broken English to me. Her eyes looked back, like a scared horse, into the darkness behind her. "I would go," she said. She tried hard, it seemed to me, to speak calmly. "I would go. I should not stay here. There is nothing good for you to do." "But madam," I said, "I have not yet done what I came for. I cannot leave until I have seen the machine." "It is not worth your time to wait," she continued. "You can go through the door. No one will stop you." And then, seeing that I smiled and shook my head, she suddenly let go of her control. She stepped forward. Her hands were clasped together. "For the love of heaven," she whispered, "get away from here before it is too late." But I am a bit stubborn by nature. I am more willing to get involved in a matter when there is a problem. I thought of my 50 guinea payment, my long trip, and the bad night that seemed to be ahead of me. Was it all for nothing? Why should I leave without doing my job and without the payment I was supposed to get? This woman might, for all I knew, be crazy. So I stood firm. Although her manner had shaken me more than I wanted to admit, I still shook my head. I said I would stay where I was. She was about to beg me again when a door closed loudly upstairs. The sound of several footsteps was heard on the stairs. She listened for a moment. She threw up her hands in a hopeless way. She disappeared as quickly and quietly as she had come. The new people were Colonel Lysander Stark and a short, thick man with a beard growing from the folds of his double chin. He was introduced to me as Mr. Ferguson. "This is my assistant and manager," the colonel said. "By the way, I thought I left this door closed just now. I fear you felt the cold air." "On the contrary," I said. "I opened the door myself because I felt the room was a little warm." He gave me one of his suspicious looks. "Perhaps we should start our business then," he said. "Mr. Ferguson and I will take you to see the machine. I should put my hat on, I suppose." "Oh no, it is inside the house." "What, you dig fuller's earth in the house?" No, this is only where we press it. But never mind that. All we want you to do is to look at the machine and tell us what is wrong with it." We went upstairs. The colonel was first with a light. The fat manager and I were behind him. The house was old and confusing. It had long halls, small paths, narrow stairs, and low doors. People had walked over the doorsteps for many years, making them lower. There were no rugs or furniture upstairs. The walls had old paint falling off, and wet spots were green and looked bad. I tried to look calm, but I remembered the lady's warnings. I watched my two friends closely. Ferguson seemed sad and quiet, but I knew he was from my country, from the little he said. Colonel Lysander Stark stopped at a low door and opened it. Inside was a small room. The three of us could barely fit. Ferguson stayed outside, and the colonel let me in. "We are inside the press now," he said. "It would be very bad if someone turned it on. The top of this small room is the part that moves down. It comes down with a lot of weight onto this metal floor. There are small water pipes outside that take the force and make it stronger. The machine works well, but it is a little stiff, and it has lost some power. Can you please look at it and tell us how to fix it?" I took the light from him and looked at the machine closely. It was very big and could press with a lot of force. But when I went outside and pushed the handles that controlled it, I heard a sound. I knew water was leaking from one of the side pipes. I looked and saw that a rubber band around a rod was too small. It did not fit right. This was why the machine lost power. I told my friends, and they listened carefully. They asked how to fix it. After I told them, I went back into the machine's main part and looked at it well. I wanted to know more. It was clear that the story about the fuller's earth was false. Such a strong machine would not be used for that. The walls were wood, but the floor was a big iron tray. When I looked, I saw a metal layer on it. I bent down and was scratching it to see what it was. Then I heard a German word and saw the colonel's thin face looking at me. "What are you doing?" he asked. I was angry that he had lied to me with such a detailed story. "I was looking at your fuller's earth," I said. "I think I could help you better with your machine if I knew what it was really for." As soon as I said this, I wished I had not spoken. His face became hard, and his gray eyes showed a bad light. "All right," he said. "You will know everything about the machine." He stepped back, closed the small door with a bang, and locked it. I ran to it and pulled the handle, but it was stuck. My kicks and pushes did nothing. "Hello," I yelled. "Hello, Colonel, let me out." Then, in the quiet, I heard a sound that made my heart jump. It was the sound of the handles moving and the leaking pipe. He had started the machine. The light was still on the floor where I had put it. In its light, I saw the black ceiling coming down on me. It was slow and shaky, but I knew it would crush me in 1 minute. I screamed and threw myself against the door. I pulled at the lock with my nails. I begged the colonel to let me out, but the loud sound of the levers covered my cries. The ceiling was only a foot or two above my head. I put my hand up and felt its hard, rough surface. Then I thought about how I would die. If I lay on my face, the weight would be on my back. I did not want to think about that terrible crack. Maybe it would be easier the other way. But could I lie there and watch that dark shadow come down? I could not stand up straight anymore. Then I saw something that gave me hope. I said the floor and ceiling were iron, but the walls were wood. I quickly looked around one last time. I saw a thin line of yellow light between two boards. It became wider as a small panel moved back. For a moment, I could not believe it was a door away from death. The next moment, I pushed myself through and lay on the other side, almost passed out. The panel closed behind me. But the crash of the lamp and then the clang of the two metal pieces told me how close I was to dying. A strong pull on my arm woke me. I was lying on the stone floor of a narrow hall. A woman was leaning over me, pulling me with her left hand and holding a candle in her right. It was the kind friend whose warning I had ignored. "Come, come," she cried quickly. "They will be here soon. They will see you are not there. Oh, do not waste time, but come." This time, I listened to her. I stood up unsteadily and ran with her along the hall and down a winding stair. This led to another wide path. As we reached it, we heard people running and two voices shouting. One voice was on our floor, and one was below. My guide stopped and looked around like she did not know what to do. Then she opened a door to a bedroom. The moon was shining brightly through the window. "It is your only chance," she said. "It is high, but maybe you can jump." As she spoke, a light appeared at the end of the path. I saw Colonel Lysander Stark, thin, running forward with a lamp in one hand and a weapon like a big knife in the other. I ran across the bedroom, opened the window, and looked out. The garden looked so quiet and nice in the moonlight. It was about 30 feet down. I climbed onto the window ledge, but I waited to jump. I wanted to hear what happened between my helper and the bad man. If he hurt her, I would go back to help her, no matter the risk. This thought just came to me when he was at the door, pushing past her. But she put her arms around him and tried to stop him. "Fritz, Fritz," she cried in English. "Remember what you promised last time. You said it would not happen again. He will be quiet. Oh, he will be quiet." "You are crazy, Elise," he shouted, trying to get away from her. "You will ruin us. He has seen too much. Let me go, I say." He pushed her to the side and ran to the window. He hit me with his heavy weapon. I had let go and was hanging by my hands from the ledge when he hit me. I felt a dull pain, my hands loosened, and I fell into the garden below. The fall shook me, but I was not hurt. So I got up and ran as fast as I could into the bushes. I knew I was still in danger, but suddenly, as I ran, I felt very dizzy and sick. I looked at my hand, which hurt badly. Then, for the first time, I saw my thumb was cut off and blood was pouring from my wound. I tried to tie my handkerchief around it, but I heard a buzzing in my ears. The next moment, I fell down among the rose bushes, passed out. I do not know how long I was unconscious. It must have been a very long time, because the moon was gone, and it was a bright morning when I woke up. My clothes were wet with dew, and my coat sleeve was wet with blood from my hurt thumb. The pain made me remember everything about my night's adventure. I jumped to my feet, feeling that I might still not be safe from the people chasing me. But to my surprise, when I looked around, I saw no house or garden. I had been lying by a hedge near the main road. A little farther down was a long building. When I went closer, I saw it was the same train station where I had arrived the night before. If not for the bad wound on my hand, everything that happened could have been a bad dream. Half confused, I went into the station and asked about the morning train. There would be a train to Reading in less than an hour. The same worker was there as when I arrived. I asked him if he had heard of Colonel Lysander Stark. The name was new to him. Had he seen a carriage waiting for me the night before? No, he had not. Was there a police station nearby? There was one about 3 miles away. It was too far for me to go, being weak and sick. I decided to wait until I got back to town before telling my story to the police. It was a little after 6 when I arrived, so I first went to get my wound fixed. Then the doctor was kind enough to bring me here. I told you everything, and I will do what you say. We both sat quietly for some time after hearing this strange story. Then Sherlock Holmes took a large book from the shelf. He kept his notes in it. "Here is an advertisement that will interest you," he said. "It was in all the papers about a year ago. Listen to this. Lost on the 9th of this month, Mr. Jeremiah Hayling, 26 years old, a machine engineer. He left his home at 10 at night and has not been seen since. He was wearing, etc., etc." Ha! That was the last time the colonel needed to fix his machine, I think. "Oh my!" cried my patient. "Then that explains what the girl said." "Yes, it is clear that the colonel was a cold and dangerous man. He did not want anything to stop his plan, like pirates who leave no one alive on a captured ship. Every moment is important now, so if you feel well enough, we will go to Scotland Yard right away before going to Eyford." About 3 hours later, we were all on the train together. We were going from Reading to the small village in Berkshire. There was Sherlock Holmes, the machine engineer, Inspector Bradstreet from Scotland Yard, a detective in regular clothes, and myself. Bradstreet spread a map of the area on the seat. He was drawing a circle with Eyford in the center. "There you go," he said. "That circle is 10 miles from the village. The place we want must be near that line. You said 10 miles, I think, sir. It was a good hour's drive. And you think they brought you all that way when you were unconscious?" "They must have. I also have a faint memory of being carried somewhere." "What I do not understand," I said, "is why they did not kill you when they found you passed out in the garden. Maybe the bad man was softer because the woman begged him. I do not think that is likely. I never saw a harder face in my life." "Oh, we will find out soon," said Bradstreet. "Well, I have drawn my circle. I just wish I knew where on it we can find the people we are looking for." "I think I know where it is," said Holmes quietly. "Really?" cried the inspector. "You have an idea. Come, let's see who agrees with you. I say it is south, because the land is more empty there." "And I say east," said my patient. "I am for west," said the detective. "There are several quiet small villages there." "And I am for north," I said, "because there are no hills there, and our friend says he did not notice the carriage go up any hills." "Come," cried the inspector, laughing. "That is a very good mix of ideas. We have covered all directions. Who do you agree with?" "You are all wrong." "But we cannot all be." "Oh yes, you can. This is my idea." He put his finger in the center of the circle. "This is where we will find them." "But the 12-mile drive?" gasped Hatherley. 6 miles out and 6 miles back. Nothing simpler. You said yourself that the horse was fresh and shiny when you got in. How could it be that if it had gone 12 miles on bad roads? "Indeed, that is a likely trick," said Bradstreet thoughtfully. "Of course, there is no doubt what kind of people this group is." "None at all," said Holmes. "They make fake money on a large scale. They use the machine to make the metal that looks like silver." "We have known for some time that a clever group was working," said the inspector. "They have been making many fake coins. We even followed them to Reading, but could go no farther. They hid their tracks very well, which showed they were very experienced. But now, thanks to this lucky chance, I think we have them. But the inspector was wrong. Those criminals were not caught. As our train arrived at Ayford Station, we saw a huge column of smoke. It rose from behind some trees nearby and looked like a big feather over the land. "A house on fire?" asked Bradstreet as the train started moving again. "Yes, sir," said the station master. "When did it start?" "I hear it was during the night, sir, but it has gotten worse, and the whole place is burning." "Whose house is it?" "Dr. Becher's." "Tell me," the engineer broke in, "is Dr. Becher German, very thin, with a long, sharp nose?" The station master laughed loudly. "No, sir, Dr. Becher is English. No man in this area has a nicer vest. But he has a gentleman staying with him, a patient, I think, who is a foreigner, and he looks like a little good English beef would help him." The station master had not finished speaking before we were all rushing toward the fire. The road went over a low hill. In front of us was a large white building with fire coming out of every crack and window. In the garden, 3 fire trucks were trying in vain to stop the flames. "That's it!" cried Hatherley, very excited. "There is the gravel path, and there are the rose bushes where I lay. That second window is the one I jumped from." "Well, at least," said Holmes, "you got your revenge on them. There is no doubt that your oil lamp, when it was crushed in the press, started the fire on the wooden walls. They were too busy chasing you to notice it then. Now, look for your friends from last night in this crowd, though I fear they are 100 miles away by now." And Holmes's fears came true. From that day until now, no one has heard from the beautiful woman, the bad German, or the sad Englishman. Early that morning, a farmer had seen a cart with several people and some very large boxes going fast toward Reading. But there, all signs of the people who ran away disappeared. Even Holmes could not find any clue as to where they went. The firefighters were very worried about the strange things they found inside, and even more so when they found a freshly cut human thumb on a second-floor windowsill. But around sunset, they finally put out the fire. But not before the roof fell in. The whole place was ruined. Only some twisted metal pipes were left of the machine that cost our unhappy friend so much. Large amounts of nickel and tin were found in a small building outside. But no coins were found. This might explain the large boxes we talked about. How our machine engineer got from the garden to where he woke up might have been a mystery forever. But the soft dirt told us a clear story. 2 people had carried him. One person had very small feet, and the other had very large ones. Most likely, the quiet Englishman, who was less brave or less likely to kill than his friend, helped the woman carry the unconscious man out of danger. "Well," said our engineer sadly as we sat down to go back to London, "it has been quite an experience for me. I lost my thumb and I lost a fee of 50 guineas. What did I gain?" "Experience," said Holmes, laughing. "It might be useful in the future, you know. You just have to tell the story to be known as great company for the rest of your life. Life. Chapter 10. The Adventure of the Noble Bachelor. Lord St. Simon got married. But something strange happened. People stopped talking about it after some time. But I want to tell you the full story. My friend Sherlock Holmes helped a lot. This happened before I got married. I was living with Holmes. One day, Holmes came home. He found a letter for him on the table. I was home all day. The weather was bad. My old war injury hurt. I was reading newspapers. Then I saw a nice letter. I wondered who sent it. I said, "This is a fancy letter. Your other letters were not so fancy." Holmes smiled. He said, "Yes, my letters are very different. The simple ones are often more interesting. This letter looks like a boring invitation." He opened the letter. He looked at it. "Oh, it might be interesting after all," he said. "Not a social letter?" I asked. "No, it's about work. he said. From a rich person? I asked. One of the most important people in England, he said. Good for you, I said. Holmes said, Watson, I don't care if the client is rich. I care if the case is interesting. This new case might be interesting. Have you read the newspapers? I pointed to a pile of newspapers. I said, Yes, I have. I had nothing else to do. Good, he said. You can help me. I only read crime news. But you must have read about Lord St. Simon's wedding? Oh, yes, I did, I said. Good. This letter is from Lord St. Simon. I will read it to you. Then you can find anything about it in these papers. He read the letter. Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Lord Backwater says you are very good. So I want to ask for your help. Something bad happened with my wedding. Mr. Lestrade from Scotland Yard is working on it. But he says you can help too. He thinks you can make things better. I will come at 4 o'clock. If you are busy, please change your plans. This is very important. Yours truly, Robert St. Simon. Holmes folded the letter. He said, It's from a nice house. It was written with an old pen. Lord St. Simon got ink on his finger. He says 4 o'clock. It's 3 now. He will be here in an hour, I said. Then we have time to get ready, Holmes said. Look through the papers. Find the parts about the wedding. I will find out about our client. He took a book. Here he is, he said. Lord Robert Walsingham de Vere St. Simon. He is the Duke of Balmoral's second son. He was born in 1846. He is 41 years old. That's old for marriage. His father was a government official. They have old royal family blood. This is not very helpful. Watson, I need you to find more. I said, It's easy to find what I need. The news is new. The story is very strange. I did not want to bother you. I know you were busy with another case. Oh, you mean the furniture van case. That is finished now. It was easy. Please tell me what you found in the papers. Here is the first notice, I said. It's in the Morning Post. It says, Lord Robert St. Simon, the Duke of Balmoral's second son, will marry Miss Hattie Doran. She is the only daughter of Aloysius Doran from San Francisco, USA. That's all. Short and clear, Holmes said, stretching his legs. There was more in another paper that week. It says, Many rich American women are marrying British noblemen. Lord St. Simon is one of them. He will marry Miss Hattie Doran. She is the pretty daughter of a rich man from California. Miss Doran is an only child. She will get a lot of money. The Duke of Balmoral had to sell his paintings. Lord St. Simon has little money. So this marriage will help them both. Anything else? Holmes asked. Oh yes, a lot more, I said. The Morning Post also said the wedding would be small. It would be at St. George's. Only a few friends would be there. They would go to Mr. Doran's house after. 2 days later, there was a notice. It said the wedding happened. The couple would go to Lord Backwater's place for their honeymoon. These are all the notices before the bride disappeared. Before what? Holmes asked, surprised. The lady disappeared, I said. When did she disappear? He asked. At the wedding breakfast, I said. Oh, this is more interesting, very dramatic, he said. Yes, I thought so too, I said. People often disappear before the wedding or on their honeymoon. But this is very fast. Tell me the details. The details are not complete, I said. Maybe we can make them complete, he said. They are in a newspaper article from yesterday. I will read it to you. It's called Strange Event at a Fancy Wedding. Lord Robert St. Simon's family is very worried. Something strange happened at his wedding. The wedding was yesterday morning. Now, strange stories are confirmed. Friends tried to keep it a secret, but many people know about it now. The wedding was small. It was at St. George's. Only Mr. Aloysius Doran, the bride's father, the Duchess of Balmoral, Lord Backwater, Lord Eustace, Lady Clara St. Simon, and Lady Alicia Whittington were there. After the wedding, they went to Mr. Doran's house for breakfast. A woman tried to get into the house. She said she had a right to see Lord St. Simon. The butler and footman had to make her leave. It was a long and difficult scene. The bride went into the house before this. She sat down to eat. Then she said she felt sick. She went to her room. She was gone for a long time. Her father went to look for her. Her maid said she went to her room for a moment. She grabbed a coat and hat. Then she went outside. A footman saw a lady leave, but he thought it was not his mistress. He thought she was still inside. Mr. Doran found out his daughter was gone. He and Lord St. Simon called the police. The police are looking for her. They think they will find her soon. But last night, they had not found her. Some people think something bad happened to her. The police have arrested the woman who caused the trouble. They think she might have hurt the bride because of jealousy. Is that all? Holmes asked. Only one more small thing from another paper, but it's important. What is it? He asked. Miss Flora Miller, the woman who made trouble, has been arrested. She used to be a dancer. She has known the groom for some years. There are no more details. The case is yours now. This is a very interesting case. I wouldn't miss it. Watson, the doorbell rang. It's a little after 4. It must be our client. Don't leave, Watson. I like to have a witness. Our helper opened the door. He said, Lord Robert St. Simon. A man came in. He had a nice face. He looked pale. His mouth seemed a little annoyed. His eyes were open and steady. He seemed like a man who was used to giving orders. He walked quickly, but he looked older than he was. He bent forward a little. His knees were also a little bent. He took off his hat. His hair was gray around the edges. It was thin on top. He was dressed very neatly. He wore a high collar, black coat, white vest, yellow gloves, shiny shoes, and light leg covers. He walked slowly into the room. He looked around. He swung his golden glasses in his hand. Good day, Lord St. Simon, Holmes said. He stood up and bowed. Please sit in the chair. This is my friend, Dr. Watson. Come closer to the fire. We can talk about this. This is very painful for me, Mr. Holmes. I am very sad. I know you have helped with difficult cases before, but I think they were not about people like me. No, I am going down in society, Holmes said. Excuse me? Asked Lord St. Simon. My last client like this was a king, Holmes said. Oh, really? I didn't know. Which king? Asked Lord St. Simon. The King of Scandinavia, Holmes said. What? Did he lose his wife? Lord St. Simon asked. Holmes said, I keep my clients' secrets. I will keep your secret too. Of course, right. I'm sorry. For my case, I will tell you anything to help you. Thank you. I have read everything in the newspapers. Nothing more. I guess this article is correct about the bride disappearing? Lord St. Simon looked at the paper. Yes, it is correct, as far as it goes. But I need more information to give an opinion. I think I can get the facts best by asking you questions. Please do, said Lord St. Simon. When did you first meet Miss Hattie Doran? Holmes asked. In San Francisco, 1 year ago, he said. Were you traveling in America? Holmes asked. Yes, he said. Did you get engaged then? Holmes asked. No, he said. But you were friends? Holmes asked. I liked being with her, and she could see that, he said. Is her father very rich? Holmes asked. They say he is the richest man on the West Coast, he said. How did he make his money? Holmes asked. In mining. He had nothing a few years ago. Then he found gold. He invested it. He became rich very quickly, he said. What do you think about your wife's personality? Holmes asked. Lord St. Simon swung his glasses. He looked at the fire. You see, Mr. Holmes, he said, my wife was 20 when her father became rich. Before that, she was free. She lived in a mining camp. She walked in the woods and mountains. So she learned from nature, not from school. In England, we call her a tomboy. She is strong, wild, and free. She doesn't follow old rules. She makes decisions fast. She is brave. But I would not have married her if I didn't think she was a good woman. I believe she can do great things for others. She would never do anything bad." "Do you have her picture?" Holmes asked. "I brought this," he said. He opened a small locket. It showed a beautiful woman's face. It was not a photo. It was a painting on ivory. The artist showed her black hair, big dark eyes, and pretty mouth well. Holmes looked at it for a long time. Then he closed the locket. He gave it back to Lord St. Simon. "So the young lady came to London, and you met again?" Holmes asked. "Yes, her father brought her here for this season. I met her many times. I got engaged to her, and now I have married her," he said. "She brought a lot of money, right?" Holmes asked. "A good amount. Not more than usual in my family," he said. "And this money is yours now since the wedding happened?" Holmes asked. "I have not asked about that," he said. "Of course not. Did you see Miss Doran the day before the wedding?" Holmes asked. "Yes," he said. "Was she happy?" Holmes asked. "Very happy. She talked about our future life," he said. "Interesting? And on the morning of the wedding?" Holmes asked. "She was very happy until after the ceremony," he said. "Did you notice any change in her then?" Holmes asked. "Well, to be honest, I saw a small sign that her temper was a little sharp, but it was too small to tell. It cannot be important to this case," he said. "Please tell us anyway," Holmes said. "Oh, it's silly. She dropped her flowers when we went to the church room. She was walking past a seat. The flowers fell into the seat. There was a small delay, but the man in the seat gave them back to her. The flowers were fine, but when I talked to her about it, she answered me rudely. In the carriage going home, she seemed very upset about this small thing," he said. "Indeed. You said there was a gentleman in the seat. Were there other people there?" Holmes asked. "Oh, yes. It's impossible to keep them out when the church is open," he said. "This gentleman was not a friend of your wife's?" Holmes asked. No. I call him a gentleman, but he looked like a common person. I barely saw him. But I think we are getting off topic," he said. "So Lady St. Simon was less happy after the wedding. What did she do when she went into her father's house?" Holmes asked. "I saw her talking to her maid," he said. "Who is her maid?" Holmes asked. "Her name is Alice. She is American. She came from California with her," he said. "A trusted helper?" Holmes asked. "A little too much so. It seemed to me that her mistress let her do what she wanted. But in America, they see things differently," he said. "How long did she talk to Alice?" Holmes asked. "Oh, a few minutes. I had other things to think about," he said. "Did you hear what they said?" Holmes asked. "Lady St. Simon said something about jumping a claim. She used words like that. I don't know what she meant," he said. "American slang is sometimes very clear." "And what did your wife do after talking to her maid?" Holmes asked. "She walked into the breakfast room," he said. "On your arm?" Holmes asked. "No, alone. She was very independent in small things like that. Then, after we sat down for about 10 minutes, she got up quickly. She said sorry. She left the room. She never came back," he said. "But this maid, Alice, says she went to her room. She put a long coat over her wedding dress. She put on a hat, and she left," Holmes said. "That's right. And she was seen walking into Hyde Park with Flora Miller. That woman is now arrested. She made trouble at Mr. Doran's house that morning," he said. "Ah, yes. I would like to know more about this young lady, and your relationship with her," Holmes said. Lord St. Simon moved his shoulders and raised his eyebrows. "We have been friends for some years. Very good friends, I can say. She used to work at the Allegro. I have always been kind to her. She had no reason to complain about me. But you know women, Mr. Holmes. Flora was a sweet girl, but she was very hot-headed, and she liked me a lot. She wrote me bad letters when she heard I was getting married. To be honest, I had a quiet wedding because I was afraid she would cause trouble at the church. She came to Mr. Doran's door after we came back. She tried to push her way in. She said bad things about my wife. She even threatened her. But I thought something like this might happen. I had 2 police officers in regular clothes there. They pushed her out. She became quiet when she saw it was no use. "Did your wife hear all this?" Holmes asked. "No, thankfully she did not," he said. "And she was seen walking with this same woman later?" Holmes asked. "Yes. Mr. Lestrade from Scotland Yard thinks this is very serious. They think Flora tricked my wife and hurt her," he said. "Well, that is a possible idea," Holmes said. "You think so too?" Lord St. Simon asked. "I did not say it was likely, but you don't think it's likely yourself?" Holmes asked. "I don't think Flora would hurt anyone," Lord St. Simon said. "But jealousy changes people. What do you think happened?" Holmes asked. "Well, I came here to find a theory, not to give one. I have told you everything. But since you ask, I think that the excitement of this event, the idea that she had moved up in society so much, made my wife a little nervous," he said. "In short, she suddenly became unwell?" Holmes asked. "Well, she turned her back on so much that many people want. I cannot explain it any other way," he said. "Well, that is also a possible idea," Holmes said, smiling. "And now, Lord St. Simon, I think I have almost all the information. May I ask if you were sitting at the breakfast table where you could see out the window?" "We could see the other side of the road and the park," he said. "Good. Then I don't need to keep you longer. I will talk to you later." "If you are lucky enough to solve this problem," our client said, standing up. "I have solved it," Holmes said. "Eh? What was that?" Lord St. Simon asked. "I said I have solved it," Holmes said. "Where then is my wife?" Lord St. Simon asked. "I will tell you that soon," Holmes said. Lord St. Simon shook his head. "I am afraid it will take smarter people than you or me," he said. He bowed in an old, polite way. Then he left. "Lord St. Simon is very kind to say my mind is as good as his," Sherlock Holmes said, laughing. "I think I will have a drink and a cigar after all these questions. I had already figured out the case before he came in." "My dear Holmes," I said, "I have notes of other similar cases. None were as quick as this one. My questions just made me sure. Sometimes small details can be very clear, like finding a fish in milk, as someone once said." "But I heard everything you heard," I said. "But you don't know about other similar cases like I do. There was a similar case in Aberdeen years ago, and another one in Munich after a war. This is one of those cases. Oh, here is Lestrade. Good afternoon, Lestrade. There is a glass for you, and there are cigars." The police detective wore a short coat and a tie. He looked like a sailor. He carried a black bag. He said hello. He sat down and lit a cigar. "What is wrong?" Holmes asked. He looked happy. "You look sad." "I am sad. It is about the St. Simon marriage case. I do not understand it." "Oh, really? That surprises me." "It is a strange case. All the clues are hard to find. I worked on it all day." "You look wet," Holmes said. He touched the man's coat. "Yes, I was looking in the Serpentine River." "Why?" "I was looking for Lady St. Simon's body." Sherlock Holmes laughed. He leaned back in his chair. "Did you look in the Trafalgar Square fountain too?" he asked. "Why? What do you mean?" "You have the same chance of finding her in both places." Lestrade looked angry at Holmes. "I guess you know everything," he said. "I just heard the facts, but I know what happened." "Oh, really? So you think the Serpentine River is not important?" "I think it is not important." "Then please tell me why we found this in it." He opened his bag. He put a wet wedding dress, white shoes, and a bride's veil on the floor. "See?" he said. He put a new wedding ring on top of them. "This is a problem for you, Mr. Holmes." "Oh, really?" Holmes said. He blew smoke rings. You found them in the Serpentine? No. A park worker found them floating in the water. They are her clothes. I thought if the clothes were there, her body would be too. That is like saying a man's body is near his clothes. What did you want to find? Proof that Flora Miller made her disappear. I think that will be hard to find. Do you? Lestrade said sadly. I think, Holmes, your ideas are not practical. You made two mistakes. This dress does show that Miss Flora Miller is involved. How? There is a pocket in the dress. In the pocket is a card holder. In the card holder is a note. Here is the note. He put it on the table. Listen. You will see me when all is ready. Come at once. F.H.M. My idea is that Flora Miller took Lady St. Simon away. She and her friends made her disappear. This note with her initials was given to her. It made her go with them. Very good, Lestrade, Holmes said, laughing. You are very good. Let me see it. He took the paper. He looked at it carefully. He made a happy sound. This is very important, he said. Ha, you think so? Very important. I am happy for you. Lestrade stood up, feeling proud. He bent his head to look. Why? He shouted. You are looking at the wrong side. No, this is the right side. The right side? You are crazy. The note is written in pencil here. And here is part of a hotel bill. That is very interesting to me. There is nothing in it. I looked at it before, Lestrade said. Oct 4th, rooms 8 shillings, breakfast 2 shillings 6 pence, cocktail 1 shilling, lunch 2 shillings 6 pence, glass sherry 8 pence. I see nothing in that. You probably do not. It is still very important. The note is also important, or at least the initials are. So I am happy for you again. I have wasted enough time, Lestrade said. He stood up. I believe in working hard, not in making theories by the fire. Good day, Mr. Holmes. We will see who solves this first. He picked up the clothes, put them in his bag, and went to the door. One hint for you, Lestrade, Holmes said before Lestrade left. I will tell you the real answer. Lady St. Simon is not real. There is no such person. Lestrade looked sadly at Holmes. Then he turned to me. He tapped his head 3 times. He shook his head. Then he left quickly. He had just closed the door when Holmes stood up. He put on his coat. The man is right about working outside, he said. So, Watson, I must leave you with your papers for a while. It was after 5 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left. But I was not lonely. In an hour, a baker came with a big flat box. He opened it with a young man. Then, to my surprise, a nice cold supper was put on our table. There were 2 cold woodcocks, a pheasant, a meat pie, and old bottles. After putting out all these nice things, my 2 visitors left, like magic, without saying why. They only said the food was paid for and ordered to this address. Just before 9 o'clock, Sherlock Holmes came into the room quickly. He looked serious, but his eyes were bright. I thought he was happy with what he found. They have set the supper, he said. He rubbed his hands. You expect people. They set for 5. Yes, I think some people will come, he said. I am surprised Lord St. Simon is not here yet. Ah, I think I hear him on the stairs now. It was our visitor from the afternoon. He came in quickly. He swung his glasses even more. He looked very worried. My message reached you? Holmes asked. Yes, and I was very surprised by it. Are you sure about what you say? Very sure. Lord St. Simon sat in a chair. He put his hand on his forehead. What will the Duke say, he said quietly, when he hears that someone in the family has been shamed? It was an accident. I do not think it is a shame. Ah, you see things differently. I do not think anyone is to blame. I do not see how the lady could have done anything else. But her sudden way of doing it was wrong. She had no mother, so no one could help her. It was an insult, sir, a public insult, Lord St. Simon said. He tapped his fingers on the table. "You must understand this poor girl. She was in a new situation." "I will not understand. I am very angry. I have been treated badly." "I think I heard a ring," Holmes said. "Yes, someone is coming. If I cannot make you be kind about this, Lord St. Simon, I have brought someone here who may be better at it." He opened the door. A lady and a gentleman came in. "Lord St. Simon," he said, "let me introduce Mr. and Mrs. Francis Hay Moulton. You have met the lady before, I think." When he saw these two people, our client stood up quickly. He stood straight. His eyes looked down. His hand was in his coat. He looked like someone who was insulted. The lady walked quickly forward. She held out her hand to him, but he still did not look up. This was good for him, because her sad face was hard to say no to. "You are angry, Robert," she said. "Well, I guess you have a right to be." "Please do not say you are sorry to me," Lord St. Simon said sadly. "Oh yes, I know I treated you badly. I should have talked to you before I left. But I was scared. When I saw Frank again, I did not know what I was doing or saying. I am surprised I did not fall down before the altar." "Perhaps, Mrs. Moulton, my friend and I should leave the room while you explain this." "If I may say," the strange gentleman said, "we have had too much secrecy about this. I want everyone in Europe and America to hear what happened." He was a small, thin man. His face was tan. He was clean-shaven. He looked smart and alert. "Then I will tell our story now," the lady said. "Frank and I met in 1884. It was in McQuire's camp near the Rocky Mountains. My father was working there. Frank and I were going to get married. But then one day my father found a lot of gold and became rich. Frank's gold claim became nothing. The richer my father became, the poorer Frank became. So my father would not let us be engaged anymore. He took me to San Francisco. But Frank did not give up. He followed me there. He saw me without my father knowing. It would have made him mad. So we fixed it ourselves. Frank said he would go and get rich too. He would not come back for me until he had as much money as my father. So I promised to wait for him forever. I promised not to marry anyone else while he was alive. "Why do we not get married now?" he said. "Then I will be sure of you. And I will not say I am your husband until I come back?" We talked about it. He had planned everything well. There was a priest ready. So we got married right there. Then Frank left to find his fortune, and I went back to my father. The next I heard of Frank was that he was in Montana. Then he went looking for gold in Arizona. Then I heard about him from New Mexico. After that, there was a long newspaper story. It said that Apache Indians attacked a miners' camp. Frank's name was on the list of people who died. I fainted. I was very sick for months. My father thought I was dying. He took me to many doctors in San Francisco. No news came for more than a year, so I believed Frank was dead. Then Lord St. Simon came to San Francisco. We came to London. A marriage was planned. My father was very happy. But I always felt that no man would ever take the place in my heart that my poor Frank had. Still, if I had married Lord St. Simon, I would have done my duty to him. We cannot control our love, but we can control what we do. I went to the altar with him. I planned to be the best wife I could be, but you can imagine what I felt. Just as I reached the altar, I looked back. I saw Frank standing and looking at me from the first seat. I thought it was his ghost at first, but when I looked again, he was still there. He had a question in his eyes. It was like he was asking if I was happy or sad to see him. I almost fell. Everything was spinning. The priest's words sounded like a bee in my ear. I did not know what to do. Should I stop the wedding? Should I make a scene in the church? I looked at him again. He seemed to know what I was thinking. He put his finger to his lips to tell me to be quiet. Then I saw him write on a piece of paper. I knew he was writing me a note. As I walked past his seat, I dropped my flowers to him. He put the note in my hand when he gave me back the flowers. It was just a line asking me to join him when he made a sign. Of course, I knew that my first duty was now to him. I decided to do whatever he told me. When I got back, I told my maid. She knew him in California. She was always his friend. I told her not to say anything. I told her to pack a few things and get my coat ready. I know I should have talked to Lord St. Simon, but it was very hard with his mother and all those important people there. I just decided to run away and explain later. I had not been at the table for 10 minutes. Then I saw Frank outside the window, across the road. He waved to me. Then he started walking into the park. I slipped out. I put on my things. I followed him. Some woman came talking about Lord St. Simon to me. It seemed from what little I heard that he also had a secret before marriage, but I got away from her. I soon caught up to Frank. We got into a taxi together. We drove to some rooms he had in Gordon Square. That was my true wedding after all those years of waiting. Frank had been a prisoner with the Apaches. He escaped. He came to San Francisco. He found that I thought he was dead and had gone to England. He followed me there. He found me on the morning of my second wedding. I saw it in a newspaper, the American explained. It said the name and the church, but it did not say where the lady lived. Then we talked about what to do. Frank wanted to be open, but I was so ashamed of everything. I felt like I should disappear and never see any of them again. Maybe just send a note to my father to show him I was alive. It was awful to think of all those lords and ladies sitting at that breakfast table. They were waiting for me to come back. So Frank took my wedding clothes and things. He made a bundle of them, so I would not be found. He dropped them somewhere no one could find them. We probably would have gone to Paris tomorrow. But this good gentleman, Mr. Holmes, came to us this evening. I do not know how he found us. He showed us very clearly and kindly that I was wrong and Frank was right. We would be wrong if we were so secret. Then he offered to let us talk to Lord St. Simon alone. So we came right away to his rooms. Now, Robert, you have heard everything. I am very sorry if I have made you sad. I hope you do not think badly of me. Lord St. Simon had not changed his stiff way of sitting. He had listened to this long story with a sad face and tight lips. "Excuse me," he said, "but I do not talk about my private life like this in public." "Then you will not forgive me? You will not shake hands before I go?" "Oh yes, if it would make you happy." He held out his hand. He shook her hand coldly. "I hoped," Holmes said, "that you would eat supper with us." "I think you ask too much," Lord St. Simon said. "I may have to accept these new things, but I cannot be happy about them. I think, with your permission, I will say good night to you all now." He bowed to everyone and walked out of the room. "Then I hope that you, at least, will eat with me," Sherlock Holmes said. "It is always good to meet an American, Mr. Moulton. I believe that the mistakes of a king and a minister in the past will not stop our children from being citizens of the same worldwide country one day. We will be under a flag that mixes the Union Jack and the Stars and Stripes." "The case has been interesting," Holmes said when our visitors left. "It shows how simple the answer can be. At first it seemed very hard to understand. Nothing could be more normal than what this lady said happened. And nothing is stranger than the result, if you look at it like Mr. Lestrade from Scotland Yard." "So you were not wrong at all?" "From the start, two things were clear to me. One, the lady wanted to have the wedding. Two, she changed her mind a few minutes after coming home. So, something must have happened that morning to make her change her mind. What could that be? She could not have talked to anyone when she was out. She was with the man she was marrying. So, did she see someone? If she did, it must be someone from America. She had not been in this country long, so no one here could have influenced her so much that seeing them would make her change her plans completely. You see, we already thought she might have seen an American. So who could this American be? Why would he have so much influence over her? It could be a lover. It could be a husband. I knew she had lived in difficult places when she was young. I had thought this before I heard Lord St. Simon's story. When he told us about a man in a pew, about how the bride changed, about how she dropped her flowers to get a note, about her talking to her maid, and about her hint about claim jumping, which means taking something someone else has a right to, everything became clear. She had gone away with a man, and the man was either a lover or a previous husband. It was more likely a previous husband. And how did you find them? It could have been hard, but Lestrade had information that he did not know was important. The initials were very important. But it was even more important to know that he had paid his bill at a very good London hotel within a week. How did you know it was a good hotel? By the high prices. 8 shillings for a bed and 8 pence for a glass of sherry means it was one of the most expensive hotels. There are not many in London that charge that much. I visited a second hotel in Northumberland Avenue. I looked at their book. I learned that Francis H. Moulton, an American gentleman, had left the day before. I looked at his bill. I found the same things I saw on the copy of the bill. His letters were to be sent to 226 Gordon Square. So I went there. I was lucky to find the couple at home. I gave them some advice. I told them it would be better if they made their situation clearer to everyone, especially to Lord St. Simon. I asked them to meet him here, and, as you see, I made him come. But it did not go very well, I said. He was not very polite. Ah, Watson, Holmes said, smiling. Perhaps you would not be very polite either. Imagine if you worked hard to get married, and then suddenly lost your wife and money. I think we should be kind to Lord St. Simon, and we should be happy that we will probably never be in the same situation. Pull up your chair and give me my violin. The only problem we have left is how to spend these sad autumn evenings. Chapter 11. The Adventure of the Beryl Coronet. One morning, I was looking out the window. I saw a man walking down the street. I told Holmes, "This man looks strange. It is sad his family lets him go out alone." Holmes got up from his chair. He stood with his hands in his pockets. He looked over my shoulder. It was a cold February morning. Snow from the day before was still on the ground. It looked shiny in the sun. Cars had made the snow in the middle of the street brown. But on the sides, the snow was still white. The street was clean but slippery. So, there were not many people outside. Only the strange man was coming from the train station. He was about 50 years old. He was tall and big. He had a strong face. He wore nice, dark clothes. He had a black coat, a shiny hat, and gray pants. But he was running fast and jumping a little. He moved his hands up and down. He shook his head. His face made funny shapes. I asked, "What is wrong with him? He is looking at the house numbers." Holmes rubbed his hands. He said, "I think he is coming here." "Here?" I asked. "Yes, I think he wants to ask me for help. I know these signs. See? I told you." As he spoke, the man came to our door. He was breathing heavily. He pulled our bell until the whole house made a loud sound. A few moments later, he was in our room. He was still breathing hard and moving his hands. But he looked so sad and hopeless. Our smiles quickly changed to fear and pity. For a moment he could not speak. He moved his body and pulled his hair. He seemed very troubled. Then he suddenly stood up. He hit his head on the wall. Holmes and I quickly stopped him. Holmes helped him sit in a chair. He sat next to him. He patted his hand and talked to him in a calm voice. Holmes said, "You came to tell me your story, right? You are tired from running. Please wait until you feel better. Then I will be happy to help you with any problem." The man sat for a minute. His chest moved up and down. He was trying to control his feelings. Then he wiped his forehead with a cloth. He set his mouth tight and looked at us. He said, "You think I am crazy, don't you?" Holmes answered, "I see you have had great trouble." "God knows I have. It is a trouble that can make me lose my mind. It is so sudden and so bad. I could face public shame. I have always been a good man. Everyone has private sadness. But these two things together, in such a bad way, have truly hurt me. Also, it is not just me. Important people might suffer if we do not find a way out of this terrible situation." Holmes said, "Please calm down, sir. Tell me clearly who you are and what happened to you." Our visitor answered, "You probably know my name. I am Alexander Holder. I work at the bank, Holder and Stevenson, on Threadneedle Street." We knew the name. He was a main partner in a big bank in London. What could have happened to make such an important man so sad? We waited, very curious, until he was ready to tell his story. He said, "I feel that time is important. That is why I came here fast. The police inspector told me to ask for your help. I came to Baker Street by train. Then I walked quickly. Taxis are slow in this snow. That is why I was so out of breath. I do not do much exercise. I feel better now. I will tell you the facts as simply and clearly as I can. You know that in a good bank, we need to find good ways to invest money. We also need more customers. One of our best ways to make money is by lending it. We lend money when people can give us something valuable. We have done this a lot in the last few years. We have lent large sums of money to many noble families. They gave us their paintings, books, or silver as security. Yesterday morning I was in my office at the bank. A clerk brought me a card. I was surprised when I saw the name. It was a very famous name in England. I was very honored. When he came in, I tried to say so, but he quickly started talking about business. He looked like a man who wanted to finish a bad job quickly. He said, "Mr. Holder, I hear you lend money." I answered, "The bank does when the security is good." He said, "I need $50,000 right away. Of course, I could borrow this small amount 10 times from my friends, but I prefer to make it a business deal. I want to do it myself. In my position, you can understand that it is not good to owe favors to people." I asked, "How long do you need this money for?" He said, "I have a large amount of money coming to me next Monday. I will certainly pay you back then, with any interest you think is fair. But it is very important that I get the money right away." I said, "I would be happy to lend it to you from my own money, but that would be too much for me. If I do it for the bank, then I must be fair to my partner. I must be careful, even for you." He said, "I would prefer that." He lifted a black leather case he had placed beside his chair. "You have heard of the beryl coronet, I am sure?" I said, "It is one of the most valuable things in the country." He said, "Exactly." He opened the case. Inside, on soft red velvet, was the beautiful jewel he had named. "There are 39 very large beryls," he said. "The gold is also very valuable. The lowest guess would be that the coronet is worth twice the money I asked for. I am ready to leave it with you as my security." I took the valuable case. I looked from the case to my important client, a little confused. He asked, "Do you doubt its value?" "Not at all. I only doubt if it is right for me to leave it. Do not worry about that. I would not do it if I was not sure I could get it back in 4 days. It is just for show. Is the security enough?" "More than enough." He said, "You understand, Mr. Holder, that I am showing you I trust you. I trust you because of what I have heard about you. I trust you to keep this matter secret. Also, I trust you to protect this coronet very carefully, because if it is harmed, it would be a big public problem. Any damage to it would be almost as bad as losing it completely. There are no beryls in the world like these. It would be impossible to get new ones. I leave it with you with full trust. I will come for it myself on Monday morning." I saw that my client wanted to leave, so I said nothing more. I called my cashier. I told him to give the man 50 $1,000 notes. When I was alone again, With the valuable case on the table, I worried about the big responsibility. It was a national treasure. A terrible problem would happen if anything bad happened to it. I already wished I had not agreed to take it. But it was too late to change things. So, I put it in my private safe. Then I went back to my work. When evening came, I felt it was not safe to leave such a valuable thing in the office. Bank safes had been broken into before. What if mine was? How terrible my situation would be. So, I decided that for the next few days, I would carry the case with me. This way, it would always be close. With this in mind, I took a taxi to my house in Streatham. I took the jewel with me. I did not feel calm until I took it upstairs and locked it in the desk in my dressing room. Now, a word about the people in my house, Mr. Holmes. I want you to understand everything. My horsemen and my young servants sleep outside the house. You can ignore them. I have 3 maids who have worked for me for many years. They are very honest. Another maid, Lucy Parr, has only worked for me for a few months. She came with good references. She has always been good. She is a very pretty girl. She has attracted boys who sometimes wait around the house. That is the only problem we have found with her, but we believe she is a very good girl. That is all about the servants. My family is small. It will not take long to describe. I am a widower. I have only one son, Arthur. He has been a big disappointment to me, Mr. Holmes. I think it is my fault. People say I spoiled him. Maybe I did. When my dear wife died, I felt he was all I had to love. I could not stand to see him sad, even for a moment. I never said no to anything he wanted. Maybe it would have been better for both of us if I had been stricter, but I wanted the best for him. I wanted him to take over my business, but he was not good at business. He was wild and stubborn. To be honest, I could not trust him with large amounts of money. When he was young, he joined a fancy club. He had good manners. He quickly became friends with men who had a lot of money and spent it freely. He learned to gamble a lot and waste money on horse racing. He often had to come to me and ask for money from his allowance. He wanted to pay his gambling debts. He tried many times to leave the bad company he kept, but each time, his friend, Sir George Burnwell, made him go back. And I was not surprised that Sir George Burnwell had such an influence on him. He often brought him to my house. I found that I could hardly resist his charm. He is older than Arthur. He is a man who knows the world well. He has been everywhere and seen everything. He is a great talker. He is also a very handsome man. But when I think of him calmly, away from his charm, I am sure from his cynical talk and the look in his eyes that he is a man not to be trusted. I think this, and so does my little Mary. She is a woman who quickly understands people. Now only she is left to describe. She is my niece. My brother died 5 years ago. He left her alone, so I adopted her. I have seen her as my daughter ever since. She is like sunshine in my house. She is sweet, loving, and beautiful. She is a wonderful manager and housekeeper, but she is also as gentle and quiet as a woman can be. She is my helper. I do not know what I would do without her. Only one time has she gone against my wishes. My son has asked her to marry him twice. He loves her very much, but each time she said no. I think if anyone could have made him good, it would have been her. His marriage might have changed his whole life. But now, sadly, it is too late. Forever too late. Now, Mr. Holmes, you know the people who live in my house. I will continue my sad story. That night, after dinner, we were drinking coffee in the living room. I told Arthur and Mary about what happened. I told them about the valuable treasure we had in the house. I only did not say the name of my client. Lucy Parr, who brought the coffee, had left the room, I am sure. But I cannot swear the door was closed. Mary and Arthur were very interested. They wanted to see the famous coronet, but I thought it was better not to touch it. Arthur asked, "Where did you put it?" "In my own desk." He said, "Well, I hope no one breaks into the house tonight." I answered, "It is locked up." He said, "Oh, any old key will open that desk. When I was young, I opened it myself with the key to the storage room cupboard." He often talked wildly, so I did not think much about what he said, but that night he followed me to my room. He looked very serious. He said, "Dad, can you give me $200? He looked down. I answered sharply, "No, I cannot. I have given you too much money already." He said, "You have been very kind, but I must have this money, or I can never show my face at the club again." I cried, "And that is a very good thing." He said, "Yes, but you would not want me to leave as a disgraced man." He added, "I could not stand the shame. I must get the money somehow. If you will not give it to me, then I must try other ways." I was very angry. This was the third time he asked for money this month. "You will not get a penny from me," I cried. He bowed and left the room without another word. When he was gone, I unlocked my desk. I made sure my treasure was safe. Then I locked it again. Then I started to check the house to make sure everything was locked. I usually let Mary do this, but I thought it was good to do it myself that night. As I came down the stairs, I saw Mary at the hall window. She closed and locked it as I came near. She said, "Tell me, Dad," and she looked a little worried. "Did you let Lucy, the maid, go out tonight?" "Certainly not." She said, "She just came in by the back door. I am sure she only went to the side gate to see someone, but I think it is not safe and should be stopped." I said, "You must talk to her in the morning, or I will if you want. Are you sure everything is locked?" "Quite sure, Dad." "Then good night." I kissed her and went up to my bedroom again. I was soon asleep. I am trying to tell you everything, Mr. Holmes, that might be important to this case, but please ask me about anything I do not make clear. Holmes said, "No, your story is very clear." I am coming to a part of my story now that I want to be very clear about. I do not sleep very deeply. My worry made me sleep even less than usual. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up because of a sound in the house. It stopped before I was fully awake, but it felt like a window had gently closed somewhere. I lay listening very carefully. Suddenly, to my fear, I heard clear footsteps moving softly in the next room. I got out of bed, very scared. I looked around the corner of my dressing room door. "Arthur!" I shouted. "You bad boy! You thief! How dare you touch that coronet?" The gaslight was half on, as I had left it. My sad son, wearing only his shirt and pants, was standing near the light. He was holding the coronet in his hands. He seemed to be pulling at it or bending it with all his strength. When I shouted, he dropped it. He turned very pale. I grabbed it and looked at it. One of the gold corners with 3 of the barrels in it was missing. "You bad person!" I shouted, full of anger. "You have broken it! You have shamed me forever! Where are the jewels you have stolen?" He cried, "Stolen!" "Yes, thief!" I roared, shaking his shoulder. He said, "None are missing. None can be missing." 3 are missing, and you know where they are. Must I call you a liar and a thief? Did I not see you trying to pull off another piece? He said, "You have called me enough names. I will not stand it anymore. I will not say another word about this. You chose to insult me. I will leave your house in the morning and make my own way." I cried, half crazy with sadness and anger. "You will leave it to the police. I will find out everything about this." He said, with a strong feeling I did not think he had, "You will learn nothing from me. If you choose to call the police, let the police find what they can." By this time, everyone in the house was awake. I had raised my voice in anger. Mary was the first to run into my room. When she saw the coronet and Arthur's face, she understood everything. She screamed and fell to the ground. I sent the maid to get the police. I immediately put the case in their hands. When the inspector and a police officer came into the house, Arthur had stood silently with his arms crossed. He asked me if I planned to say he stole it. I said it was no longer a private matter. It was public, because the damaged coronet was national property. I was sure the law should handle everything. He said, "At least you will not have me arrested right away. It would be good for both of us if I could leave the house for 5 minutes." I said, "So you can get away, or perhaps hide what you have stolen." Then I realized how terrible my situation was. I begged him to remember that not only my honor, but also the honor of someone much greater than me was at risk. He was threatening to cause a big scandal for the nation. He could stop it all if he just told me what he did with the 3 missing stones. I said, "You might as well face it. You were caught in the act. No confession could make your guilt worse. If you just make things right by telling us where the barrels are, all will be forgiven and forgotten." He turned away from me and sneered. He said, "Keep your forgiveness for those who ask for it." I saw that he was too stubborn for my words to change him. There was only one way. I called in the inspector and had him arrested. They searched him right away. They also searched his room and every part of the house where he could have hidden the jewels. But they could not find any trace of them. The unhappy boy would not speak, even with all our asking and threats. This morning, he was taken to a cell. After doing all the police paperwork, I hurried to you. I beg you to use your skill to solve this. The police have said they cannot understand it right now. You can spend any money you think is needed. I have already offered a reward of $1,000. Oh my God, what shall I do? I have lost my honor, my jewels, and my son in one night. Oh, what shall I do? He put a hand on each side of his head. He rocked back and forth. He made a low sound, like a child who is too sad to speak. Sherlock Holmes sat quietly for a few minutes. He had his eyebrows pulled together. He looked at the fire. He asked, "Do you have many visitors?" "Only my partner and his family, and sometimes a friend of Arthur's. Sir George Burnwell has been here several times lately. No one else, I think." "Do you go out much in society?" "Arthur does. Mary and I stay at home. Neither of us likes it." "That is unusual for a young girl." "She is a quiet person. Also, she is not so very young. She is 24. From what you say, this matter seems to have been a shock to her too." "Terrible. She is even more upset than I am." "Neither of you has any doubt about your son's guilt?" "How can we, when I saw him with my own eyes holding the coronet?" "I do not think that is strong proof. Was the rest of the coronet damaged at all?" "Yes, it was bent." "Then, do you not think he might have been trying to straighten it?" "God bless you. You are doing what you can for him and for me. But it is too hard. Why was he there at all? If he was innocent, why did he not say so?" "Exactly. And if he was guilty, why did he not make up a lie? His silence seems to mean both things. There are several strange things about this case. What did the police think of the noise that woke you?" "They thought it might be Arthur closing his bedroom door." "A likely story. A person planning a crime would not slam a door and wake everyone. What did they say about the missing jewels?" "They are still checking the floorboards and looking in the furniture. They hope to find them." "Have they thought of looking outside the house?" "Yes, they have worked very hard. The whole garden has already been carefully searched." Holmes said, "Now, my dear sir, is it not clear to you now that this matter is much deeper than you or the police first thought? It seemed like a simple case to you. To me, it seems very complex. Think about what your idea means. You think your son came out of his bed. He went, taking a big risk, to your dressing room. He opened your desk. He took out your coronet. He broke off a small part of it with force. He went to another place. He hid 3 of the 39 jewels so well that no one can find them. Then he came back with the other 36 into the room where he was most likely to be found. I ask you now, is such a theory possible?" the banker cried with a sad gesture. But what other idea is there? If he was innocent, why does he not explain? Holmes replied, "It is our job to find that out. So now, if you please, Mr. Holder, we will go to Streatham together. We will spend an hour looking at the details more closely." My friend asked me to go with him. I wanted to go because the story we heard made me feel curious and sad. I thought the banker's son was guilty, just like his father did. But I trusted Holmes. So I thought there must be some hope since Holmes was not happy with the easy answer. Holmes did not talk much on the way to the southern part of the city. He sat quietly, thinking hard. Our client, the banker, felt better and talked to me a little about his work. We took a short train ride and then walked a short way. We arrived at Fairbank, the banker's home. Fairbank was a big, square house made of white stone. It was set back from the road. There was a path for cars in front with snow on the grass. It led to two big iron gates. On the right, there was a small group of trees. This led to a narrow path between two neat fences. It went from the road to the kitchen door. This was for delivery people. On the left, there was a lane that went to the stables. This lane was not part of the house's land. It was a public road, but not many people used it. Holmes left us at the door. He walked slowly around the house. He walked across the front, down the path for delivery people, and around the garden to the stable lane. He was gone for a long time. Mr. Holder and I went into the dining room. We waited by the fire for him to come back. We were sitting quietly when the door opened. A young lady came in. She was tall and slim. She had dark hair and eyes. Her skin was very pale, which made her eyes seem even darker. I have never seen such a pale face on a woman. Her lips had no color, but her eyes were red from crying. When she came into the room, she seemed even sadder than the banker had been that morning. This was surprising because she seemed like a strong woman who could control her feelings well. She did not notice me. She went straight to her uncle and gently touched his head. "You told them to let Arthur go, didn't you, Dad?" she asked. "No, my girl, we must find out everything. But I am so sure he is not guilty. You know how women feel things. I know he did nothing wrong. You will be sorry for being so mean." "Why is he quiet then, if he is not guilty?" "Who knows? Maybe because he was so angry that you thought he did it." "How could I not think he did it? I saw him with the special crown in his hand." "Oh, but he only picked it up to look at it. Please, please believe me, he is not guilty. Let it go and do not say more. It is so bad to think of our dear Arthur in prison. I will never let it go until the jewels are found, never, Mary. Your love for Arthur makes you blind to what this means for me. I did not hide it. I brought a man from London to look into it more." "This gentleman?" she asked, turning to me. "No, his friend. He wanted us to leave him alone. He is in the stable lane now." "The stable lane?" She lifted her dark eyebrows. "What can he hope to find there?" "Ah, this must be him. I hope, sir, that you will prove what I know is true, that my cousin Arthur is not guilty of this crime." "I agree with you," Holmes said. He went to the mat to clean snow from his shoes. "I hope we can prove it. I think you are Miss Mary Holder. May I ask you some questions?" "Please do, sir, if it can help clear up this terrible problem." "You did not hear anything yourself last night?" "Nothing, until my uncle started speaking loudly. I heard that and came downstairs." "You closed the windows and doors the night before. Did you close all the windows?" "Yes." "Were they all closed this morning?" "Yes." "You have a maid who has a boyfriend? I think you told your uncle last night that she went to see him?" "Yes, and she was the girl who worked in the living room. She may have heard Uncle's words about the crown." "I see. You think she may have gone to tell her boyfriend, and they may have planned the theft." "But what is the point of these ideas?" the banker said quickly. "I told you I saw Arthur with the crown in his hands." "Wait a moment, Mr. Holder. We will come back to that. About this girl, Miss Holder. You saw her come back through the kitchen door, I suppose? Yes. When I went to check if the door was locked for the night, I saw her come in quietly. I also saw the man in the dark. Do you know him? Oh, yes. He is the greengrocer who brings our vegetables. His name is Francis Prosper. He stood, Holmes said, to the left of the door, farther up the path than needed to reach the door. Yes, he did. And he is a man with a wooden leg? A little fear showed in the young lady's black eyes. Why, you are like a magician, she said. How do you know that? She smiled, but Holmes's thin face did not smile back. I would like to go upstairs now, he said. I will probably want to look at the outside of the house again. Maybe I should look at the lower windows before I go up. He walked quickly from one window to another. He stopped only at the large one from the hall that looked onto the stable lane. He opened this window. He looked very carefully at the bottom part with his strong magnifying glass. Now we will go upstairs, he said at last. The banker's dressing room was a simple room. It had a gray rug, a big desk, and a long mirror. Holmes went to the desk first. He looked closely at the lock. Which key was used to open it? He asked. The one my son showed, the key for the storage room cupboard. Do you have it here? It is on the dressing table. Sherlock Holmes picked it up and opened the desk. It is a quiet lock, he said. No wonder it did not wake you. This box, I think, holds the crown. We must look at it. He opened the box. He took out the crown and put it on the table. It was a beautiful piece of jewelry. The 36 stones were the best I have ever seen. On one side of the crown, there was a broken edge. A part with 3 jewels had been pulled off. Now, Mr. Holder, Holmes said, here is the part that fits the piece that was sadly lost. Can you please break it off? The banker pulled back in fear. I would not even try, he said. Then I will. Holmes suddenly tried to break it with all his strength, but it did not break. I feel it move a little, he said. But even though my fingers are very strong, it would take me a long time to break it. A normal man could not do it. Now, what do you think would happen if I did break it, Mr. Holder? It would make a noise like a gun. Do you mean that all this happened near your bed, and you heard nothing? I do not know what to think. It is all dark to me. But maybe it will become clearer as we go. What do you think, Miss Holder? I still feel as confused as my uncle. Your son had no shoes or slippers on when you saw him? He had only his pants and shirt on. Thank you. We have been very lucky in this search. It will be our fault if we do not solve it. With your permission, Mr. Holder, I will continue my search outside. He went alone, as he asked. He said that extra footprints could make his work harder. He worked for an hour or more. At last, he came back. His feet were heavy with snow, and his face showed no feelings, as always. I think I have seen everything there is to see, Mr. Holder, he said. I can help you best by going back to my rooms. But the jewels, Mr. Holmes, where are they? I cannot tell you. The banker twisted his hands. I will never see them again, he cried. And my son? Do you give me hope? My opinion has not changed. Then, for goodness sake, what was this dark thing that happened in my house last night? If you can come to my rooms on Baker Street tomorrow morning between 9 and 10, I will be happy to make it clearer. I understand you give me full power to act for you. This is only if I get back the jewels, and you do not limit how much money I can use. I would give all my money to have them back. Very good. I will look into the matter until then. Goodbye. I might have to come back here before evening. It was clear to me that Holmes had made up his mind about the case, but I could not guess what he thought. Many times on our way home, I tried to ask him, but he always changed the subject. At last, I gave up. It was not yet 3 o'clock when we were back in our rooms. He hurried to his room and came down a few minutes later. He was dressed like a common lazy man. With his collar up, his old shiny coat, his red scarf and his worn boots. He looked just like that kind of person. "I think this will do," he said, looking in the mirror above the fireplace. "I only wish you could come with me, Watson, but I am afraid you cannot. I may be close to finding the truth, or I may be wrong. But I will know soon. I hope to be back in a few hours." He cut a slice of beef from the meat on the table. He put it between two pieces of bread. He put this simple meal in his pocket and left for his trip. I had just finished my tea when he came back. He seemed very happy. He was swinging an old elastic-sided boot in his hand. He threw it into a corner and poured himself a cup of tea. "I only came in as I passed," he said. "I am going right on." "Where to?" "Oh, to the other side of the West End. It might be a while before I come back. Do not wait for me in case I am late." "How are you doing?" "Oh, fine. Nothing to complain about. I have been to Streatham since I last saw you, but I did not go to the house. It is a very nice little problem. I would not have missed it for anything. However, I must not sit here talking. I must take off these bad clothes and become my normal, proper self." I could see from his actions that he was happier than his words said. His eyes twinkled. There was even some color on his pale cheeks. He hurried upstairs. A few minutes later, I heard the front door close. This told me he was off again on his favorite hunt. I waited until midnight, but he did not come back. So I went to my room. It was normal for him to be away for days and nights when he was looking for something. So his lateness did not surprise me. I do not know when he came in, but when I came down for breakfast in the morning, there he was. He had a cup of coffee in one hand and the paper in the other. He looked fresh and neat. "You will excuse me for starting without you, Watson," he said. "But you remember that our client has an early meeting this morning." "Why, it is after 9 now," I answered. "I would not be surprised if that were him. I thought I heard a bell." It was, indeed, our friend the banker. I was shocked by how much he had changed. His face was usually wide and strong, but now it was thin and sunken. His hair seemed at least a bit whiter to me. He came in looking tired and slow. This was even worse than his anger the morning before. He fell heavily into the armchair I pushed forward for him. "I do not know what I have done to be so greatly tested," he said. "Only 2 days ago, I was a happy and rich man, with no worries. Now I am left to a lonely and shamed old age. One sadness follows another. My niece, Mary, has left me." "Left you?" "Yes. Her bed this morning had not been slept in. Her room was empty. A note for me was on the hall table. I had told her last night, sadly and not angrily, that if she had married my boy, all might have been well with him. Maybe it was careless of me to say so. She talks about that in this note. "My dearest uncle, I feel that I have brought trouble to you. If I had acted differently, this terrible problem might never have happened. With this thought, I can never be happy under your roof again. I feel that I must leave you forever. Do not worry about my future, because that is taken care of. And most of all, do not look for me. It will be useless work and not helpful to me. In life or in death, I am always your loving, Mary." What did she mean by that note, Mr. Holmes? Do you think it means she will kill herself? No, nothing like that. It is perhaps the best possible outcome. I trust, Mr. Holder, that your troubles are almost over. Ha! You say so. You have heard something, Mr. Holmes. You have learned something. Where are the jewels? You would not think $1,000 each is too much for them? I would pay $10,000. That would not be needed. $3,000 will cover it. And there is a small reward, I think. Do you have your checkbook? Here is a pen. Better make it out for $4,000. With a confused face, the banker wrote the check. Holmes walked to his desk. He took out a small triangle of gold with 3 jewels in it. He threw it on the table. With a shout of joy, our client grabbed it. "You have it!" he gasped. "I am saved! I am saved!" His joy was as strong as his sadness had been. He hugged his recovered jewels to his chest. "There is one other thing you owe, Mr. Holder," Sherlock Holmes said rather strictly. "Oh!" He picked up a pen. "Name the amount, and I will pay it." "No, you do not owe me. You owe a big apology to that good boy, your son. He acted in this matter in a way I would be proud to see my own son act, if I ever have one." "Then it was not Arthur who took them?" "I told you yesterday, and I tell you again today, it was not." "You are sure of it? Then let us hurry to him at once to let him know the truth is known." "He knows it already. When I had found out everything, I talked with him. He would not tell me the story, so I told it to him. Then he had to say I was right and add the few details that were not yet clear to me. Your news this morning, however, may make him speak. For heaven's sake, tell me then, what is this strange mystery?" "I will do so, and I will show you how I found it out. And let me tell you first, what is hardest for me to say and for you to hear. Sir George Burnwell and your niece Mary had a secret agreement. They have now run away together." "My Mary? Impossible." "It is sadly more than possible. It is true. Neither you nor your son knew what kind of man he was when you let him into your family. He is one of the most dangerous men in England. He is a gambler who lost everything. He is a very bad man, with no heart or feelings. Your niece knew nothing of such men. When he promised things to her, as he had to many women before her, she thought she was special. Only she had touched his heart. Only God knows what he said. But she became his helper and saw him almost every evening." "I cannot, and I will not believe it," cried the banker with a pale face. "I will tell you then what happened in your house last night. Your niece, when she thought you had gone to your room, quietly went downstairs. She talked to her lover through the window that leads into the stable lane. His footprints went right through the snow because he had stood there for so long. She told him about the crown. His strong wish for gold grew when he heard this. He made her do what he wanted. I am sure she loved you, but there are women for whom the love of a lover ends all other loves. I think she must have been one. She had barely heard his words when she saw you coming downstairs. She quickly closed the window and told you about one of the servants and her wooden-legged lover. That was all true. Your boy Arthur went to bed after talking to you, but he did not sleep well because he was worried about his club debts. In the middle of the night, he heard soft steps pass his door. So he got up. He looked out and was surprised to see his cousin walking very quietly along the hallway until she went into your dressing room. The boy was very surprised. He put on some clothes and waited in the dark to see what would happen. Soon, she came out of the room again. In the light of the hallway lamp, your son saw that she was carrying the precious crown. She went down the stairs. He was filled with fear. He ran and hid behind the curtain near your door. From there, he could see what happened in the hall below. He saw her quietly open the window. She handed the crown to someone in the dark. Then she closed the window again and quickly went back to her room. She passed very close to where he was hiding behind the curtain. As long as she was there, he could not do anything without causing a terrible public display about the woman he loved. But as soon as she was gone, he understood how bad this would be for you. He knew it was very important to fix it. He ran downstairs, just as he was, with bare feet. He opened the window, jumped out into the snow, and ran down the lane. There, he could see a dark shape in the moonlight. Sir George Burnwell tried to get away, but Arthur caught him. They fought. Your boy pulled one side of the crown, and the other man pulled the other side. In the fight, your son hit Sir George and cut him above the eye. Then something suddenly broke. Your son found he had the crown in his hands. He ran back. He closed the window. He went up to your room. He had just noticed that the crown was bent in the fight and was trying to fix it when you came into the room. "Is it possible?" gasped the banker. You then made him angry by calling him names. This was when he felt he should have received your warmest thanks. He could not explain what really happened without telling on someone who did not deserve much kindness from him. He chose the more honorable way and kept her secret. And that was why she screamed and fainted when she saw the crown, cried Mr. Holder. Oh my God, what a blind fool I have been, and his asking to be allowed to go out for 5 minutes. The dear fellow wanted to see if the missing piece was at the place where they fought. How cruelly I have misunderstood him. When I arrived at the house, Holmes continued, I at once walked very carefully around it. I wanted to see if there were any marks in the snow that could help me. I knew that no snow had fallen since the evening before. Also, it had been very cold, which would keep the marks clear. I walked along the path for delivery people, but I found it all walked over and hard to see. Just beyond it, however, on the other side of the kitchen door, a woman had stood and talked with a man. His round marks on one side showed he had a wooden leg. I could even tell that they had been disturbed. The woman had run back quickly to the door. This was shown by the deep toe marks and light heel marks. The man with the wooden leg had waited a little and then gone away. I thought at the time that this might be the maid and her boyfriend, whom you had already told me about. My check showed it was true. I walked around the garden without seeing anything more than random tracks. I thought these were from the police. But when I got into the stable lane, a very long and complex story was written in the snow in front of me. There were 2 lines of tracks from a man with boots, and a second 2 lines of tracks that I was happy to see belonged to a man with bare feet. I immediately knew from what you had told me that the bare feet were your son's. The first man had walked both ways, but the other had run quickly, and because his steps were in some places over the marks of the boot, it was clear that he had passed after the other man. I followed them. They led to the hall window. There, the man with boots had worn away all the snow while waiting. Then I walked to the other end, which was 100 yards or more down the lane. I saw where the man with boots had turned around. The snow was messed up as if there had been a fight. And, finally, a few drops of blood had fallen to show me that I was not wrong. The man with boots had then run down the lane. Another small smear of blood showed that he was the one who had been hurt. When he came to the main road at the other end, I found that the pavement had been cleaned. So, that clue ended there. When I came into the house, however, I looked at the bottom part and frame of the hall window with my magnifying glass, as you remember. I could immediately see that someone had gone out. I could see the shape of a foot where a wet foot had been placed coming in. I was then beginning to understand what had happened. A man had waited outside the window. Someone had brought the jewels. Your son had seen the act. He had chased the thief. He had fought with him. They had each pulled at the crown. Their combined strength caused injuries that neither one could have caused alone. He had come back with the prize. But he had left a piece in the hand of the other man. So far, I was clear. The question now was, who was the man, and who brought him the crown? It is an old rule of mine that when you have removed what is impossible, whatever is left, no matter how unlikely, must be the truth. Now, I knew that you had not brought it down. So, only your niece and the maids were left. But if it were the maids, why would your son let himself be blamed instead of them? There could be no reason. However, since he loved his cousin, there was a very good reason why he would keep her secret, even more so because the secret was shameful. When I remembered that you had seen her at that window, and how she had fainted when she saw the crown again, my idea became a certainty. And who could her helper be? A lover, clearly. For who else could be more important than the love and thanks she must feel for you? I knew that you did not go out much, and that your friends were very few. But among them was Sir George Burnwell. I had heard of him before as a man with a bad name among women. It must have been he who wore those boots and kept the missing jewels. Even though he knew that Arthur had found him, he might still think he was safe. This is because the boy could not say a word without hurting his own family. Well, your own good sense will tell you what I did next. I went to Sir George's house dressed like a lazy man. I managed to meet his servant. I learned that his boss had cut his head the night before. And finally, for 6 shillings, I made sure by buying a pair of his old shoes. With these, I went to Streatham. I saw that they fit the tracks perfectly. I saw a poorly dressed wanderer in the lane yesterday evening, said Mr. Holder. Exactly, it was me. I found my man, so I came home and changed my clothes. It was a difficult part I had to play then. I saw that we must avoid a court case to avoid a public problem, and I knew that such a clever bad man would see that we could not do much. I went and saw him. At first, of course, he said he did nothing. But when I told him every detail that had happened, he tried to act tough. He took a weapon from the wall. I knew my man, however. I put a gun to his head before he could hit me. Then he became a little more reasonable. I told him that we would pay him a price for the stones he had, $1,000 each. That showed the first signs of sadness he had shown. Why, damn it all, he said, I sold them for $600 for all 3. I soon managed to get the address of the person who bought them, after promising him there would be no court case. I went to him. After much talking, I got our stones for $1,000 each. Then I went to see your son. I told him all was well, and I finally went to bed around 2 o'clock, after what I can call a truly hard day's work. A day which has saved England from a big public problem, said the banker, standing up. Sir, I cannot find words to thank you, but you will find me thankful for what you have done. Your skill has indeed been more than all I have heard about it. And now I must go to my dear boy to say sorry for the wrong I have done to him. As for what you tell me about poor Mary, it makes me very sad. Not even your skill can tell me where she is now. I think we can safely say, Holmes answered, that she is wherever Sir George Burnwell is. It is also certain that whatever her sins are, they will soon receive more than enough punishment. Chapter 12. The Adventure of the Copper Beeches. Sherlock Holmes looked at a newspaper. He said to Watson, I like small things in art. You like small cases, Watson. You write about them. You do not write only about big, famous cases. You write about how I think and use logic. I smiled. I said, but I write in an exciting way sometimes. Holmes took a hot coal. He lit his pipe. He said, you try to make your stories lively, but you should only write about how things happen from a cause. I felt a little angry. I said, I think I write well. I did not like his proud way of speaking. Holmes said, it is not pride. I speak about my art. My art is not about me. Many crimes happen, but logic is rare. So you should write about the logic, not the crime. You have made my serious work into simple stories. It was a cold spring morning. We sat by the fire in our room. There was a thick fog outside. The gaslight was on. Our breakfast table was still there. Holmes was quiet all morning. He read many newspapers. Then he spoke about my writing. Holmes stopped talking for a while. He smoked his pipe. He looked at the fire. Then he said, you do not always write exciting stories. Many of our cases are not about real crimes. For example, the King of Bohemia, Miss Mary Sutherland, the man with the twisted lip, and the noble bachelor. These were not about legal crimes. But by not writing exciting stories, you might have written boring ones. I said, the end might have been boring, but my ways of writing were new and interesting. Holmes said, oh, dear Watson, people do not care about small details. People do not notice much. But it is true, you cannot be blamed if your stories are boring. Big cases do not happen anymore. Criminals are not smart now. My work is now about finding lost pencils or helping young ladies from schools. I think this morning's letter is the worst. Read it. He threw a letter to me. The letter was from the night before. It said, "Dear Mr. Holmes, I want your advice. Should I take a job as a governess? I will come tomorrow at 10:30 if it is okay. Yours faithfully, Violet Hunter." I asked, "Do you know her?" "No," he said. "It is 10:30 now." "Yes, and I think that is her at the door. This case might be more interesting than you think. Remember the Bluestone case? It seemed small at first, but it became a big case. Maybe this is the same. Let's hope so, but we will know soon. She is here." The door opened. A young lady came in. Her clothes were simple but neat. She had a bright face with freckles. She looked like a strong woman who made her own way. She said, "Excuse me for bothering you. I had a strange experience. I have no family to ask for help, so I thought you might help me." Holmes stood up. "Please sit, Miss Hunter. I will help you." Holmes liked her. He looked at her carefully. Then he sat and listened to her story. He put his fingertips together. She said, "I have been a governess for 5 years. I worked for Colonel Spence Monroe, but 2 months ago he moved to America, so I had no job. I looked for work, but I found nothing. My money started to run out. I did not know what to do. There is an agency for governesses called Westaways. I went there once a week. Miss Stoper runs it. Ladies wait in a room. Then they go in one by one. She looks in her books to find jobs. Last week I went in. Miss Stoper was not alone. A very fat man was there. He had a smiling face and a big chin. He wore glasses. He watched the ladies. When I came in, he jumped up. He quickly turned to Miss Stoper. He said, "This is perfect. Excellent. Excellent." He was very happy. He rubbed his hands. He looked like a kind man. He asked, "Are you looking for a job, miss?" "Yes, sir." "As a governess?" "Yes, sir." "How much money do you want?" "I got $4 a month with Colonel Spence Monroe." He cried, "Oh no, that is too little." He moved his hands in the air. "How can they pay so little to such a nice lady?" I said, "My skills, sir, might be less than you think. I know a little French, a little German, music, and drawing." He cried, "No, no, that is not important. Do you act like a lady or not? That is the point. If you do not, you cannot teach a child who will be important. But if you do, then no gentleman should offer you less than $100 a year. Your salary with me will be $100 a year." Mr. Holmes, I had no money. This offer seemed too good to be true. But the man saw my surprise. He opened his wallet and took out some money. He smiled. His eyes were small lines in his face. He said, "I always give my young ladies half their salary first. This helps with travel and clothes." I thought he was the nicest man. I owed money, so this money was good. But something felt wrong. I wanted to know more. I asked, "Where do you live, sir?" "Hampshire. It is a nice country place. The Copper Beaches, 5 miles past Winchester. It is a lovely place and an old house." "And my duties, sir? What will I do?" "One child, a sweet little boy, 6 years old. Oh, if you could see him killing bugs with his slipper. Smack, smack, smack. 3 gone so fast." He leaned back and laughed. The child's game surprised me, but his father laughed, so I thought it was a joke. I asked, "So my only job is to care for one child?" He cried, "No, no, not the only job, my dear. You must obey my wife's small wishes, but only wishes that a lady can follow. You see no problem, right?" I said, "I will be happy to help." "Good. For example, clothes. We are particular but kind. If we ask you to wear a dress we give you, you will not mind, right?" I said no. I was very surprised. "Or to sit here or there, that will not offend you?" "Oh, no." "Or to cut your hair very short before you come to us?" I could not believe it. "Mr. Holmes, my hair is long and a special brown color. People say it is beautiful. I could not cut it." I said, "I am afraid that is not possible." He watched me closely. A shadow crossed his face. He said, "I am afraid it is very important. It is my wife's wish, and we must follow ladies' wishes, you know. So, you will not cut your hair?" I said firmly, "No, sir, I really cannot." "Okay, then that is it. It is a shame. You would have been good in other ways. Miss Stoper, I must look at other young ladies." Miss Stoper was busy with her papers. She did not say a word, but she looked at me with anger. I thought she lost money because I refused. She asked, "Do you want your name to stay in our books?" "Yes, please, Miss Stoper." She said sharply, "Well, it seems useless since you refuse good offers like this. We cannot try hard to find you another job. Good day, Miss Hunter." She hit a bell. The page showed me out. "Mr. Holmes, when I went home, I had little food. I had bills on the table. I thought I did a foolish thing. These people had strange wishes, but they would pay well. Few governesses get $100 a year. Also, what use was my hair to me? Many people look better with short hair. Maybe I would too. The next day, I thought I made a mistake. The day after, I was sure. I almost went back to the agency. I wanted to ask if the job was still open. Then I got this letter from the man. I have it here. I will read it to you. The Copper Beeches, near Winchester. Dear Miss Hunter, Miss Stoper gave me your address. I write to ask if you have changed your mind. My wife really wants you to come. She liked my description of you. We will pay $30 every 3 months, or $120 a year. This will make up for any small problems our wishes cause you. They are not hard, after all. My wife likes a special electric blue color. She wants you to wear such a dress inside in the morning. You do not need to buy one. We have one from my daughter Alice. She is in Philadelphia. I think it will fit you well. Also, sitting here or there, or doing things we ask, will not be a problem. About your hair, it is a shame. I saw how beautiful it was. But I must be firm on this point. I hope the higher salary will make up for it. Your duties with the child are very easy. Please try to come. I will meet you with the carriage at Winchester. Tell me your train. Yours faithfully, Jeffro Rucastle. I just got that letter, Mr. Holmes. I will accept the job. But I wanted to ask your opinion before I do. Holmes smiled. Well, Miss Hunter, if you have decided, then that is the answer. But you would not tell me to refuse? I would not want my sister to take that job. What does it all mean, Mr. Holmes? I do not have enough facts. I cannot say. Do you have an idea? Well, I think there is only one answer. Mr. Rucastle seemed kind. Maybe his wife is crazy? He wants to keep it quiet so she is not taken away. He does what she wants to stop her from getting worse. That is possible. In fact, it is the most likely answer now. But it does not seem like a good house for a young lady. But the money, Mr. Holmes, the money. Yes, the pay is good. Too good. That makes me worried. Why would they pay you $120 a year when they could find someone for $40? There must be a big reason. I thought if I told you, you would understand if I needed your help later. I would feel stronger if I knew you were helping me. Oh, you can feel that way. Your problem is the most interesting I have had in months. Some things about it are new. If you are ever in doubt or in danger. Danger? What danger do you see? Holmes shook his head. It would not be a danger if we knew what it was, he said. But any time, day or night, a telegram will bring me to help you. That is enough. She stood up quickly. The worry left her face. I will go to Hampshire now, with a calm mind. I will write to Mr. Rucastle now. I will cut my hair tonight. I will go to Winchester tomorrow. She thanked Holmes. She said good night and left quickly. I said, as we heard her steps going down the stairs, she seems to be a lady who can take care of herself. She would need to be, Holmes said seriously. I think we will hear from her soon. My friend's guess was right. 2 weeks passed. I often thought about her. I wondered what strange problem this lonely woman had found. The strange salary, the odd rules, the easy duties. All of it seemed wrong. I did not know if it was a strange habit or a bad plan. I did not know if the man was good or bad. Holmes often sat for a long time, thinking. But when I asked, he waved his hand. "Facts, facts, facts," he cried. "I cannot make anything without facts." But he always said that his sister should never take such a job. The telegram came late one night. I was going to bed. Holmes was working on his chemicals. He often worked all night. I would find him in the same place in the morning. He opened the yellow envelope. He looked at the message. Then he threw it to me. "Look up the trains in the book," he said. He went back to his work. The message was short and urgent. "Please be at the Black Swan Hotel in Winchester at midday tomorrow. Please come. I am desperate. Hunter." Holmes looked up. "Will you come with me?" he asked. "Yes, I would like to." "Then look it up." I looked in the train book. I said, "There is a train at 9:30. It arrives in Winchester at 11:30. "That is good. Maybe I should stop my chemical work. We might need to be at our best tomorrow morning." By 11 o'clock the next day, we were going to Winchester. Holmes read the morning papers. But when we passed the Hampshire border, he put them down. He began to look at the view. It was a perfect spring day. The sky was light blue. Small white clouds moved across it. The sun was bright. But the air was cool, which felt good. All over the country, to the hills around Aldershot, little red and gray roofs of farms appeared from the green leaves. I said with excitement, "Are they not fresh and beautiful?" I had been in the city fog, but Holmes shook his head. "You know, Watson," he said, "it is a problem for a mind like mine. I must see everything related to my work. You see these houses. You think they are beautiful. I look at them. I only think how alone they are, and how easy it is to do bad things there and not get caught." "Goodness!" I cried. "Who would think of crime in these nice old homes?" "They always make me feel a bit scared. I believe, Watson, from my experience, that the worst streets in London do not have more bad stories than the smiling, beautiful countryside." "You scare me." "The reason is clear. What the law cannot do, public opinion can do in the town. No street is so bad that the cry of a hurt child or the sound of a drunkard's punch does not make neighbors feel sad and angry. Then the system of justice is close. A complaint can start it. There is a short step from crime to jail. But look at these lonely houses. Each is in its own fields. Most people there are poor and do not know the law. Think of the terrible, cruel acts, the hidden bad things that can happen year after year in such places, and no one knows. If this lady who asked for help went to live in Winchester, I would not be worried for her. It is the 5 miles of country that makes the danger. Still, it is clear that she is not in danger herself. No. If she can come to Winchester to meet us, she can get away. Yes, she is free. What could be the problem then? Can you not guess? I have 7 ideas. Each one fits the facts we know. But we will only know which one is right when we get new facts. Well, there is the church tower. We will soon hear what Miss Hunter has to say. The Black Swan is a good inn on the main street. It is near the station. We found the young lady there. She had a sitting room. Our lunch was on the table. She said seriously, "I am so happy you came. It is very kind of you both. I really do not know what I should do. Your advice will be very helpful. Please tell us what happened to you." "I will. I must be quick. I promised Mr. Rucastle to be back before 3. He let me come to town this morning. He did not know why. Let us hear everything in order." Holmes stretched his long legs to the fire. He got ready to listen. "First, I can say that Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle have not treated me badly. That is fair to them. But I do not understand them, and I am worried about them. I do not understand why they acted that way. but I will tell you everything that happened. I arrived at the Copper Beeches with Mr. Rucastle. He drove me there in his small carriage. The house is in a nice place, but it is not pretty. It is a large, square, white house, but it has many dirty marks from water and bad weather. There are fields around the house. There are trees on 3 sides. On the 4th side is a field that goes down to a road. The road is about 100 steps from the front door. The field in front of the house belongs to the house, but the trees around it are part of Lord Southerton's land. There are some copper beech trees in front of the house door. That is why the place is called Copper Beeches. My employer drove me there. He was very kind. That evening, he showed me to his wife and child. Mr. Holmes, Mrs. Rucastle is not crazy. We thought she might be in your rooms in Baker Street. I found her to be a quiet woman with a pale face. She was much younger than her husband, maybe 30 years old. He was about 45. They have been married for about 7 years. He was married before. His first wife had a daughter. That daughter went to Philadelphia. Mr. Rucastle told me that his daughter left because she did not like her stepmother. The daughter was at least 20 years old, so I can see why it was hard for her to live with her father's young wife. Mrs. Rucastle seemed to have no strong feelings or ideas. She did not make a good or bad impression on me. She was a simple person. It was easy to see that she loved her husband and her small son very much. Her light gray eyes always looked at them. She watched their every small need and tried to help them. He was also kind to her in his rough but cheerful way. Overall, they seemed to be a happy couple. But she had a secret sadness. She often thought deeply with a very sad look on her face. More than once, I saw her crying. I sometimes thought it was her child that made her sad. He is the most spoiled and mean little child I have ever met. He is small for his age. His head is very big. He seems to spend his life changing between angry outbursts and sad, quiet times. He enjoys hurting smaller animals. He is very good at catching mice, small birds, and insects. But I do not want to talk about him, Mr. Holmes. He is not important to my story. My friend said, I am happy to hear all the details, whether you think they are important or not. I will try to tell you everything important. The one bad thing about the house was the servants. There are only 2 servants, a man and his wife. The man's name is Toller. He is a rough man with gray hair and a beard. He always smells of alcohol. He has been very drunk twice since I came, but Mr. Rucastle did not seem to care. His wife is a very tall and strong woman with an angry face. She is as quiet as Mrs. Rucastle, but not as kind. They are very unpleasant people. Luckily, I spend most of my time in the child's room and my own room. These rooms are next to each other in one part of the house. For 2 days after I arrived, my life was very peaceful. On the 3rd day, Mrs. Rucastle came after breakfast. She whispered something to her husband. "Oh yes," he said to me. "Thank you very much, Miss Hunter, for cutting your hair for us. I promise you, it still looks good on you. Now we will see how the blue dress looks on you. You will find it on your bed. We would be very happy if you would put it on." The dress was a strange shade of blue. It was made of good cloth, a kind of brown color, but it was clear that someone had worn it before. It fit me perfectly. Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle seemed very happy with how it looked. Their happiness seemed too strong. They waited for me in the living room. It is a very large room at the front of the house. It has 3 long windows that go down to the floor. A chair was placed near the middle window. Its back was to the window. I was asked to sit there. Then Mr. Rucastle walked around the room and told me many funny stories. You cannot imagine how funny he was. I laughed until I was tired. Mrs. Rucastle, however, did not smile at all. She had no sense of humor. She sat with her hands in her lap, with a sad and worried look on her face. After about an hour, Mr. Rucastle suddenly said it was time to start the day's work. He told me to change my dress and go to little Edward in the nursery. 2 days later, the same thing happened again. I changed my dress again. I sat by the window again. And again, I laughed at my employer's funny stories. He had many stories, and he told them very well. Then he gave me a novel with a yellow cover. He moved my chair a little so my shadow would not fall on the page. He asked me to read aloud to him. I read for about 10 minutes, starting in the middle of a chapter. Then, in the middle of a sentence, he suddenly told me to stop and change my dress. Mr. Holmes, you can imagine how curious I became about what this strange act meant. They always made sure my face was away from the window. So, I really wanted to see what was behind my back. At first, it seemed impossible, but I soon found a way. My small mirror was broken. I had an idea and hid a piece of the glass in my handkerchief. The next time, while I was laughing, I put my handkerchief to my eyes. With a little effort, I could see everything behind me. I was disappointed. There was nothing. That was my first thought. But when I looked again, I saw a man on the road. He was a small man with a beard, wearing a gray suit. He seemed to be looking at me. The road is a main road, and there are usually people there. But this man was leaning against the fence next to our field. He was looking up carefully. I lowered my handkerchief and looked at Mrs. Rucastle. Her eyes were looking at me very closely. She did not say anything, but I am sure she knew I had a mirror and saw what was behind me. She stood up at once. "Jeffro," she said, "there is a rude man on the road who is looking at Miss Hunter." "Is he a friend of yours, Miss Hunter?" he asked. "No, I do not know anyone here." "Oh dear, how rude. Please turn around and tell him to go away. It would be better to ignore him." No, he will always stay here. Please turn around and wave him away like this." I did as I was told. At the same moment, Mrs. Rucastle pulled down the window blind. That was 1 week ago. Since then, I have not sat by the window again. I have not worn the blue dress, and I have not seen the man on the road. Holmes said, "Please continue. Your story promises to be very interesting. I am afraid it will be a bit confusing, and the different things I tell you may not be related." On my very first day at the Copper Beeches, Mr. Rucastle took me to a small building near the kitchen door. As we got close to it, I heard the sound of a chain moving. It sounded like a large animal. "Look in here," Mr. Rucastle said, showing me a small space between two wooden boards. "Isn't he beautiful?" I looked through. I saw 2 glowing eyes and a dark shape hidden in the darkness. "Do not be scared," my employer said, laughing at my sudden movement. "It is only Carlo, my big dog. I call him mine, but old Toller, my groom, is the only one who can control him. We feed him once a day, not too much, so he is always very hungry. Toller lets him loose every night. And God help anyone who tries to enter. Please do not ever go outside at night. It is very dangerous." His warning was important. 2 nights later, I looked out of my bedroom window around 2 in the morning. It was a beautiful night with bright moonlight. The grass in front of the house was shining and almost as bright as day. I was standing there, enjoying the peace. Then I saw something moving under the shadow of the Copper Beeches. When it came into the moonlight, I saw what it was. It was a very large dog, as big as a young cow. It was light brown. It had a long lower jaw, a black nose, and large bones sticking out. It walked slowly across the grass and disappeared into the shadow on the other side. That scary guard made me feel very cold inside. I do not think a robber could have made me feel that way. And now, I have a very strange experience to tell you. As you know, I had cut my hair in London. I had put it in a big roll at the bottom of my suitcase. One evening, after the child was in bed, I began to look at the furniture in my room. I also moved my own things around. There was an old chest of drawers in the room. The top 2 drawers were empty and open. The bottom one was locked. I had filled the first two with my clothes. I still had many things to put away. So, I was annoyed that I could not use the third drawer. I thought it might be locked by mistake. So, I took out my keys and tried to open it. The very first key fit perfectly. I opened the drawer. There was only one thing in it. But I am sure you would never guess what it was. It was my roll of hair. I picked it up and looked at it. It was the same strange color and the same thickness. But then I realized it was impossible. How could my hair be locked in the drawer? With shaking hands, I opened my suitcase. I took out everything. And from the bottom, I took out my own hair. I put the two pieces of hair together, and I promise you, they were exactly the same. Was it not strange? No matter how much I thought about it, I could not understand what it meant. I put the strange hair back in the drawer, and I did not tell the Rucastles about it. I felt I had done something wrong by opening a drawer they had locked. I noticed many things, as you may have seen, Mr. Holmes. I soon had a good idea of the whole house in my mind. But one part of the house seemed to be empty. A door that was opposite the door to the servants' rooms opened into this part, but it was always locked. One day, as I went up the stairs, I saw Mr. Rucastle coming out of this door. He had his keys in his hand. His face looked very different from the usual happy, round man. His cheeks were red. His forehead was wrinkled with anger. And the veins in his temples stood out because he was so angry. He locked the door and hurried past me without a word or a look. This made me curious. So, when I went for a walk in the grounds with the child I cared for, I walked to the side where I could see the windows of that part of the house. There were 4 windows in a row. 3 of them were just dirty. The 4th one had its shutters closed. They all looked empty. As I walked around, looking at them sometimes, Mr. Rucastle came out to me. He looked as happy and cheerful as always. "Ah," he said, "you must not think I was rude if I passed you without a word, my dear young lady. I was busy with business." I told him I was not offended. "By the way," I said, "you seem to have many empty rooms up there, and one of them has the shutters closed." He looked surprised, and it seemed to me, a little shocked by what I said. "Photography is one of my hobbies," he said. "I have made my dark room up there. But, oh dear, what a watchful young lady we have here. Who would have thought it? Who would have ever thought it?" He spoke in a joking way, but there was no joke in his eyes when he looked at me. I saw suspicion and annoyance there, but no joke. Well, Mr. Holmes, from the moment I understood that there was something about those rooms that I was not supposed to know, I really wanted to go into them. It was not just curiosity, though I have some of that. It was more a feeling of duty, a feeling that something good might come from me going into this place. People talk about a woman's intuition. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition that gave me that feeling. Anyway, it was there. And I was always looking for a chance to go through the forbidden door. The chance came only yesterday. I can tell you that besides Mr. Rucastle, both Toller and his wife do things in these empty rooms. I once saw him carrying a large black cloth bag through the door. Recently, he has been drinking a lot. And yesterday evening, he was very drunk. And when I came upstairs, the key was in the door. I am sure he had left it there. Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle were both downstairs, and the child was with them. So, I had a great chance. I turned the key gently in the lock, opened the door, and went inside. There was a small hallway in front of me. It had no wallpaper or carpet. It turned a sharp corner at the far end. Around this corner were 3 doors in a line. The first and third were open. They each led into an empty room. They were dusty and sad. One room had 2 windows, and the other had 1. The windows were so dirty that the evening light shone only a little through them. The middle door was closed, and across the outside of it was a thick bar from an iron bed. It was locked at one end to a ring in the wall. and it was tied at the other end with a strong rope. The door itself was also locked, and the key was not there. This blocked door clearly matched the closed window outside, but I could see light from under it. So, the room was not dark. There was clearly a window in the roof that let in light from above. As I stood in the hallway, looking at the strange door and wondering what secret it hid, I suddenly heard steps inside the room, and I saw a shadow move back and forth against the small line of dim light that shone from under the door. A crazy, strong fear came over me when I saw it, Mr. Holmes. My nervous feelings suddenly left me, and I turned and ran. I ran as if some terrible hand was behind me, grabbing my dress. I ran down the hallway, through the door, and right into Mr. Rucastle's arms. He was waiting outside. "So," he said, smiling, "it was you then. I thought it must be when I saw the door open." "Oh, I am so scared," I said, breathing hard. "My dear young lady, my dear young lady." You cannot imagine how kind and calming his manner was. "And what has scared you, my dear young lady?" But his voice was a little too kind. He made it too much. I was very careful with him. "I was foolish enough to go into the empty part of the house," I answered. "But it is so lonely and strange in this dim light that I was scared and ran out again. Oh, it is so terribly quiet in there." "Only that?" he said, looking at me closely. "Why, what did you think?" I asked. "Why do you think I locked this door?" "I am sure I do not know. It is to keep people out who should not be there. Do you see?" He was still smiling very kindly. "I am sure if I had known—" "Well, now you know. And if you ever go into that place again—" Here, his smile suddenly became an angry grin, and he looked down at me with a devil's face. "I will throw you to the big dog." I was so scared that I do not know what I did. I suppose I must have run past him into my room. I remember nothing until I found myself lying on my bed, shaking all over. Then I thought of you, Mr. Holmes. I could not live there longer without some advice. I was scared of the house, of the man, of the woman, of the servants, even of the child. They were all horrible to me. If only I could bring you here, everything would be well. Of course, I could have run from the house, but my curiosity was almost as strong as my fears. I quickly made up my mind. I would send you a message. I put on my hat and coat, went to the post office, which is about half a mile from the house, and then returned, feeling much better. A terrible thought came into my mind as I got near the door. What if the dog was loose? But I remembered that Toller had drunk so much that evening that he could not move, and I knew he was the only one in the house who could control the fierce animal, or who would let him free. I went inside safely and stayed awake half the night, happy to think of seeing you. I had no trouble getting permission to come to Winchester this morning, but I must be back before 3 o'clock. Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle are going out and will be away all evening, so I must take care of the child. Now I have told you all my adventures, Mr. Holmes. I would be very happy if you could tell me what it all means, and, most importantly, what I should do. Holmes and I listened to this amazing story. My friend stood up and walked around the room. His hands were in his pockets, and his face looked very serious. "Is Toller still drunk?" he asked. "Yes. I heard his wife tell Mrs. Rucastle that she could not do anything with him." "That is good. And the Rucastles are going out tonight?" "Yes." "Is there a basement with a good strong lock?" "Yes, the wine basement." "You seem to have acted like a very brave and smart girl in this whole matter, Miss Hunter. Do you think you could do one more thing? I would not ask it of you if I did not think you were a special woman." "I will try. What is it?" "My friend and I will be at the Copper Beeches by 7 o'clock. The Rucastles will be gone by then, and Toller, we hope, will not be able to do anything. Only Mrs. Toller remains. She might call for help. If you could send her into the basement for some reason, and then lock the door, you would make things much easier." "I will do it." Excellent. We will then look closely into the matter. Of course, there is only one possible explanation. You were brought there to pretend to be someone else, and the real person is locked in that room. That is clear. As for who this prisoner is, I am sure it is the daughter, Miss Alice Rucastle, if I remember correctly. They said she went to America. You were chosen, no doubt, because you are similar to her in height, body, and hair color. Her hair had been cut off, perhaps because she was sick. So, of course, your hair had to be cut too. By a strange chance, you found her hair. The man on the road was certainly a friend of hers, perhaps her future husband, and no doubt, because you wore the girl's dress and looked so much like her, he was sure from your laughter, whenever he saw you, and later from your wave, that Miss Rucastle was very happy, and that she no longer wanted him. The dog is let loose at night to stop him from trying to talk to her. That much is clear. The most serious point in this case is the child's behavior. What on earth does that have to do with it? I asked. My dear Watson, as a doctor, you always learn about a child's tendencies by studying the parents. Do you not see that the opposite is also true? I have often learned about parents' characters by studying their children. This child's behavior is very cruel, just for the sake of being cruel. And whether he gets this from his smiling father, as I suspect, or from his mother, it means bad things for the poor girl who is under their power. I am sure you are right, Mr. Holmes, our client cried. 1,000 things come back to me that make me sure you have understood it. Oh, let us not waste a moment in helping this poor person. We must be careful, because we are dealing with a very clever man. We cannot do anything until 7 o'clock. At that time, we will be with you. And it will not be long before we solve the mystery. We kept our word. It was exactly 7 o'clock when we reached the Copper Beeches. We had left our carriage at a small inn by the road. The group of trees, with their dark leaves shining like polished metal in the setting sun, were enough to show us the house. Miss Hunter was also standing and smiling on the doorstep. "Did you manage it?" Holmes asked. A loud thudding sound came from downstairs. "That is Mrs. Toller in the basement," she said. "Her husband is snoring on the kitchen rug. Here are his keys, which are the same as Mr. Rucastle's." "You have done very well," Holmes cried with excitement. "Now lead the way, and we will soon see the end of this dark business." We went up the stairs. We unlocked the door. We followed down a hallway, and we found ourselves in front of the barrier Miss Hunter had described. Holmes cut the rope and removed the bar. Then he tried different keys in the lock, but none worked. No sound came from inside, and Holmes's face looked worried because of the silence. "I hope we are not too late," he said. "I think, Miss Hunter, that we should go in without you. Now, Watson, push against it. We will see if we can get in." It was an old, weak door. It opened at once with our combined strength. Together, we rushed into the room. It was empty. There was no furniture except for a small, simple bed, a small table, and a basket full of clothes. The window in the roof was open, and the prisoner was gone. "There has been something bad here," Holmes said. "This clever man guessed Miss Hunter's plans and has taken his victim away." "But how?" "Through the window in the roof. We will soon see how he did it." He climbed onto the roof. "Ah, yes," he cried. "Here is the end of a long, light ladder against the edge of the roof. That is how he did it." "But it is impossible," Miss Hunter said. "The ladder was not there when the Rucastles left. He has come back and done it. I tell you that he is a clever and dangerous man. I would not be surprised if this is him whose steps I hear now on the stairs. I think, Watson, that you should have your pistol ready." The words were hardly out of his mouth when a man appeared at the door of the room. He was a very fat and strong man, with a heavy stick in his hand. Miss Hunter screamed and moved back against the wall when she saw him, but Sherlock Holmes jumped forward and faced him. "You bad man," he said. "Where is your daughter?" The fat man looked around. Then he looked up at the open window in the roof. "It is for me to ask you that," he yelled. "You thieves, spies and thieves! I have caught you, have I? You are in my power. I will deal with you." He turned and ran down the stairs as fast as he could. "He has gone for the dog," Miss Hunter cried. "I have my gun," I said. "Better close the front door," Holmes cried. And we all rushed down the stairs together. We had hardly reached the hall when we heard a dog barking, and then a scream of pain. It was a terrible chewing sound that was awful to hear. An old man with a red face and shaking legs came staggering out of a side door. "My God!" he cried. "Someone has let the dog loose. It has not been fed for 2 days. Quick, quick, or it will be too late." Holmes and I ran out and around the corner of the house. Toller hurried behind us. There was the huge, very hungry animal. Its black nose was in Rucastle's throat, while he twisted and screamed on the ground. I ran up and shot it in the head. It fell over with its sharp white teeth still in the large folds of his neck. With much effort, we separated them. We carried him, alive but terribly hurt, into the house. We laid him on the sofa in the living room, and after sending the now sober Toller to tell his wife the news, I did what I could to lessen his pain. We were all around him when the door opened, and a tall, thin woman came into the room. "Mrs. Toller!" Miss Hunter cried. "Yes, miss. Mr. Rucastle let me out when he came back before he went up to you." "Ah, miss, it is a shame you did not tell me what you were planning, because I would have told you that your efforts were for nothing." "Ha," Holmes said, looking closely at her. "It is clear that Mrs. Toller knows more about this matter than anyone else." "Yes, sir, I do, and I am ready to tell what I know." "Then please, sit down and let us hear it, because there are some things I still do not understand." "I will soon make it clear to you," she said, "and I would have done so before now if I could have gotten out of the basement. If there is a police case about this, you will remember that I was your friend." "And that I was Miss Alice's friend too. Miss Alice was never happy at home, not since her father married again. She was treated badly and had no say in anything. But it never really became bad for her until she met Mr. Fowler at a friend's house. As far as I know, Miss Alice had her own rights to money from a will. But she was so quiet and patient that she never said a word about them. She just left everything in Mr. Rucastle's hands. He knew he was safe with her. But when there was a chance of a husband coming forward who would ask for all that the law would give him, then her father thought it was time to stop it. He wanted her to sign a paper, so that whether she married or not, he could use her money. When she would not do it, he kept bothering her until she got a brain fever, and for 6 weeks she was almost dead. Then she finally got better, very thin, and with her beautiful hair cut off. But that did not change her young man. He stayed true to her as a man could be. "Ah," Holmes said, "I think what you have told us makes the matter quite clear, and I can figure out the rest. Mr. Rucastle then, I guess, started this system of keeping her locked up?" "Yes, sir." "And brought Miss Hunter down from London to get rid of Mr. Fowler's annoying visits?" "That was it, sir. But Mr. Fowler was a determined man, as a good sailor should be. He watched the house closely, and after meeting you, he used certain ways, with money or otherwise, to make you believe that your interests were the same as his. Mr. Fowler was a very kind-speaking, generous gentleman," Mrs. Toller said calmly, "and in this way he made sure that your good man had plenty to drink, and that a ladder would be ready when your master had gone out. You have it, sir, just as it happened." "I am sure we owe you an apology, Mrs. Toller," Holmes said, "because you have certainly explained everything that confused us. And here comes the local doctor and Mrs. Rucastle. So I think, Watson, that we had better take Miss Hunter back to Winchester, because it seems to me that our reason for being here now is rather questionable." And so, The mystery of the strange house with the copper beeches in front of the door was solved. Mr. Rucastle lived, but he was always a broken man. He stayed alive only because his devoted wife cared for him. They still live with their old servants. The servants probably know so much about Rucastle's past life that he finds it hard to let them go. Mr. Fowler and Miss Rucastle were married in Southampton the day after they ran away. He is now in a government job on the island of Mauritius. As for Miss Violet Hunter, my friend Holmes, to my disappointment, showed no more interest in her once she was no longer part of one of his problems. She is now the head of a private school in Walsall. I believe she has been very successful there.